All right, it looks like we get internet first try today, which is crazy of us. All right, everybody. Well, nobody's here yet, so we can actually just chat shit. So we're gonna be watching Orbital, yeah, MLZ and Orbital first, which is humans versus, you said it was Gruul aggro. Oh, God bless you for following Airball. Yeah. Maybe the first and most reasonable thing to do is break down the top 16 of this tournament. So right now $650 is on the line. You start getting money as soon as you make top 8. So all the matches we're watching right now, you have to win one, and then you are guaranteed $5. And we scale from $5 all the way up to $300 for first place, depending on how many matches you win. I think we have 4 different people running the Amalia combo. Then we have one person still holding on to the Abzan dream of Greasefang. We have... Is there any other decks that we're representing just a huge amount? I think we have a lot of one-offs after that. It's not Greasefang. It is fair, real, and... That's amazing. No, I mean, they're in the top 16, so it's for a fucking reason. You better believe that. And then we have one Azorius control list. Two control. It's Lotus control is one. Well, there's Lotus control. Yeah. Okay. Well, very real of you guys to only let 2 control lists through to the top 16. I appreciate that very much. The... Oh, I need to... Hold on, I have our... I'm capturing my own mic, and neither of you two. So give me a second for that. Where is... Okay. Alright, can you guys try talking again? And we'll see if that...
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh yeah, just way too loud.
What's
Alright, try
up?
talking again. Alright, the levels look right. Everybody in chat tell me if that's wrong. But I'm joined today by tournament organizer Araya and then Airball MTG, prodigious pioneer player and of decked out fame. We're getting right into the first match with MLZ rolling a 20 and Orbital 721 rolling a 9. So it looks like MLZ is going to go first, MLZ being on what I believe to be the most scuffed humans list in memory, and what they believe to be the best deck ever, given the fact that it's reportedly won an RCQ for them. Araya, have we... Oh, dear. Okay, hold on. Let me double check something with the overlay. Oh, you bastards.
Hands are visible.
Yeah, I'm aware. Can we... Araya, can you hop into chat with them and tell them to turn that junk off?
Oh, sure. Which bracket is this?
This would be bracket 7.
Okay, one moment.
Yeah, bracket 7 with MLZ and Orbital. So I just have it on the bracket, so we can't see their hands anymore. And so Airball, what did you see in the Gruul aggro list when you went to look at it? Like, does it look cranked enough to keep up with the card Blade Historian?
Well, the point of the Gruul deck is that it doesn't really have to keep up with anything. This deck is trying to kill you very, very quickly with very, very big creatures. This was a deck that a lot of people were testing before the regional championship in Atlanta. It's built around the card, the Huntsman's Redemption. So you have a little mana dork, mana idiot, to rush this out. Chapter 2, you sacrifice that mana idiot, get a big creature, and in the meantime, you're building up your board. And by Chapter 3, everything is huge and attacking. In the meantime, you have Smuggler's Copter, you have vehicles to use with the tokens that come into play, so you have haste effects. It goes big, and it goes hard, and it goes fast. So it can beat almost anything.
Jesus. All right, that is spooky as hell. Let's check back in on Cognition. Nope, still showing their hands. So
They would
good.
have to remake the lobby.
They'd have to remake? Okay. Can they, after game 1, fix that then?
I think we should make it. Oh, I'll just ask them to remake it. One moment.
Yeah, because listen, it'll be difficult to cheat with anything I'm saying. It will be possible to cheat with something Airball's saying, and it will be easy to cheat if you can just see what the fuck is in the other person's hand. So that's a minor fucky wucky on our end, because we had previously communicated to not do that shit. All right, let me pull up this Gruul aggro list so I can see what the hell we're talking about here.
Yeah, so you have 8 mana dorks. So very consistently, you're going to have a turn 1 mana dork, 4 Elvish Mystic, 4 Llanowar Elves. You have 1 copy of Rampaging Ferocidon to turn off the Amalia combo. So if you ever land this and Amalia can't remove it, they're going to have a very hard time winning. Reckless Stormseeker on 3 or on 2 into Asika's Chariot the next turn, giving the Chariot haste is a big deal. Smuggler's Copter, looting away extra lands if you draw them, or finding you lands if you need them. That's a pretty big deal. And Voldaren's Thrill Seeker, sometimes you're able to give a giant creature backup and fling it at your opponent's face to win the game, including their own thing if you steal it with the Akroan War, which there's 3 copies in the main deck and a 4th in the sideboard here.
I love that I love stealing, I love taking things is still relevant even at Pioneer. I'm so happy that Yoink is a legitimate strategy at the Pioneer
You got to do
level.
something with Shieldred.
We got to do something. So, God, this looks awful. This Reckless Stormseeker, I remember from my standard Werewolves days. Bonecrusher Giant, I remember from... Honestly, I hate this card. It's fucked me over so many times, and I don't know that I'll ever forget it. I assume Mutavault is in here just to be... They really just want anything that can punch, right? They don't care. They don't care about anything but direct damage.
Yeah, you see 2 copies of Mutavault. You also see 2 copies of Lair of the Hydra, and that you can see that this deck has a lot of insurance against board wipes, right? So you have creatures in play, and blue-white control might Supreme Verdict you, but you don't care because next turn you're going to play some other creature. Maybe you're going to cast the 4/3 Bonecrusher Giant, or you're going to crew one of your creature lands, and you're still going to be able to push damage.
And unfortunately, I've already started their game, so it would be hard for me to make the lobby.
Okay, then we're going to spectate a different game for round 1.
And I'm beginning round 1.
Yeah, so let's go to... We're going to look at Doghouse Bracket 1. I'm going to DM you guys the password in our chat, and then we can hop in there.
Let's do it.
I like that you guys use all these offensive words for your passwords.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, it's just all the absolute, it's debauchery. All right,
if
so
they
we're
could
looking.
see that, yeah.
Yeah, no, if people knew what my Discord used as passwords, they would report us to the CIA. So we're gonna be watching Fading Haste and Arthur Smith this time. Fading Haste being on Boros Convoke, God bless him. And Arthur Smith is our Abzan midrange player. So we were going to get to see the power of Golgari, but you splash white.
Starting the game with the duress. Very good.
Oh,
Let's see what
Jesus.
they have.
Main deck Duress, an interesting choice.
I also want to talk about the Boros Convoke. I'm a big fan of throwing the God Pharaoh at 2 copies. It's just a really good way to deal some damage when they can't really get through with their creatures. Or if they're just convoking. On instant, it deals damage to an opponent equal to the number of tap creatures, and that's going to be like 3 or 4 usually. So
Yeah.
pretty
Oh,
good.
and he duressed Boros Convoke's duress.
Unfortunate.
Boros Convoke had a Duress.
It has Invasion of Gobakon, which is like, it's not real duress because it's in Boros, and Boros can't get the help no matter what. But they do have fake duress in the
The hand
remove
disruption.
somebody's, yeah. a little bit of hand disruption. I am interested to see that in the main board. In the list that I'd looked at for this, Boros Convoke kept that in the sideboard, and they just went all gas.
Yeah, it's just probably a personal choice.
Well, looking at the list now, I actually don't see it in the main list. I see it in the sideboard. So are we sure we're looking at game 1 here?
Oh, they might have already finished their game.
The game has started.
People started playing at 3 o'clock, and I didn't announce it, so people just started playing.
Okay, so we may be into game 2 here. Phenomenal.
Holy moly.
Airball, you'll love to know that this is actually like maybe 20% of the issues we faced in the Pauper tournament. All right, so they have a tap land. Is the win con of the Golgari list like just value out inevitably?
Just punching, mainly, yeah.
Just punching.
Yeah,
okay, so both our decks.
Classic mid-range deck.
All right. So we have a
it's trade 1 for 1, land a creature that gets value over time, and win with that.
Oh, we're gonna respond with the resolute reinforcements on Voice of Resurgence?
Put tempo, threaten it, put stuff down. But now they have Voice of Resurgence, so whenever anybody casts a spell during your turn or when it dies, make an elemental with power and toughness equal to creatures you control. So they're both trying to go pretty wide.
Yeah, Voice of Resurgence is really good against those control matchups, or just mid-range where they just shoot a bunch of stuff on their turn. Otherwise, not very useful. It's just a bear against the Boros Convoke. But we are going to see if they can pull out a good army, for the sake of...
Yeah, I'll be honest, this already looks pretty terrible for our Boros Convoke player. A Thraben Inspector is... Like, this is a board that looks good. I wouldn't feel great about it going into a 3-2 and a 2-2 that's going to replace itself when it dies. Voldaren's helpful. Yeah, they're out here convoking.
The Knight Errant of Eos.
All right, Knight Errant. Okay, so now they're going to get to stack their deck. They have Diet Yugi Moto powers activated right now. They get to look at the top 6 and then take 2 creatures from it. And in this deck, convoking for 5 means they can pick anything they find. They probably need the Elefante if they want to get anything
Oxnard
cooking
Recruiter
here.
Or the Imidane's Recruiter is our version of budget whackers. So
yeah, they could find
everyone.
They could find Imidane's Recruiter.
And they find the Venerated Loxodon.
Oh, they got the Loxodon.
Yeah, I feel like our Boros player's in pretty good shape here. Traditionally, these Golgari-based mid-range decks use single target removal, your fatal pushes, your go for the throats, and Convoke doesn't really care about that. Like, there's 1 copy of Meathook Massacre in the 75 and 2 extinction events in the board, and not much else in terms of crowd control. So I think Golgari could be in tough, or Abzan could be in tough.
Yeah, now that they have, I always get terrified whenever I'm on an aggro list and the other player has something to trade favorably with me. I'm mostly worried about these Voices of Resurgence because they're going to eat something that the Convoke player wants to swing in and then immediately give another body that can eat something. The Loxodon solves half of that problem because it will make all of their 1/1s 2/2s and it will at least trade. Whereas before, if they wanted to start just like pushing, spaghetti flinging their entire board at the Abzan player, which is how Boros typically wants to do. Oh, and I see they're double blocking the Knight Errant and immediately trading them away, which if they now convoke into the Loxodon is okay. I still would be a little upset because now they're on a 3-3, a 3-2, and a 3-3, which is not what you want to be heroically charging your board into.
That's what makes it heroic, right? Like,
that is
fine losing some of your little shares.
It's not heroic unless there's bodies.
Right.
We do.
Got to be a cost.
There does have to be a cost. They still have 5 cards in hand too, which I think maybe I'm not giving enough mental respect to. If I'm playing against Boros, I always assume that they're hellbent, just because of how the deck works. And that.
Here comes the Loxodon.
Oh, get fucking Loxodon or get Dumboed on.
This is only the beginning as well. We got some clue tokens. We got 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, if they can hunt down,
some card advantage.
If they hunt down a second Loxodon, I would say that this is pretty locked up for them. It looks very, very strong.
Pushing the enforcements.
Fatal Push
Probably.
of Sadness there. Killing
Oh, yeah.
the one half of your card.
Oh god, we got them, boys. The fatal push worked. We fucking got them.
There's no good fatal push here, but I will probably hit the Draven Inspector just on the pure merit. That's a 2/3, and immediately blocks different.
Yeah, but that's not what they hit. They hit Resolute Reinforcements. All right, go for the throat, taking out the Loxodon. Yeah, that is a reasonable target, given that's the only thing that right now would merit a double block. I mean, if I'm the Boros Convoke player, I'm stuck in a holding pattern right now.
Oh yeah.
Because
we'll learn a lot based on whether they crack a clue or the bloods on end step here.
That is very true.
I actually do neither. They flash a 1/1 in and make it 1/1.
Yep. So they're comfortable with their hand. They feel like they can keep developing the board. They
Oh.
probably have something else in their hand to keep the pressure on.
Oh, that's terrifying. Yeah, that is objectively horrifying if a Boros player has 3 cards in hand and likes all of them. So they probably have another Convoker or an Imidanes to help us just ram the game home. If they feel like they needed 2 bodies more than they needed a new card. Oh, well, one of them's an Ornithopter.
Well, that's free, right?
That is free.
It's actually ramp in terms of Convoke.
Yep, it's coming down.
Oh, it's Imidanes. All right, so everything's getting +1/+0 in haste. So now they have 3 3/3s, a 3/4, 2 2/1s, and then a 1. Yeah, they're changing the power and toughness. They are swinging in a lot of shit. Yeah, math is for nerds. We are killing people today.
Let's see the damage that this Boros player is going to be able to deal here. Not lethal, but definitely hefty. And they're going to full swing in with bravery.
Time for some heroism.
See it. It's like they're going to move the blocks and they're going to think about it.
They're going to take a long time thinking about this. It's a big deal if they want to let all the 3 power things through or lose all their blockers.
And they would have to block at least 1 because that's 15 damage in that front row alone.
Oh, it is 15 just in the front. Yeah, okay. This is pretty rough.
And then we have 1 damage in the air.
The Abzan player is going to be on 4 mana next turn. So that represents either Extinction Event or Meathook Massacre on 2, which would deal with the whole board. So if they throw the Elemental Token, that's the 3/3 under the biggest thing, and trade it rather than keep it alive by blocking a 2-power creature, then you can read that they don't have the board wipe yet. If they block the biggest thing, then you can assume that the board wipe is there.
Oh, yeah.
They are keeping it alive.
Yeah.
They're putting it in front of a 2/1.
Gonna be 9 damage, looks like.
Gonna be more than you probably want to take 3 turns into your Pioneer game.
Absolutely.
So we're down to 3, but Meathook Massacre would gain 5 if played.
Okay. So there's still, as always, there's still an out. If they had cremated their dead grandpa and spread their ashes in the cooling fan of this computer that they logged onto Cockatrice to play in the tournament with, they have a pretty good chance at still winning. Oh, and they scooped it up.
This is 1 of 1, it looks like. Or not. GG's a throw in the chat. A clean sweep for Boros.
So that may have just been a quick 2-0 for our Boros player, and that Gobakon was in fact sideboarded in after an incredibly quick game 1. So that's 23 minutes.
More or less. 23 minutes alone was just sitting in the lobby, so it's probably like a 19-minute match.
Yeah, 19 minutes. That's crazy. Yeah, Convoke, all fucking gas. All right, let's look at who else is still active. So we look at the other brackets. Let's look at who we can't see hands for.
We've got Magnetron's bracket with some control.
Oh yeah, let's check on Magnetron since they're gonna be probably the last person out. I'm sending that password to our chat right now, and then we can jump in and watch them. It's going to be bracket 6 airball, and then the password is beneath the words bracket 6.
Very creative password.
Oh yeah, another dirty password that is gross.
No,
And
we
they
have
should
jumped
feel
into
ashamed.
quite the madness.
Okay, we have a Shark Typhoon on the field. Shark Typhoon, famous card. Anytime they cast a spell, they make an XX shark, where X is the mana value. It is a flying shark, by the way. We also have 3 Lotus fields in play. And everybody is above the starting life.
Here's a funny thing about this Soulflayer list is theoretically it's very janky, but it works on the merit that it makes a hexproof double strike vigilance.
Oh, they got
Flyer,
the
trampler.
alphabet soup dinosaur, and it has lifelink.
Everything. And it has life. It has everything it needs.
It has,
So it's all,
yeah. So it is untouchable, has double strike, is vigilant, and gains life.
so the reason why this deck gets so far up in the brackets is it's very hard to remove, and the answers it has in its own main board helps to stop the interaction. We have a place at a thought season here.
Yeah,
Just
this
to
is...
interrupt with our. So what you can do against this deck is hit the graveyard or hit an edict against it, or board wipe with a board clear like Path of Peril.
Yeah,
But
limited.
other than
I limited All-Star Tithing Blade would be very strong here, right? You
Absolutely.
motherfuckers will never let me sleep on Tithing Blade.
It's a banger.
Looks like we do have one Settle the Wreckage in the main, which also gets around the hexproof crap.
That is
Okay.
very true.
So that's what Magnetron could draw into. Yeah, I mean this looks like purgatory. I would not be surprised if this was game 1 still, based on how things are going.
Oh, definitely. It looks like 6 lands are in play, probably like
so-
turn 6 to 8.
Yeah, so what is Lotus Control trying to get to? Are they trying to win by just beat down the Shark Typhoon?
Yep, they're gonna keep drawing cards with Dream Trawler, with Hero Dominaria. Just keep digging, and they can keep blocking with sharks all day.
Yeah, this is the deck that I took to Atlanta. It's basically blue-white control with a proactive game plan. You're trying to get mana in play. You have Teferi out early, and Teferi is net positive mana if you have 2 Lotus fields in play.
Oh,
So
that's
it's
trying
continuity.
to
fine.
get the big mana.
End
with,
the turn.
Yep.
We do still make a 6/6, I believe.
Yeah, because it should have, right? Because the ability from Shark Typhoon would have gone on
It
the
does
stack,
trigger.
and then it gets made, and then discontinuity resolves.
Well, it seems they missed that. We're gonna hit a farewell to.
Oh, well, they're
exile
farewelling
all
anyway,
creatures.
so they would have farewelled away their sharks, too. So I'm presuming this is just going to hit creatures.
Yep.
They would have to... Well, graveyards, too. Okay, yeah, they want to stop a redelve from Brick.
Well, there's Rest in Peace in play, so...
Oh,
that's,
true, right.
That's just
So that
because
is
that's
beside-
just hygiene right there.
Beside the... Yes,
Oh, yeah.
That's just keeping track.
Thought all T's.
We didn't attack with the
I-
Dream Trawler to draw the card before Farewell. Didn't feel like we needed it, I guess.
Or they just have another Dream Trawler. Fuck it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're about halfway through their decks now. Brick is running low on cards. Does Soulflayer have anything to do when they don't have a graveyard?
No. They are boned.
Oh, they have Liliana of the Veil.
There's Lily.
So they're gonna
what
lose
the other
that.
thing Soulflayer can do is hard cast the dragons. Which
That's
is,
true.
not
Yeah,
a
they
good plan
could
B.
hard cast all the stuff. All right, so now Magnetron is down their other Dream Trawler, but they have 4 cards in hand and a Shark Typhoon, so almost everything in their hand is probably a new shark.
Not to mention Hero of Dominaria is just ticking up, creating a disastrous then for the opponent. With that.
Oh yeah, and eventually Teferi of Dominaria will hit 8, and they will simply exile all their lands every time they draw a card. There's another Farewell? What are they even hitting? Would they just hit graveyards just to make a 6/6?
Well, one of your
Yeah.
biggest enemies when you're playing Lotus Field Control, from experience, is the clock, the round timer. That is, you need to end the game. There's no when you're not playing with the Magic Online clock, you need to make sure that the game actually ends before 50 minutes are up. So sometimes you do things that are not optimal just to make sure the game ends.
That does make sense. And they are hard casting one of their creatures, a 5/5.
5/5 with hexproof, no less. Premier threat for that control matchup. Yeah, they kind of had to play the Pharaoh anyway, like you said, just to end the match.
Yeah,
before time
and then
ends.
they upticked Liliana. Magnetron dumped a 4th Lotus field. So they've seen every Lotus field in their main board now. And it looks like... Oh, well, Brick was hellbent, so they didn't have to exile anything.
Looks like they're going to attack face.
Oh, wow, they're just going face. Teferi continues to tick up. We have now a fifth Lotus field has hit the playboard.
Phenomenal.
And this is game 1. We have yet to crack starting life totals when another set has already finished. That is how brutal control can
This
be.
can't be game 1, right? There's no way Rest in Peace is in the main deck.
Yeah,
True. Yeah, this is game 2.
This is game 2. Yeah, like I said, players that get to start early,
Yeah.
which is fine.
All right, Impulse.
And we're gonna
Yeah,
do
they're making a
Impulse.
lot of sharks. This looks... I would be shocked if Magnetron couldn't close it out from this position. They have 2 6/6 sharks. They have a 2/2 shark, and they're going to get to go looking for another spell that makes a shark. Yeah, this is outright terrible. Jam, the foretell, I'm not sure what's foretold. Airball, do you have any opinions on what the Lotus control player might be foretelling?
Is
Well, I get the
Doomscar.
cheat. I'm looking at the list. It must be Doomscar. There is no other for
there's no other options. Okay. So Jam, congratulations. I'll unban you from the Discord for 10 minutes on account of you getting that foretell prediction correct.
Doomscar is a great card. I love it.
It's
It's
funny. Yeah. It's a funny little guy. I play it in Brawl a lot when I'm having a bad day, and it never fails. Never lets me down.
Classic
So
ward
you got
whip.
another impulse bringing out yet another shark. So now they have
triple
12,
impulse.
14, 16. They have 18 power on board in flying sharks. So this has to be and memory deluge, so another 4 power shark.
Yeah, they just have all the mana in the world to do whatever they need to do.
Yeah.
Just gonna keep digging. Maybe find another planeswalker. Who knows? Just something to end the game.
This
Yeah,
is
just
well in hand
anything.
at this point. I don't know how much time is on the round clock. I don't know who won game 1. But
They also
this
did not
game
have
is
to-
unlosable from the blue-white
Yeah, and
perspective.
they have seeded. So they may be going to... We'll see if they're going to game 3 or if we're going to GG's. Magnetron hit ready to start, so it looks like
That's like
Magnetron
game
lost
3.
round 1, and so we're going into game 3 with everything tied up. They're on an average of 16 minutes a game, so they could conceivably finish this within their round timer for round 1, which would be an impressive feat for the control player. I know we had one deck yesterday that went to turns, and we had to go in and make a ruling because it was 8 minutes had gone by, and we were still on turn 1 of going to turns.
Wow, and that's after Mono Green got banned.
Yeah, that's after Mono Green got banned. It was with I don't think it was not Magnetron, but it was with another Lotus control list where turn 1 was still going 8 minutes on.
It used to be that all these RCQs matches would go, or rounds would go 40 minutes over time because 5 turns in a mono green mirror. That's how long it takes.
God. All right, everybody is playing their shocklands and not shocking them in, so we're in for a ripper, boys. We're
Yes,
in
great
for
news for blue white.
we
No
need
Thoughtseize on 1.
yeah. Tainted Indulgence. What the hell does this do? Oh, draw 2, then discard. All right, that's exactly where Soulflayer wants to be, I imagine. Oh, but they discarded a swamp. That seems strange to me. Wouldn't they want to be discarding the things they're going to delve Soulflayer for? Or do I
It
completely
means that they do not
misunderstand?
have it.
Oh, they don't have it yet. Cycling
The
a
player's a
land.
little flooded, I guess, discarding a land
Yeah.
to Tainted Indulgence and cycling the farmland.
Mm-hmm. They're both far too breaded, and none of them have the outs.
And
Rest
there's
in
the
peace.
peace.
Oh,
And then the spell pierce.
all right.
That is why they kept their hands mutually.
That is the hot tech.
That's
cannot
why this
wait.
this deck is basically built to both do its thing and then stop you from stopping from doing its thing.
This is kind of the nightmare matchup for Soulflayer, though, because not only do you need to stop Rest in Peace from resolving, and not only do you need to find your pieces to make your Soulflayer good, you also need to dodge the Wraths and the removal that Blue-White is packing. And you don't really attack on an axis that they care about. So I would be very impressed if Soulflayer took this one.
Probably on pure luck or pure skill.
Pure
Well,
luck.
Liliana, an early Liliana that gets up to 6 quickly can do it. Blue-White, not the best at dealing with Planeswalkers.
True.
Get Lost helps a lot, though.
That's the main piece here.
Yeah, so we have Liliana up to 5 already.
Yep.
I would be a little scared.
They're gonna impulse.
They're gonna dig.
They do have 2 lands up as well to counter spell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Brick is almost out of cards. So they have put their entire play was resolve a MILF and see what happens. And they're just hard cast into Fairy, no fear about the 3 open mana on Brick's side. Oh, and it makes it off the stack.
You don't have a choice. If you don't play it, then Lily's going to make you discard it, so you might as well.
That's true.
It looks like he's gonna shuffle away Liliana.
Yeah.
And in response, he
Is gonna get shot in the chest for it. The only moral story beat that's ever happened to Teferi is him getting murdered by Nicol Bolas. And we got to see a little taste of that here. Alright, so trading Teferi for slowing down Liliana by 2 turns is, I would be sad. Is that a good strategic trade by any of your internal barometers?
I mean, they did what they had to
do.
Yeah.
It's not what you want to do, but it is what you have to do, I think. I think we agree on that.
Definitely. And it looks like they are
and
dredging Soulflayer with hexproof, a 4/4 hexproof here.
Okay. That's not as spooky. Oh, and there's now a Thoughtseize. That's pretty terrible.
Oh, and we see the Thoughtseize.
Oh, but he has.
So
we see
2
he
board
has.
wipes and a Dream Trawler. Hand is stacked.
Yeah.
Can't
This
cast
is
the
a
Dream
pretty
Trawler
bad
or the
choice.
Farewell.
Not yet.
Probably gonna rip the saddle, read the wreckage. Nope, they took the farewell. Interesting.
Maybe they just say, "Well, I'll never attack with Soulflayer." What about that? What about that? I'll just never attack.
Possibly they
Farewell's
also
just
gonna
an
read the card.
existential threat.
Yeah, Farewell. Yeah, they could always default to, if they ever get multiple Soulflayers out, just attacking with 1 at a time and saying, "I'm going to force this Settle the Wreckage somehow, some way."
I'm just gonna do it now. And he will take the damage here. A little bit of a mind game over here. Tapping through, they're gonna...
Oh, he decided to just take it, so he's not settling the wreckage. He's dream trawling.
Dream Trawler.
Yeah. Which, at 4/4 with no double strike, that makes sense to me, because you can just bounce it off this and you gain life. Is Soulflayer running any combat tricks?
It is not.
Oh, but another
It will
little...
play
Oh, it's,
Edict,
no,
though.
not another. This is the one we knew was coming.
Yep.
And they're just going to Edict the Dream Trawler away.
Yeah, we may have forgotten about that Lily. Playing the Dream Trawler into a Lily that we know about is...
Yeah, that is a little suspicious at best.
Particularly because now, like, we have this Settle the Wreckage that's a great card against them, but if we play the other card in our hand, Lily makes us discard it before combat.
So now they do have to hold 2. And whatever it was, they have to lose that to Lily now.
Yep.
The
I think
Soulflayer...
it was a panic play.
Yeah. Because I'm presuming the Soulflayer player does not have a single care in the world about losing whatever's in their hand, because they're just going to delve it for the next Soulflayer.
It's likely. They're going to keep plussing that Liliana as well to keep up the pressure against control that wants to have cards in their hand.
Yeah.
It's up to top deck mode now.
So we did pitch the Settle the Wreckage here. Lily didn't plus before combat.
And another Lily. Interesting.
So that means that the opponent really wants to keep whatever this last card is in their hand.
Maybe it is the next Soulflayer, and they don't want to risk getting rid of that.
Yeah, that's 2 Lilies they refuse to plus.
They could
We
have
find
also
Memory
plus
Deluge,
Lily
best
to
card
push
in the
through.
matchup, probably.
Yeah, and they don't... Now, the fact that they didn't get Rest in Peace out means they can just Deluge again next turn and dig even harder. So Magnetron's starting to stabilize. They're both at 12, so we're making progress on these life totals, even though it is a lot slower than our Boros Convoke game. Alright, then the next Soulflayer is going to come down. And it looks like they're just going to get Hexproof again.
Yep.
Because another River Wanderer is under it.
We have Liliana loaded with the Edict as well.
That is horrifying. If I was Magnetron...
They forgot to plus. They look like they took their turn back.
Okay, so at this point... Oh, and they're dumping a Spell Pierce. So now they're saying, do what you will. You cannot kill me in any way that matters.
Yeah, the Spelled Pierces are pretty much of a dud anyways, with how much mana we've accumulated.
Yeah.
And here comes
Teferi.
Resolved.
And that's probably... You can't get rid of the Soulflayer. Alright, so they're just upticking, continuing to dig, and to pray. And they're going to untap 2 farmlands. Yeah, I would be both stressed and depressed if I was the control player right now. Because you're probably getting... Well, you're definitely getting punched in the face by Soulflayer. Liliana is probably making you discard one of the 2 cards that you have. Teferi at least gives them 1 turn of having an extra thing. Oh, they dumped
That's
Discontinuity.
Wild. We chose to discard Discontinuity? What is that
What
last
on
card in
earth?
our hand?
It has to be the out. It has to be a literal gun that they can just use in real time. I can't imagine what their
Check it out.
impulse.
Or it's just the card they can't really get rid of for some reason.
Yeah, maybe
they're holding on creature.
Maybe yet another Dream Trawler, and they just don't want to play it into the Edict quite yet.
Not like they have many options, to be honest. Pretty much dead in hand.
No, they are back against the wall. Oh, and they're getting Thought Seized again.
This isn't so bad. This is not so bad. We do have a Memory Deluge in the bin to flashback, right?
That is true.
And there goes...
Oh, it was the Dream Trawler, yeah. And they're getting Settle the Wreckage pulled out of their hand.
Is Teferi getting clapped, or are we taking 8? We're taking 4. Looks
Oh,
like they
taking
took the
4. Teferi's not getting clapped.
Looks like they're just trying to wrap it up.
No,
It is an issue, though.
100% hit to Fairy there.
Yeah, I don't know.
sorry,
You never let a bald man draw breath if you don't have
I think that's a mutual agreement. We just want to... That Teferi's going to keep digging for cards. And it's probably going to be a removal spell. I mean, it's control. You have solid 10 copies.
We get to go 7 deep. There are 2 Deluges in the bin.
Well, at this point, Liliana's at 6. I don't think Magnetron has an answer that will hit Lily, and so Lily could just -6, put Teferi in one pile, put every land in the other.
That is very true.
That's fine. We're gonna have a full grip of cards. We're gonna keep 7 lands. We lose it to Fairy. They lose their Lily. That's fine.
Yeah, there's a couple of weird piles you can do with Lily, but they're all not very easy to decide. It depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
The idea is how much does my opponent want their Teferi in play, and then maybe they want to auction up 3 lands for it.
And how likely are they to just have another Teferi in hand, right? We've looked at a lot of cards.
That is true. There's 31 cards in the Pauper tournament. The strict proctor has come down.
So you gotta block it for that
ETB.
Counters ETB.
I have a feeling that Liliana might ultimate, but we'll have to see.
Yeah. But in the Pauper tournament, one of the stats that correlated the most with who won a game was just who got to 10 or more cards ahead of their opponent first. Across every archetype, across every... no matter what we said about the matchup, if you got to 10 cards further in your deck than your opponent first, it was like far and away the best predictor of who was going to win.
Because Pauper is super grindy, even in the burn matchups. Like, even the burn decks just touch a lot of cards, so you just really want to accrue an advantage, even more so than Pioneer.
Yeah, never forget
away the proctor here.
All right.
Oh boy. I think it was a good time to make some piles, but that was not a bad idea either.
Yeah, I think
have to not attack.
I think a cracked out pile right here could have won the game, but you would have had to be very, very precise, and it seems like Brick wants to handle business. I don't think Brick has any interest in letting this go to turns, especially when they have a lifelinker, and right now, prior to finals, ties are decided by who has the most life.
I think Liliana's going down.
Has to be, yeah. It would be absurd to do anything but hit Liliana in the face right there.
And here's the thing, right? Now we're gaining 5 a turn with Lily, and they're hitting us for 4 a turn with Soulflayer. And
yeah, we're good.
We have cards in hand, and they don't.
And
so
the Shark Typhoon. The Sharks have arrived.
That's the one downfall of the Soulflayer list, is they can't really do much hellbent. They're smacking with a wet noodle.
Yeah, Brick,
a strong one, albeit.
Brick has to be seething at this point in time.
And the other issue is that removal isn't super suited for big guys.
Yeah.
More than the pushes and whatnot.
Yeah, they're
it's
trying
certainly
to keep...
not hexproof big guys.
No.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I presume Magnetron's just going to play an instant to throw up a blocker.
Hi, chat, he says as he's about to hit the removal.
Hi, chat! This fucking madman. That's going to... A memory deluge. So it's going to trade with the Soulflayer, too.
Yep.
Oh, Magnetron,
you
glorious bastard. We had to see Magnetron go out in round 1 of Pauper on Ponza, and it looks like he has been in the laboratory dedicating himself to evil decks since then.
Oh, yeah.
Because he is back on Lotus Field control, and it looks like he's going to wrap up round 1 in his favor.
The villain arc has begun.
I mean, we won this game without a single Lotus Field.
True, just a hollowed fountain thespian stage. And then Hall of Storm Giants is out too.
This is the GG's. This Dream Trawler's gonna punch for face, and not much they can do about it.
Yeah, Dream Trawler's punching, and we're at 47 minutes into the round, so we're a few minutes shy of going to time, finishing a full best of 3. Honestly, applause to Magnetron, man. We had so many people going to like 70, 80 minutes via turns yesterday.
Oh, yeah. People have figured out how to play their decks by now, and they know what to do and not to do.
People have gotten much more comfortable with the net decks.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, there's so much to learn from these tournaments. You know, something you don't really figure out when you look at a deck list online. It's just the play patterns and how you interact with your opponents. Mm-hmm. And there's just a lot of mind games and stuff.
All right, then a discontinuity to make yet another gigantic shark and tell Brick to eat shit and die.
Yep. It looks like discontinuity counters that spell, and it's over. GG's.
Yep. All right, GG's to Magnetron, man, taking round 1, and then GG's to our Boros Convoke player, taking their round 1 as well. So let's pull up...
Brought to Brick as well, for playing a very memey deck and getting this far.
Yes, Brick. Yeah, and Brick is still alive in the losers bracket, so we will get to see them attempt to bring Soulflayer to bear against Magic MLZ. We may have to watch that one, because that's the humans list against the Soulflayer list.
I have high hopes for both of them.
Oh my. Okay. So we had Insomnia go up over Empyreans. Orbital goes up over MLZ. Shapeed has gone up. I wonder what deck Shapeed's on. I'm going to separate these deck lists in the... Shapeed is on Metalwork Colossus. I haven't actually seen that deck before. Is that a meta deck, or is that a product
It's
of...
it's just been like a very fringe deck ever since. But I think Thousand Moon Smithy kind of gives it a little bit of upgrade in that regard. The card is very good. So insane. If you flip it, the game is kind of over. With that backside, you can tap it for mana, and if you cast an artifact or a creature with it, you make a gnome. The gnome is power and toughness equal to artifact of creatures you control. So it's just like a 10/10 very often. Make a 10 in every turn.
That is so great and cool and great.
Not to mention we got the double strike with the knuckles, and then we have a Metalwork Colossus, a 10/10 that gets discounted with the artifacts we have in play. So we just have an army of artifact creatures that are just untouchable.
Yeah. All right, so we have 4 minutes to go until round 2 can officially start, and it looks like Robot Flow and Hankathan might be the only two still playing. So I'm going to check if that bracket is still... but that bracket, you can see the hands. So I'm going to go ahead and not click into that. God forbid. God forbid we turn the tides of that games by sheer virtue of them knowing who's playing what. So for the matchups we're looking at next, we have Ridiculously Average and Fading Haste. Now, Average is on Phoenix, and Haste is on Boros Convoke. So, Airball, I don't know how these two line up. How on earth does Phoenix line up with Convoke?
Phoenix lines up, I think, pretty well with Convoke.
Okay.
They do have a lot. They have access to a lot of cheap removal, and they have access to a lot of cheap interaction. So it runs Spell Pierce main, so that can be an answer to cards like Lethal Demolition. It can kill on turn 5 or 6 pretty reliably, but Convoke obviously is just never out of the game. Sometimes you just have the turn 3 kill, so it's, I imagine, pretty die roll dependent. But I would pick Phoenix in the matchup, I think.
Pick Phoenix, yeah. Okay, so they're both trying to go... Well, Boros Convoke trying to go at the speed of light, but is it Phoenix trying to spell sling, and most of their spells will hit whatever Boros Convoke's trying to do? Boros Convoke not famous for holding up a lot of mana to pay for spell pierces, or just having shitloads of mana to begin with. We've also got Shapeed and Serialized. Serialized is on our Enigmatic Fires list, and Shapeed is our Metalwork Colossus player. So I'm going to open up both of these lists. I personally do not understand what Fires even hopes to do.
Mana cheating.
Cheating?
That's the short of it. It's a control list that likes to cheat mana with Fire's Invention. You can cast 2 spells for free in your turn that are equal to the mana value of the number of lands you control. So if you have 5 lands, you can cast 5 seals to your left spells twice. Basically, you're just kind of like getting that domain up. You can play that Leyline Binding for free. And then you play Enigmatic Incarnation, second enchantment, and then get a creature that's big for free into play.
Got it. So
they're just kind of win.
So they're both doing some degree of control mana cheating, because I'm looking at the Metalwork Colossus list, and that has Moonstare prototype, which, I mean, channel, which doesn't do too much, but it also has Portable Hole.
Yep.
So they're both trying to cheat out some pretty big stuff, but doing it in somewhat different ways. And it looks like our Enigmatic Fires player is bringing way more answers than our Colossus player.
You can think of Fires as a toolbox deck. When Enigmatic Incarnation is in play, you can sack any number of you can sack an enchantment and fetch any creature from your deck that has relevant text. So you can bring in Elishnorn to shut off the mirror match, for instance, because almost everything has an ETB an ETB ability. You can bring in Atraxa off of sacking your Leyline Binding. You can also bring in something like Archon of Amalia against Lotus Field, that kind of thing. Just whatever creature you need, you can usually find a way to get into play.
Yeah, so if you have the out, you can grab it.
The great thing with this deck is it does also run Tide of Industry, which has a naturalize effect on a TTB. We can destroy an artifact on when it comes into play, which is probably going to be something pretty significant, like 1,000 Moonsmithy or Metalwork Colossus. It's going to be a pretty brutal matchup in my opinion, but I do hope to see what shape he can bring to the table.
Yeah, so we are still waiting on Robot Flow and Hankathan, who again we are not going to interrupt for fear of revealing their hands to the world. They should be on turns now. Is that correct, Araya?
I think they have. I did start a little late on time, so
Okay,
they have a couple minutes.
So they have a couple minutes left before they go to turns. Hopefully they sort themselves out before then. Let's look at what their decks are. Maybe we can guess about who's winning. We have Robot Flow on Amalia combo and Hankathan on Rakdos Sack. I don't know if I have actually seen that deck before.
Hey, Airball, you want to talk about Rakdos Sack? I know it's pretty good.
No, I don't. Rakdos Sack. It's Cat Oven. If you guys had the pleasure of playing against that when it was in Standard, that's it. It's Cat Oven and Mayhem Devil, and it runs 4 copies of Claim the Firstborn. It steals your stuff. It puts it in the oven. And then it's got the value engines of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, blood tokens for Blood Tithe Harvester. It's just very difficult to interact with. It's completely oppressive to creature decks. This is probably I think in Atlanta it did very well against Amalia.
Oh, so you mean creature decks like the Amalia combo?
Right. I mean, Amalia is. I hesitate to call it a creature deck because it really is a combo deck that happens to use creatures as its combo pieces. So, Claim the Firstborn as a sorcery. Sometimes you die before you get to untap, and like they can kill you out of nowhere on one turn or on your end step or whatever. But Mayhem Devil being in play and having a bunch of bloods or Cat Oven triggers or whatever, it can ping down Amalia at instant speed as well. So I think you are favored.
That's true. So that is probably why it's taking so long, is every time the Amalia combo gets put together, our Rakdos Sack player is removing one of their tibia.
Oh yeah. I'm a big fan of Molten Collapse as well. We got a better Dreadbore in the form of discarding Lost Cats and Ixalan. Because if you descend, you can also destroy a non-land permanent, a non-creature non-land permanent with mana value 1 or less.
Right.
And it probably gets rid of a hate piece like Graph Diggers or Pithing Needle. Just if you want.
Some of the Amalia combo decks are running that 1 mana enchantment that lets you draw a card when something of yours gets targeted. So I guess you could hit that with the Dreadbore better. Yeah, that's the one. Shaper Sanctuary.
Good card.
3 Leylines of the Void as well. That's pretty interesting to see. A lot of the Amalia staying power is with cards like Rally of the Ranks or whatever that bring your combo pieces back from the graveyard at instant speed. So it is vulnerable to graveyard hate like that and can be difficult to remove enchantments.
Yeah, and I do know that a lot of the chatter prior to this tournament was preparing specifically for Amalia combo decks, because the three decks that I made videos about were Boros Convoke, 5-color Hidden Strings, and then the Amalia combo. And the Amalia combo was the one where everyone was like, I get a Vampire Mommy? I can win. Exactly. I can win turn 3, turn 4, huh? And we had many people pick it.
It's also sharing the 4th of the top 16 players. So
yeah, for the top 6 people didn't. Actually, Airball, we should talk about this. I made a video the other day talking about how I said that I thought the Amalia combo was the overall stronger deck than Appraiser. Appraiser was just completely dog shit in the play patterns it forced, because the ones that it beat, it completely shut out, and the ones that it lost to, like if you had the interaction when they went for the Appraiser combo, it made just a resounding fart noise, and if you didn't, you never got to play Magic again.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I really don't know which one is better. Appraiser being they both kill on the same turn. I think Amalia is a little more resilient than Appraiser was, but Appraiser is harder to interact with because it's always a one-turn kill, whereas Amalia often isn't. Sometimes Amalia needs a setup turn. So I hate playing against Amalia because it's like always threatening to kill you. I think it's a very mentally taxing deck to play against, like Dimir Rogues used to be. I don't know which one's better. I was talking to people in Atlanta, and we were saying that we would not be surprised if some part of this deck ate a ban, but it would be so embarrassing to ban another thing after banning Appraiser and Karn. So if you want people to have any amount of faith in their Pioneer collection at all, then banning it again would be tough. And the meta does seem to have adapted to it.
Yeah. Hey guys, Mark Rosewater here. We're actually going to be rotating Lost Caverns of Ixalan entirely out of Pioneer. We're gonna put that shit in Legacy where it belongs. We fucked up, and we won't own that, and we will never admit to it. But yeah, Ixalan is just gone from Pioneer forever and ever now. Please
You guys shouldn't have broken it.
Yeah, please go back to suffering under Tron.
Lost Caverns of Ixalan got lost.
Exactly.
All right, so Brick and MLZ have made their lobby, so we're going to go into that because that is a losers round game that I desperately want to watch. So I will go ahead and find that for us. So the lobby name is Doghouse Magic MLZ versus Brick, and then I will, as usual, DM us the password. All right, for everybody in the stream, this is going to be losers round 1 between Magic MLZ and Brick. Magic MLZ being a 5-color humans player, and Brick being the Soulflayer player we just saw get put in the ground by Magnetron on Lotus Field Control. Now, this is, if you lose this, you're out with no money. If you win this, you lock up $5. And then on the winner's side, people are playing to lock up, I believe, either 15 or 25, if I remember the prize distribution correctly.
So first is 300, second is 150, third is 100, fourth is 50, 5 is 20, 6 is 20, and then 7 and 8 are 5.
Okay, so winner's side is playing to lock up, I think, 50, actually. I think if you win on winner's side again, you guarantee yourself top 4.
Pretty good. Thank you to our donators. It's very generous.
Yes, thanks to $450 of donations from viewers like you. Thank you very much for supporting this tournament, which is entirely free to enter and free to play in, because we want to put some United States dollars in the hands of the people that are good at Magic and not just have the money and ability to travel and own a bunch of cards and not slide tackle Mark Rosewater when you see him in public. And let's see, where are we at on the overall bracket? Are we still waiting on... All right, Robot Flow and Hanga then have to be pretty far into turns, right, Araya?
Yeah, turns has begun, but I have not put the announcement yet.
Okay, please go announce to them, because we will probably need to call that game with life totals at the end of turns. And if Amalia combos in there, life totals, I know who I'm betting on for having the higher one.
Well, you never know.
That is true. We do never know if... Who was they against Robot Flow? Robot Flow's on the combo.
It was Hanka then.
Oh,
Someone
yeah,
could
they
make
have
our life
food
miserable by forcing a draw in turns. On turn 5 with the Amalia combo. If she skips 20, then she just goes off to infinity. If no one can break the combo, then that's the end. You have to restart the game.
That is true. Yeah. We would...
Yeah.
Can they both lose? Is that allowed?
We had that happen in grand finals. The last tournament, what happened was we had grand finals. Losers side won in 4 games. We went to true finals. They got to game 5. One player got crypt rats off the top and killed them both at the same time. And we went to Thug Finals, which was a just one match, run it back. Whoever wins this one wins the whole thing. So we have had one best of 5 go to 10 separate games over the course of 2 different bracket resets. And so it's not, that is true. Their decks do have the tools to force us into a draw here. I pray to God they don't do that to us. But I pray to God they don't do that to us when we can't spectate the game. I'm perfectly happy to cheer and shout about all that when we can see their hands. But I pray to God they don't do it. Ipadad, so in Twitch chat, in the case of the Amalia combo, I believe the official ruling is that eventually the Amalia player has to put their library in their graveyard and it's a loss for the Amalia player. This is not true. It is true that when you do a loop that is potentially infinite, at some point you have to choose to make the other decision in whatever you're doing to perpetuate the loop. So eventually, yes, if Amalia is going past 20 power, they do have to decide to mill their library. But after they mill their library, fun fact, you can explore on an empty library. Yes. And so the game goes to a draw. They don't lose. Milling an empty library doesn't make you lose the game. The way they lose is if the Amalia combo is going past 20 and they mill out their entire deck and you then remove Amalia at instant speed and stop it, then you can pass your turn in and their draw step they lose. But just having it go infinite ends in a draw, which could be what's happening between Robot Flow and Hankathan right now. But yeah, 2 very common misconceptions with that deck are, one, that you stop exploring when your library is emptied, and then another one is that milling off an empty library would somehow kill you. But nope, you actually just get locked in purgatory forever, and you just stare at the 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, we joke about it, but what you would need to do is you would need to A, have the tools to make Amalia skip 20, B, have the tools to end the loop, and C, not die when the loop ends.
Yeah.
So that's a lot to ask.
Yeah, it's a lot of different pieces you need to put together. It's not impossible, and particularly if the Amalia player goes for forcing the draw, which I don't know why they would against Rakdos Sack. It might make sense against some decks, but against Hankathan's list that we're looking at, I can't see what would make the Amalia player feel like they couldn't end the game with an infinite power Amalia.
One of my friends took Amalia to the regional championship and kept 1 copy of Gaia's Will in the sideboard, so that if it would ever be put in the graveyard.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Somebody on YouTube chat just said that, or you could be obnoxious and put a single Gaia's Blessing in the deck to grief the matchup, which is exactly...
Sorry, Gaia's Blessing is the card I
yeah,
meant.
which is exactly what your friend did. Jam, you wouldn't claim the firstborn, because if they had a 2020 Amalia, they've killed you, right? You're not making it to your turn again. So maybe if they had gone up above 20, but even then you could take Amalia to infinite power, right? You could just declare, I'm stopping this combo at the point Amalia has 1,000 power, and then you're never making it to having a sorcery speed answer for it. And so Hankathan is just too... Yeah, because the only thing they have to deal with it is Fatal Push, which would kill Amalia, but wouldn't be a reason to make Wild Growth Walker indestructible to perpetuate the combo. It'd be a reason to make Amalia indestructible. Oh,
it would be funny if we had 2 Amalia players and they know that the game ends after turn 5. Life total matters, so the 5th player gets to choose their number of loops to make sure that they have
the more life.
The larger number.
That would be some funny last minute tech. I swear to God.
Plex.
Yeah, Araya, would you mind checking in on the game.
Sure thing.
Just spectating since you're not streaming it, and we will not. At this point, I just want to know what the fuck is up, right? The Lotus control deck has long since finished and gone home. Boros Convoke has gone back to bed at this point. Boros Convoke is like went to the gym and hit the fucking speed bag.
I can see that there's a 21 in play named Amalia.
Okay.
And on the other side of the board is double Mayhem Devil, Reflection of Kiki Jiki, Cauldron Familiar, a lot of tokens, and 2 ovens, and then they just played an Extraction Specialist, getting a Walker. Which is like probably death the next turn.
Hankathan played Extraction Specialist?
The Robot Flow.
Oh, Robot Flow did. Okay. Yeah. I was like, that's not in their main deck. Do we have a fucking scandal?
I did phrase it weirdly.
Well, if there's a food in play, then and a cat in the bin, then Amalia will wipe the board, and then you can bring the cat back to block it.
Yeah, they have nothing else going on. So their plan is just to hopefully punch with the Extraction Specialist. Considering they have Reflection, and they have tokens to sack their food and their 2 treasures with the 2 Mayhem Devils, it's not happening.
So we actually have... It sounds like a reasonable staring contest.
Pretty much. They're going to eat Cauldron Familiar, 2 triggers. They make a food, 2 triggers on an Extraction Specialist.
Good God. Who's at higher life right now?
Robot Flow at 51. Hankathan at 20.
God, okay.
I mean, it's probably going to be Robot Flow that advances the next round. It's a 21-21 Amalia.
Well, 21-21, and at this point, I would be amazed if they didn't get caught on turns and go to life total, and 51 is way too much to come back from. Or, a better way to frame it, Hankathan is not about to deal 32 damage in the next turn or so. Unless they top deck Acclaim the Firstborn, right? If Robot Flow passes and Hankathan claims the Firstborn, maybe they swing hard enough and then shove it in the oven.
That would be good. They just ate some foods, and now the Walker is dead, so it's just Amalia in play.
Okay.
Oh, but there's push. This game is going to go longer.
All right, would you...
I think they're on turn 3.
They're on turn 3 right now? Okay.
Looks like it, yeah.
And if you're playing this in paper, then you just have the entire room sitting behind these players, making them feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, we're in top 15. We had 1 player unfortunately drop. They weren't able to make check-in. So we have 14 players that are just like sitting there anxiously like, ooh, can I fart out my Boros Convoke hand now, please? Waiting to see.
They now have played 3 Mayhem. They have 3 Mayhem Devils, like copying one of their Reflection.
Great.
Like 110. And then they're probably going to stack a bunch of stuff, and they don't kill him though.
No, but they're probably trying to get life total low enough so that they can win on life before the last turn, right? What's Hankathan at for life right now?
21. So he has Cauldron Familiar and 2 Witch's Oven, so he can eat the cat twice.
Yeah.
And make 2 foods, eat the foods, eat the treasures.
And each of those is 3 damage from Mayhem Devil. So by the time they get to...
Yeah.
So by the time they get to turn 5, Hankathan can actually put Robot Flow below his life total and then take the game.
Yeah. It could be lethal. It's weird math, though.
Okay. So, also in Loser's Bracket, we have... Oh, we have an Amalia combo mirror happening also in Losers Round 1. So it looks like all the Amalia decks are getting stiff-armed. Every Amalia deck is looking like it's going to Losers right now. We have 3 of the 4 in Losers Round 1, and we're about to send Robot Flow to Losers. Also Losers Round 1. We're going to have 2 Amalia mirrors going on. We're going to have...
What does that say about the deck?
Wow, what does it say about... It probably says more that the people that had not played Pioneer were more likely to listen to me and pick the decks that I had talked about. And
I
if
mean,
you're
top
picking,
16 is still a good merit.
oh, top 16 is very, very good in a field of 85. You still had to win a lot of games to get here. But at some point, like, I can know, I can Google a whole lot of stuff about Pioneer and Airball. If I play you, it's not going to go great for me, even if I play Amalia combo. And the and I feel like if you're on Rakdos Sack, right? You at minimum you Googled that deck yourself, right? You didn't have anybody.
Yeah, like Amalia is a skill check deck. So if you're playing against Amalia for the first time, you don't know that it can just kill you at instant speed. You don't necessarily know what's going on. You don't know that they can pull a few things back from their graveyard and kill you on your end step or on their end step if you try to do something and tap out. So without experience in the format, then you're probably going to lose to Amalia, even if your deck choice was good. And
Speaking of which,
once we reach top 16, most players are probably reasonably good, and they're not going to fall for that. So now you have real games of Magic being played.
pretty much.
Yeah, we're moving into people that have some Pioneer experience. Do we have has blood been spilt, Araya?
So there is a Return to the Ranks being cast. I think X is 4.
Christ above.
Amalia, Wildwood Growth
Christ
Walker,
in
Lunark,
heaven.
and Prosperous, and another Lunark. I think the game is over. They're just, I don't know why they're grabbing more lifelink because they only need one. Hankathan has 0 cards in hand.
Okay, but it's Robot Flow wiping the board and punching Hankathan into the Shadow Realm.
Absolutely.
Okay. God bless us.
I hope the game ends. I just...
God bless us, everyone. I can't believe...
Can we talk about how busted Return to the Ranks is in this deck? It's just
Return
like
to the
2 mana win the game.
Ranks is an absolutely crazy... Amalia being 2 mana doesn't seem messed up to me in the context of her card. In the context of the Amalia combo deck, her being 2 mana, where everything you're doing is like Court of Calling and Return to the Ranks, it's so fucked up.
It's just a really good Coco deck.
Yeah,
They're
when I think about Amalia in my head, I think she's 4 mana. Every time I think about people
Should be.
grabbing her with stuff. But it's always, if you just look at the card, you're like, oh yeah, explore on gain life? That's not crazy. Ward, pay 3 life? That's Bitter Triumph. That's just double Bitter Triumph. That can cost 2 mana. And then somebody fucking...
Random ass uncommon. From Ixalan.
Yeah, it feels like a testing miss with Amalia when they were doing when they were developing the set. Because without Wild Growth Walker being a legal Magic card, Amalia is a very fair card.
Yeah.
They don't They don't do that.
Araya, they entered their match as 1-0. Was that game 1? Did they spend 70 minutes playing what? There's no... They would have decked. That must be a misentry. At this point, I don't think the number of rounds you win matters, so long as the set result is accurate, so we can let that one ride. But I swear to God in heaven, they need to send me that replay if they spent 70 full minutes in one absolute...
I think I'm watching game 2. And then that was they only played 1 and finished it. Which is diabolical either way. To be fair, it's a really tight matchup because Rakdos Sec is hitting a lot of low CMC permanents.
Yeah, it is very tight. It's just, it's not a knock on the players. It's just hilarious to me that we could have that in the same format. You can have 20 minutes. Yeah, we'll wrap up the whole best of 3, and also on the other side of the venue, there's 2 decks that are still playing their first match.
Absolutely. Well, I think we're good to...
All right, we should be good. Yeah, we should be good to announce the beginning of round 2, and then we'll get into it with Brick and MLZ, and we can see how this humans Soulflayer matchup goes. Airball, do you have, after these, presuming these 2 finish before all of round 2 finishes, is there a different deck you want to see work or a different matchup you want to see happen?
What other matchups do we have to choose from?
We have access to 2 Amalia combos, We have access to Magnetron versus Orbital, which is Lotus control versus Gruul aggro. We have Azorius control versus Amalia combo. We have Metalwork Colossus versus Enigmatic Fires. And we have Is It Phoenix versus Boros Convoke.
Oh, interesting. I thought there was a hidden strings deck. I guess there isn't.
Oh, there is. I definitely DNA Collector. Oh, that's one of the people that didn't check in. Yeah, that was the one. So the top in our top 15, the 16th was DNA Collector.
I'm down to watch Blue White versus Amalia then. I think that is a testing matchup. It'll be fun to watch.
Okay, Blue White versus Amalia. So that is going to be Insomnia versus... Oh, well, that's Robot Flow. So that's the deck we just got to see win. I'll send us that lobby and password as well.
I will dip for a moment. I will be back in about an hour.
Okay. Will you still be announcing turns and everything? Or does somebody else need... Okay,
I'll be on my phone. Also, Bryce got my back.
Okay, so Airball, it's going to be bracket, Doghouse bracket 13. And that password will be coming to you in just a moment. You can open multiple tabs.
Okay.
So if you, on your tabs in Cockatrice, there will be like magic next to the specific room lobby you're in. And you can open up a second one. All right, so now we have both the human Soulflayer matchup and the Azorius Amalia combo matchup, and we can follow. We can open with the Azorius Amalia matchup if we feel that's going to be the skill check. And then
I think if you want to see the, let's start with the other one because I think that we will have Blue White and Amalia later in the tournament.
Yeah, still going. MLZ says, I'm going to try my best to put my opponent in dumb baby jail, but no promises. That's phenomenal.
Who is the sheriff of dumb baby jail?
I think it's me right now, just because of how often I've used it. Arthur wants to ask, he has like an hour of free time. Yeah, so Arthur Smith, yes, they do have until losers round 1 finishes, which is the round that is just about to start. So they have like, they don't have for sure an hour. They have for sure like 50 minutes from when Araya announces the beginning of losers round 1. But if everybody manages to end it within the time today, or in this round, they won't have the full hour. Okay, let's... Yeah, so round 2 should have officially begun. Oh, no. Round 2 begins so at 1:20. And we're going to be following Soulflayer humans and Azorius Amalia. I'm going to open up some prosciutto and mozzarella in the meantime. Oh, Jesus, got a
jealous.
This is Genoa salami. Yeah, I went to a gas station and got like those little packs of like meat jerky.
This got worse and worse. We started with prosciutto, then we went to salami, and now we've got gas station jerky.
Yeah, I have a pack of Johnson's Smokehouse spicy Southwest style trail mix, which does not sponsor the stream because they won't reply to my emails, but they could if they wanted to pay me to say nice things about their gas station jerky and cheese combo, which is going to keep us going.
I would start by not calling it their gas station jerky and cheese.
Okay, well, I can't lie to the people, Airball.
Not yet, not until they pay you.
Yeah, not until they pay me. By the way, this stream's also not sponsored by Monster Energy, which for the low price of a couple $100 might not make you shit yourself. There's no way to know. Yeah, this stuff actually is kind of tasty. I had it for the subathon that I did. And it turns out fire sausage stick can power your body through all kinds of horrors.
Is that a euphemism?
No, unfortunately not. All right, I do think we should be getting into it. I've seen our Amalia and Azorius deck have loaded into the game board, and our humans, and yeah, we're getting players ready to start the game. Okay, so we're getting into. Let's see if Blade Historian can really do it. Yes, this stream is officially sponsored by all of you. Thank you for donating to this tournament. Thank you for attending this tournament. I appreciate it very, very much. Also, Faz, thank you for gifting a sub. Kaigan Hyox and Shadow Reaper Elijah and Bastius K, thank you all for subscribing. Been slow on catching up on those because I didn't want to interrupt the gameplay, but we'll do it now. This is a lot of mulligans. Oh no, not too many. We have one person. Brick just shuffles their library like 18 times. All right, we're getting into it with a tapped Godless Shrine, which I guess makes sense from what we saw of the Soulflayer matchup. They don't need to go incredibly fast.
Yeah, the only turn 1 play they really have access to for black is Thoughtseize.
Okay. See an Experiment 1 coming down, so this is Evolve, and remove 2 counters to regenerate. Evolve definitely, that sounds like it feels pretty nice to lay down as your turn 1.
Yeah, it's one of the better aggressive 1-drops in the format for sure.
Yeah, because as soon as they play anything else, that's got to be hitting. Okay, so they have, their mana is completely fixed because both of their lands are choose creature type, and they've chosen humans.
I think that's a sensible choice.
Yeah, you know what? There's an outside shot for Slivers. They put down Jurina, Dauntless General, exile a graveyard, sure, sacrifice Jurina, humans you control gain hexproof and indestructible. So maybe they don't know that Brick is on Soulflayer. I imagine they want to be, they might have played it regardless just to keep an aggressive tempo, but I imagine most people, if you knew you were matching up to Soulflayer, would save that until they saw something meaningful go into the bin.
It kind of depends, right? It's possible that MLZ has 2 of them in their hand. It's possible that they've decided that they need to beat the beatdown, and this is the only 2-drop they have access to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm myself often very guilty of either playing around things that don't exist or just playing to trying to play 4-dimensional chess when I really just need to be playing checkers.
Yeah, some players, their first thought is, can I stop what my opponent's trying to do? And I think one of the things that happens when you get better as a Magic player is being able to make the decision that even though you can stop it, your own proactive plan is the better thing to be doing, so you do that instead.
Yeah, you have to make them have it, right, is the sort of lowest.
Or
lowest
decide
bar
that
of
even if they do, your deck is better at doing its thing than theirs is at doing theirs, so you might as well have confidence in your deck rather than be afraid of theirs.
And to that point, they already have Dahlia's Lieutenant, who's putting a counter on everything, so they have 2 3/3s on turn 3, and we're just seeing a Faithful Mending get flashed back for Brick. So they don't have, yeah, they do not seem possessed of too many outs at current moment.
They did put a Zatalpa in the graveyard, though. So.
Oh, we have the Alphabet Soup dinosaur. So, I mean, at this point, if you early delve to put Soulflayer down, just getting Zatalpa's keywords is probably pretty strong against a deck that looks like creature-based aggro and not... I already don't remember this deck list, so I don't remember what removal options it's running, but I would guess it's not nearly as many.
Are you talking about the humans list, or are you talking about Soulflayer?
The humans list.
Reflector Mage is one of the big reasons that you play 5-color humans.
Okay.
That'll bounce the Soulflayer to hand and stop them from recasting it on a future turn. Doesn't work if it's hexproof, of course, but Zatalpa by itself doesn't give hexproof.
Yeah, and they are Soulflayering just to get these Zatalpa stuff down. So now, what is it? Flying, double strike, vigilance, trample, indestructible. So it will...
But not lifelink and not hexproof.
Not
That's
lifelink,
relevant.
not hexproof. It can still get caught. But now MLZ, if MLZ doesn't have an answer, they aren't allowed to just run roughshod every turn. If they can keep going, they'll just get some of their creatures eaten.
I think if we have Reflector Mage here, the game is basically over. And
they do. Yeah, now they're going to go up to 8 power on board because Thalia's Lieutenant's going to get a counter from Reflector Mage entering. And that is lethal, yeah, unless they have a different power word kill. Okay, so this might make it just barely not lethal, but unless the Soulflayer list comes up with a board wipe, I think it is still end of the road for them just because of how many... That's probably the worst pick because you can regenerate it.
Yeah.
Right? If there's anything on the board you get rid of...
Jarina's the only good choice because if you target anything else, you can just sacrifice Jarina to protect it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So just force the opponent to get rid of Jarina is the only good play there. So now we know that Brick has a Soulflayer in hand that they're not allowed to play. They're at 11 life, and they're staring down a total of 3, 5, 6, 8.
Yeah, and Tainted Indulgence, so they're digging.
And it seems they delved away their Faithful Mending, so they can't flash back that to gain life.
Yeah, I mean, I respect playing to your outs, but I feel like there are no outs remaining at this point. Like, I can't imagine what you would...
Well, the out is just hoping MLZ can't put more power in play next turn.
True, right. Because then that prevents them from actually closing it, and you can... Oh, right, Liliana. Okay, so they can Edict, and at this point you probably dump... Yeah, Experiment 1.
I could see pitching Reflector Mage because anything that kills them next turn is going to pump Experiment 1 to 2 or more power anyway.
That's kind of what I was thinking as I was debating in my head. Like, I thought, oh, Experiment 1 is the weakest. And then I remembered, right, as soon as you play another creature, Experiment 1 is no longer the weakest, and they still have 3 cards in hand.
Looks like
they're
Collected
tapping
Company.
out.
No, it's Blade Historian.
Blade
That's
Historian, that's game. Because that's now 8 power that all has double strike. So this list does... I mean, Soulflayer is for sure a fringe list, right? We talked about that previously, that Soulflayer is... they're definitely living their best life to pick Soulflayer instead of maybe a tier 1 list. But that Blade Historian list does look, I think, better than I gave it credit for when they told me about it in Twitch chat. So they're going to go to sideboarding.
Any 4-drop there was going to do it.
True.
If they had drawn Collected Company or something, that certainly would have killed as well.
True. Well, they're in sideboarding. Let's see if there's anything particular that the Soulflayer player is going to want to bring back in. Let's see. In their sideboard, they have got Dennick, which I don't think... It's a 2/3 with lifelink. Cards in graveyard can't be the targets of spells or abilities. I feel like that doesn't save you. Dovin's Veto, which doesn't really help in the case of laying down a lot of creatures. Fracture, which they might bring just for more removal. Ray of Enfeeblement, and Shieldred the Apocalypse. Do you think they bring in Shieldred here?
I think you do. I think you have Ray of Enfeeblement is excellent against humans. 1 mana, kill your Adeline is great. Dennick is pretty good at stopping their extraction specialists. And Fracture, I think, is a card you bring in if you're worried about something like Rest in Peace.
Got it. Oh, Fracture.
And Shieldred's just a house.
Yeah, Shieldred's just a house. Right, I missed that Fracture. For some reason, my brain assumed, of course, it's a Orzhov instant. It kills creatures. So you probably drop... I think if I had played that game, personally, I would drop Spell Pierce. But we'll see what they actually dropped, because we are into... They are beginning game 2 as they are done with their sideboarding now. But I think...
I agree with you.
being the bad player I am, having seen them not cast instants or sorceries, I would have been like, don't need it. What I do need, Worm Mommy.
I agree. You know that it hits Collected Company, but it's too narrow.
Yeah. And at that point, they were dying well before. Collected Company could have come down, but as you stated, it was at the point where any 4-drop would have killed them. And so you didn't need to be particularly afraid of Collected Company. You needed to be particularly afraid of them having 4 lands.
Exactly.
When do you not need Shieldred? Kala, that is a good point. In most, I think Pioneer and Standard, and even some Modern lists, I think, bring Shieldred. I might be lying. Either way, we're into Game 2. MLZ is happy to not shock anything in, so they don't have a turn 1 play this time. And Brick doesn't even have a turn 2 play, but he is holding up mana. So Brick may be holding removal. I don't think I saw any creature counter spells. And now even if he does, it doesn't matter because Cavern of Souls is on the field.
Coppercoat Vanguard, that's a hell of a card.
Yeah, Banner and the Ward, I think, is going to be very relevant in this matchup where Brick would be hoping to pepper him. Right? He's not trying to hit big removal. He's just trying to, like, flick you in the eyeball over and over.
All right, so we have an end-step Tainted Indulgence here. Let's see just how good Brick starting 7 was.
Yeah.
All right. We hit the Zatalpa. That's the dream.
Yeah, that if there's any one card you want to delve away, it's the Alphabet Soup Dinosaur.
Oh, that's interesting. We did Tainted Indulgence on our main phase, it looks like, and not on end step, which makes me wonder if we drew that for turn or something.
That's
and that
wild,
probably means
maybe.
his hand is short on land.
Yeah. All right, Jarina again. Oh, and it's going to exile the graveyard. Oh, yep. This is terrifying for Brick.
And if we had held the Tainted Indulgence for end step, then we would have played around that, but we might have really needed the land.
Yeah. It might have been a thing of I'm going to lose too much tempo if I don't spend my mana to prep for this. Like, their intention may have been, I'm going to Soulflayer this turn right here. Oh, but they have Shieldred. So they have brought it in from the sideboard. Good on them for that. This is going to be a big component of them being able to stabilize if they can. Right? Because few things are going to beat over Shieldred.
That is an answer, though. It's not a great one, but it does temporarily turn Shieldred into a treasure. If the opponent has any removal at all, Shieldred will come back. But in the meantime, we get to beat down.
Well, it is. Here's the thing. It's a 2/3 flyer. Ward 2, thanks to Coppercoat Vanguard, and they can sack Jarina to give it hexproof and indestructible. So it is a relatively high bar. Since you have to spend 2 on top, you have to have 2 spells basically to make sure this gets through. And then you have to, at this point, I guess they could tap out. But notably, Kitesail Larcenist isn't the right colors for Gaze of Enfeeblement to hit it for -4.
That's also true.
Right? Everything else in their deck that we saw could have been hit by that 1 mana -4/-4. Whereas this one, I'm going to check on. No, Kitesail Larcenist. So this was a sideboard call from MLZ, and I think a particularly good one. Definitely worth bringing in just because you know about the Zatalpa shenanigans they're pulling. Sacking Shieldred. Just hard
okay.
casting.
So here's Adult Gold Dragon.
Hard casting the dragon saying, I need some life back right now, I presume. I can't imagine.
I wonder if they attack with it.
I personally would have. I wouldn't want to hold that up as a blocker because well, I guess trading with Jarina. Oh, no, there is a plan there, right? You trade with Jarina, and then you can remove Kitesail Larcenist without worrying about the sacrifice ability to make it indestructible. So maybe that's what they're going for.
If Gold Dragon gains you 4 life, and then stops you from taking 3 damage, and then goes to the graveyard, and then you can Soulflay it away, then that's pretty good.
Oh, and another Reflector Mage.
And this is why generally you attack with the lifelinkers.
Yeah.
Because if the opponent has any removal.
Yep. Now it's a you tapped out to get 0 value and you're going down to 3. It looks rough for Brick. I can't imagine.
Particularly with that mana confluence in play.
Yep. Anything you tap for. Even a Meathook Massacre couldn't solve the board because Kitesail Larcenist is at 3 toughness. I don't even know what could, because Temporary Lockdown doesn't hit this, right? Temporary Lockdown stops at 2 mana.
Yeah.
Woof.
I'll look at the list, see if there's anything.
Woof. MLZ looking like they have fought their way out of losers round 1 in under 20 minutes.
There's maybe some weird line where you can Faithful Mending and then use the stuff that you mill to Soulflay and get a lifelinker back. But
they've decided they've had enough, so we are going to end there. Congratulations to MLZ advancing to the next round. I think they now guarantee themselves. This is the $5 guarantee. So let's move over to our Azorius Control and Amalia combo matchup with Insomnia versus Robot Flow. So we can see Insomnia has Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, and Wandering Emperor on the field. It looks like it's already taken care of in Amalia, since that is an exile on Robot Flow's side. We're 20 minutes in. I'm going to try to look back through the chat and see if I can determine whether we're on game 1 or game 2.
So looking in the graveyard, there's nothing important in there. It's lands, 2 Cocos, and Sentinel of the Nameless City. So this has been a grindy game, and importantly, there's no Rally the Ancestors to get anything important back.
Very good to know. And we are, in fact, in game 1 still. So they are absolutely grinding it out. I can see in Insomnia's graveyard is Temporary Lockdown, Fields of Ruin, Change the Equation, Absorb, and Get Lost. So they have been absolutely throwing the kitchen sink against Robot Flow.
That must be why the Besager's in the graveyard. That's why the Temporary Lockdown is gone.
Oh yeah, they must have channeled the Besager's to deal with the temp lockdown. And I don't see any... Oh, this is not Lotus control. This is just blue-white control. I was about to remark on the lack of Lotus fields out.
Yeah, we have 6 cards in hand for the blue-white player. Looks like we're getting frisky with the haul.
Yeah, and they're verging on. They're 7 cards ahead of Robot Flow, which, to speak to the silly metric I talked about earlier, hitting that I've seen 10 more cards than you, a very strong premonition. Leonardo, and to everybody in chat, this tournament is being played on Cockatrice, which is a free software you can download and has all cards in Magic. Looks like they're convoking something with the Lunarch Veteran. Court of Calling.
Court of Calling is here.
What on earth could they be Court of Calling for in response to attackers, though?
So we're Court of Calling X equals 2. We could be getting a Wild Growth Walker and know that we have an Amalia in hand.
And then just take the hit and go for the win on our next turn.
Yeah, that's not something that you would want to do in combat, though.
Yeah, because I don't think there's anything in the Amalia combo list that has Death Touchers.
Let's see, let me look at the list.
Yeah. While they search for that, it's on Cockatrice, which is free to download at cockatrice.github.io. We have no official partnership with them. We're just kind of flooding their server today. The total prize pool is $650, $200 of which was put up by me, $450 of which was put up by you, the community, which I am very grateful for. And the prize distribution is $300 for first, I believe $150 for second, then $100, then $50, then 2 steps of 15, then 2 steps of 5. And we have an Amalia coming out from the Court of Calling, so they must have the other half of this combo uh, in their hand, maybe. Yeah, maybe they have a Wild Growth Walker in hand, or they have another Chord in hand.
So the Lunarch Veteran is going to trigger. Amalia is going to get to explore. This could be try to get something in the graveyard to return with an extraction specialist or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be anything, right? They could want an Amalia, throw it in front of the hall, have it die, and then rally the ancestors to get it back.
Okay.
Nope, we just take it.
Just take it straight to the face. Never mind. Forget everybody. Forget everything Airball just said. None of that's true. And they're laying down. So they are. Yeah, this is why it's interesting to do it in combat, because it gave them the opportunity to down tick Wandering Emperor and put a Samurai token on the board. Oh well, that would get blown up by Amalia if they do the combo. I'm talking crazy. Everybody, forget what I just said.
And it's important now that this hall is tapped, and even after untapping 2 with Teferi, they won't be able to animate it, because if somehow Robot Flow does manage to assemble the 20 power attacking here, there's no animating the creature to block it in combat anymore. That said, we have 4 mana open. If we have a Wandering Emperor in hand, we're of course fine.
Yeah, there are... For both players, there are a lot of things that are still reasonable for them to have. And this does look like yet another pretty grindy Amalia matchup. Robot Flow has got to be feeling some... I would myself be feeling some pretty serious fatigue if I had to spend this long. So these are 2 deck lists. Let me pull up the bracket and see, because I believe this was also home to our very, very long... I believe it was Robot Flow and Hankathan. So Robot Flow just got out of a grinder against Rakdos Sack, and now they're into even more of a grinder against Blue-White Control.
Interesting question here, whether you attack with Amalia or not and expose it to another Wandering Emperor from hand. Looks like Robot Flow's decided that is worth the risk, but we went to all this trouble to chord out an Amalia, which means we probably don't have another. So if we lose this one to exile, then that's not great.
They're swinging both at both Planeswalkers. Maybe they do have a return to the ranks. And they're saying, I want to make you spend a Samurai token, and I'm getting these back. Whatever you kill.
But if it's Wandering Emperor in Austin's hand, then Amalia gets exiled and Rally the Ancestors doesn't do it.
Right. I keep forgetting that Wandering Emperor has Flash. That's my fault. I was like, how would they do that? It's Amalia's turn. I'm... bad at Magic, and it looks like they do have March of Otherworldly Light. All right, so
Wandering Emperor by another name.
Yeah. So you're gonna get your Lunarch Veteran exiled and your Amalia killed, and they're gonna keep both their Planeswalkers, which if I'm the control player...
Amalia will live. Amalia's a 3/3.
Oh right, I mixed up which Wandering Emperor this was. I was thinking of the one that had the 0 cost to make a 2/2 with Double Strike instead of the 2/2 with Vigilance.
Oh, the obnoxious Wandering
Emperor.
Emperor.
The 6 mana instant...
The eternally obnoxious.
Yes. The eternally cringe and terrible one. Another Court of Calling.
Oh, do we have a trick? Can we fetch something here to give hexproof?
That would be so interesting. They are... Maybe they fetch Wild Growth to blow up Lunarch Veteran so that it stays in grave instead of exile, and they have a return to ranks to get stuff back the turn after if it doesn't pay off.
It's interesting, right? Because now Amalia's blocked no matter what. So if you fetch Wild Growth Walker and blow up the board, Amalia still doesn't get through here.
Yeah, the only gain you would have is that, it's a different Lunarch. Okay. So maybe they have Wild Growth in hand and they're just trying to set up to have Amalia be able to pave the way.
It looks like we could only chord for 1 anyway, so Wild Growth Walker wasn't an option.
Oh, correct, yes. All right, so now... Empty board. If there's a Wandering Emperor in hand, the Amalia is fucked, and then it looks pretty bad for Robot Flow. If there's not, they can't make another body. They have 5 in hand. I can't imagine with 5 in hand that the control player isn't able to find something.
I tell you though, these situations for the control player are really, really hard because you don't know what 2 cards are in Robot Flow's hand, and at any given point, Amalia can just go off and kill you if you tap out, even on their own end step. So you have to be very careful with how you play here. You can't just go on autopilot.
Mm-hmm. Well, and this is why you called it out, right? You mentioned it as the skill check. This is a lot of hefty decisions are being made, whereas with the Soulflayer and the humans matchup, a lot of that was the humans player putting the gas down as quickly as possible, and the Soulflayer player hoping that they could find some sort of response. Oh, and then there's Supreme Verdict coming down from Insomnia. So Amalia and Lunark are all gone. They're on 2 cards in hand, and Teferi is getting up there. Right, they're still a number of turns away from getting the penis exploding emblem, but they're high up enough that they can shuffle away the next Amalia they get, which is probably what hurts you more. Well, okay,
yeah,
not
Blue-White
more.
needs to make sure basically at all times that it has instant speed ways to deal with Amalia, though. Teferi tucking it is usually not going to be good enough.
Do you still need to be that afraid when they're on this few cards in hand, or is there any point at which you start to think like, well, now I can play at sorcery speed because it's so unlikely that they have it, or is it even at 2 cards it's like, nope, I could be a dead man?
The problem is that they don't need to kill you through combat. If the card Dina Soul Steeper didn't exist, then
Right.
you could feel a little safe. But with the Dina coming out and the combo going off at instant speed, you just drain to death. They don't have to hit you.
I completely forgot about the Dina redundancy. All right, Extraction Specialist is coming back. This almost certainly fetches the dead Amalia. I can't imagine you would get Lunark Veteran here. So they're going to be back on half of their combo. And now all they need is Wild Growth Walker. Yeah, and then they're good to lock this thing up.
Yeah, it's tough. We also have the Hall of Storm Giants activation to block post combo. So it does look like Robot Flow is going to need to find the Dina answer and have it resolve through 5 cards. So Austin's definitely in the driver's seat here, but I tell you, when you're playing this matchup as blue-white, you see ghosts.
You see ghosts?
Yeah, like you think of all the different ways that you can lose, and you spend the entire game thinking about that. It's exhausting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and they're marching. Yeah, they're marching the life gainer. And this is
Did we not fetch anything with Extraction Specialist?
I presume this is in response to them targeting. But yeah.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so they probably targeted Amalia, and then the control player saw a ghost and decided to get rid of the way they were going to kick off the life gain combo. And in this situation, we're almost definitely going to turns because we're 33 minutes deep into the round. We have not hit the end of game 1, so it's probably going to be in the middle of game 2 that we hit turns.
Well, there's a reasonable chance. I don't know how you guys handle this. If blue-white control wins game 1 and Amalia wins game 2 in turns because there's sudden death, do you go to a sudden death game 3 where
what we do
first life total to change wins?
What we do if you're not on game 3 is at the end of 5 turns, the game ends, and if you haven't won, whoever won. So if you're in game 2, whoever won game 1 takes the set.
Okay.
So if you're in, so at the end of the 5th turn, the game ends right there, and if the set's even, it's tie broke by life, and if the set's not even, whoever who had been winning the set wins the set at that point. Which is how we handled it in the Pauper tournament. We might change it in the future, but for now, there are so many matchups we get into that are so grindy that we don't want to hold everybody that hostage. We can see we've got a downtick on Wandering Emperor, an uptick on Teferi. If nothing else, Insomnia is probably going to be able to just Hall of Storm Giants their way through the game over the next turn or two.
If I had to guess, I'd say they'd probably try to get there with Restless Anchorage. It's
the
expensive
Birdland.
to attack with the Hall.
And hold the Hall up as a blocker. It also gives them a map token, which is not God's favorite card advantage, but it is something. And they did just reveal a Wild Growth Walker off the top with that Explore trigger.
And they put it in the graveyard.
There has to be a return to ranks. There has to be a return to ranks if we're putting it in the graveyard. Either that or they're praying for a return to ranks because it's the only combination of creatures that would make sense. And they are animating the Birdland, as you said. And it looks like
the team, because why not?
Yeah, it looks like they're just taking all of it. Wandering Emperor is now upticking more. Teferi is 1 turn away. Well, I guess 2 turns, because on their next main one, they can put it to 8. Then after that, ult it. You would
That's
almost.
not going to happen. We'll kill before that happens.
Okay, yeah, we're just gonna end them before. And it looks like they are immediately going to go explore. Yeah, and explore the Birdland.
Makes sense. It's the thing that they can't block on the other side so easily.
Right. And it's the thing that has some Amalia defense if they need to run Amalia defense, because it's not going to get blown up as a land, but it will still have the counters when they animate it the turn after. All right, now we're going to see if they are sitting on that return to ranks. Even if they are, they get both the pieces out. Oh, they have a Lunarch Veteran. So they can, in fact, kick off the whole combo this turn. If they have a return to ranks, and if that... Oh, nope, they conceded. So I'm presuming that's what they were hoping to draw and what they just never got to. So that's going to be the end of game 1. I'm going to pull up if there's anything crazy we think they could pull in for this matchup. So on Insomnia's list... Wowza, they are on 27 lands. That is a lot. So in their sideboard, they have Brimaz, King of Oreskos, to put tokens onto the field, which is probably not the case against this. They have Dovin's Veto. They have Hullbreaker Horror, Mystical Dispute, Narset's Reversal, Regal Caracal to put more tokens down, Rest in Peace, and Summary Dismissal. I'd imagine they bring in Rest in Peace no matter what.
Absolutely.
And then I don't think you bring in creatures here. Maybe you bring in Hullbreaker Horror for the case in which you have near infinite mana and you want to be able to bounce Amalia, but I feel like that's a pretty...
I think Hullbreaker Horror is there as a way to break control mirrors. I don't think it's a card you bring in to control the board, because it's so clunky. And if you flash it in on their end step, again, they can still kill you with Dina if they have that available. I would not bring that in. I think Brimaz, though, is great.
Really? Even with the threat of the Amalia combo popping off and blowing all your tokens to hell.
Yeah, because you can be pretty sure that Amalia is going to take out most of their removal, and you don't play it on turn 3, obviously. Like, you never tap out, but it is think of it like what we saw with Restless Anchorage at the end of the last game, a way to cheaply hold up interaction and poke them to death. Think of it as copies 3 and 4 of that.
Got it. So it's a way to keep the screws on them, even, and sort of force them to kick off. Maybe before they want to, because they're like, oh, well, I have to get rid of Brimaz.
Yeah. Although, looking at the rest of the main list, I don't know what you take out. This deck is hardcore teched against Amalia.
Yeah. Well, we're about to find out. We're into the second game now. Would you have brought in the Caracal as well? Which is the other source?
No. I don't think so. I think that's too expensive.
Okay.
And like for the same reason that you animate Restless Anchorage Overhaul, I think you bring in Bramaz instead of Karakal.
Got it. So we're looking for definitely Rest in Peace, and then potentially a Brimaz. But as you said, what on earth do you cut for these? Because their deck is already sort of tits to the pits on dealing with Amalia. All right, no turn 1 play for Robot Flow.
And a Multi 6.
Yeah, so they're looking for some. I mean, they for sure know that they're in for. They need to find the nuts.
Playing a Ganjo on turn 1 is usually an indication that your hand's land light. Because imagine if you had a Plains in your hand, you would never play a Ganjo.
You would
if you had a tap land, you'd never play a Ganjo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'd want to hold up that 4 damage for sure. It looks like they're tapping for 1 here, so maybe they have. Oh no, for 2. Okay. So we're gonna see something real start getting played, and it's an Amalia. Oh boy.
Yeah, so we do threaten the turn 3 kill here if Austin doesn't have a way to interact with it, and Robot Flow has the pieces.
Mm-hmm. We are seeing they have a white and a blue. I imagine if you know what the matchup is, there's no way you didn't go to keep a hand that has mulligans. And they're shocking in a Temple Garden, which is, it's an indicator they want to spend the mana.
Yeah, to your point, Austin also kept 7. So as the Amalia player, you need to know that they're not bluffing here. They probably have a way to stop you.
Yeah. And it does look like they would have had it, because the Innkeeper was going to come down, and I presume that treasure was going to a Wild Growth Walker. But the Make Disappear, it's going to stop things. Amalia is going to swing in just on her lonesome. And now we can settle back into the salt mines as we watch them pool noodle each other for a little while. Field of Ruin.
Sad Field of Ruin. No absorb available here.
And we're once again shocking in an Overgrown too. Maybe that Multi 6, they can go for it twice.
Maybe.
I feel like life is a resource, but I feel like it's a somewhat precious one. Oh, a Deep Cavern Bat. Holy shit.
Multi-format all-star Deep Cavern Bat.
Fucking GOAT of Ixalan Limited. Deep Cavern Bat. Unstoppable threat. So they're going to get to do budget Thoughtseize. Now, Insomnia does have a lot of ways to take this creature off the battlefield and get that card back. But more than anything, it's going to give Robot Flow a lot of information about what they need to play around. So they don't have to. So now Robot Flow doesn't have to see ghosts.
And the question, how many answers could Austin possibly have? He had the 1 Make Disappear. Now he's going to lose another to the bat. Did he have 3?
Maybe. I mean, it could have been.
If one of them is Absorb, he needs to get blue mana, right? And so he wants to Field of Ruin, but he has to respect that Robot Flow could have the combo to kill him on the end step if he taps out.
Yeah, and it's tough. I would guess that he kept an answer-heavy hand if he kept a hand that was so land barren that he's dropping Iganjo turn 1. But it may not be enough, so it's a Verdict that he's taking. I think it's telling that he's taking a sorcery speed answer and not an instant speed one.
It could just mean we have another bat.
Second bat. Voice of Resurgence. Okay, so maybe they're sideboarding. They leaned a little bit away from making the combo go off and leaned towards making sure they had some way to beat you to death. I don't think...
Voice of Resurgence is a pretty good punish for flashing at a Wandering Emperor to take out an attacking creature.
Yeah, I'm pulling up their list right now to get a glimpse of what they sideboarded. They had 2 Deep Cavern Bats in the sideboard, and they had 2 Voices of Resurgence. So both of these cards that they've put out now were sideboard calls, and anything they take out makes the combo a little harder to put together. So it does look like they went the route of, well, I'm probably not getting this combo together, but I might be able to, and I want to definitely be able to put some type of power toughness on board.
I agree with that. Probably the Sentinels of the Nameless City came out. They probably just wanted to make the deck leaner.
That would make sense. Yeah, they do need to. They want to be playing more than one spell a turn to hopefully get something through under the veil of counter spells. And they're tapping for 1 and a white. They're get losting. Oh, they're taking their board wipe right back. Get lost onto the deep cavern bat.
That's wow. Okay. So we could have done this in response to the Voice of Resurgence. We didn't.
Right.
So now we get an elemental token.
That is interesting. Maybe they were going back. I've definitely changed my mind between main phase 2 and end step on what the optimal play is. So maybe they thought they had something else to do, but decided against it a little too late after they had already let Voice of Resurgence hit the field.
Or they just know they're going to get Supreme Verdict back anyway.
Right,
so what does it
yeah.
matter?
Oh boy. Oh, temporary lockdown. So that's why they don't care. Is they're just
That's even better.
Yeah, taking everything off the field. I do question, if you were going to play temporary lockdown, why? Maybe that was off the top, because why wouldn't you just temporary lockdown and hold to get lost? Because Bat gets hit by it. Maybe they don't want to give them Bat back later. Because this could get Boseju'd like it did.
Well, remember also that their mana base was Iganjo, Mystic Gate, Pathway, Field of Ruin. They didn't necessarily have the white mana to cast it. That might have come off the top.
Okay, yeah. So this could have been a snap. Oh, thank God. I don't have to spend my Supreme Verdict on this. I can just lock down.
So a bit of a break for Robot Flow there to get 2 answers out of Austin for price of 1.
But Robot
Sadness, though. Oh, wow.
And they're getting it all right back. Now, I do think it is important that... I just want to make sure they get rid of the tokens in case we have to. Yeah, okay. They are up on. I was like, I swear to God, if we're in winners round 2 and people don't know that tokens don't come back from exile.
So now we know that Austin has a Supreme Verdict that he can cast.
Yep. And it's getting cast.
And he does.
Saying, I'm all done with this. You have 1 card in hand. I'm going to pray that it's not returned to the ranks. And that
we'll get 1 elemental 1/1 on the other side.
Yeah.
To try to rebuild.
Yeah, this is once again just a very back and forth game. Insomnia has the card advantage for sure.
He did miss a land drop.
That he did. And he is tapped out. So if there is a return to the ranks, it would be pretty strong here just to get so much value back out.
Keep going back to the Deep Cavern Bat taking Supreme Verdict when there was a Get Lost in hand. Because usually the rule with Deep Cavern Bat is you take the thing that can kill the Deep Cavern Bat.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they were just so deep in the tank and thought, oh, I'm going to take a thing that forces them to use the single target removal on the bat and not on my other stuff. I'm not really sure. Return to the ranks is here, and so it's going to bring out everything but Wild Growth Walker. They're going to get another look at their hand with... Oh, wait, sorry, I forgot it's X. So it's X equals 3. They're going to get 3 of these cards back. Bat's coming out. I have to imagine Amalia's coming out, and Prosperous Innkeeper's probably the last pick.
Better voice.
Oh, it looks like they are picking Innkeeper. Yeah, so Bat, Amalia, and Innkeeper will return to the field. They'll get another peek at their hand. Maybe that's why. Maybe they've been sitting on Return to the Ranks and thought, oh, I'll force them to snipe the bat, and then I'll just get the bat anyway and get to take one more thing.
And you can see why this is so hellish, right?
Yes.
Like, Austin probably had Make Disappear, Get Lost, Verdict, and Lockdown all in hand. And still, all of those are gone now. And the opponent has Innkeeper Amalia and is one piece away from comboing off.
Yeah, it's just what what hand is good enough, right? And Buffalo did have to mulligan once for this, but one mulligan to make your opponent's hand of 7 just feel like a bunch of wet paper towels, you know, is definitely a fair trade-off. Oh, and he's taking March. So Insomnia had March too, and it's once again that's mine now.
What is this?
Interesting. Boseiju? So they're destroying a non-basic land. Did they Boseiju the Field of Ruin to try to...
Why would you do that?
I don't know. No, that would be crazy. It has to be something else.
Looks like a misclick, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I think they accidentally did.
Oh, I see. So they should get a treasure from Prosperous Innkeeper. I think they're shortcutting, saying, I'm just going to use that treasure right away to cast the Lunarch Veteran. I think that's what's happening.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that makes sense. Amalia got to explore off the life gain trigger.
Oh.
And the Boseiju went to hand.
Right. The entire mechanic that this combo is based off of is what they're using. Yeah, the Amalia deck is just so egregiously resilient.
The blue-white controlled list that I took to Atlanta and some other people did, we ran 2 copies in the main deck of Hollowed Moonlight, which is an instant that says if any creature would enter play and it wasn't cast, exile it instead. And that is like the premium ultimate fuck you Amalia card with their Court of Callings and Rally the Ranks and whatever. And it still managed to get through that some amount of the time.
That is absurd. I'm a big fan of cards like that. As a Death and Taxes Legacy player, Containment Priest is much beloved. This looks... That Elemental token is starting to get big. It's a 4/4 now, so it can beat over the Illusion. Now, Insomnia does have a bird land, which it would be... You would hate to start using that right now, I think. Oh, but a Lunarch Veteran's going to hit the field, so they're going to get another Explore trigger. Gilded Goose on top. I got to put it to the graveyard.
Remember, these 3 cards in Austin's hands are non-lands, because they missed that land drop and probably played that Anchorage from off the top last turn and didn't spend the 4 mana. So... Wandering Emperor makes some sense here. Farewell makes some sense here. What else would they not have cast for 4 mana there? Not much, right?
Probably not much. Yeah, because if you had another Supreme Verdict, you would have spent that to not get popped for, what is this, 10 right now? So you're going to go down to 6. Looks like a Wandering Emperor's got to be... Huh?
Okay. Cycle Shark X equals 2. And I've definitely made this play to hope I draw land number 6 to be able to farewell.
Oh, and they're probably going to hit the bat.
Now the shark has to ambush the bat, hit the march, though. So at minimum, we have that.
March back. And they can get rid of the elemental for 1 mana with March. So that's probably the upshot of this is, oh, I'm going to get my next piece of removal back, block the bulk of this damage, either get rid of your token for cheap or actually rip the farewell off the top.
This is interesting. Like, this is a choice that Robot Flow made. We know that Shark Typhoon was probably visible in hand because, again, Restless Anchorage came off the top last turn, almost certainly. So they chose to attack into a 2/2 Shark.
Yeah, now I will say this behavior bears a lot of resemblance to Jam, who was the winner of our Pauper tournament, was making a lot of moves that we thought were crazy and ended up winning the entire thing. And so for now,
for sure.
I'm going to let Robot Flow cook. But yeah, that is a... Oh, and a Skyclave is coming to take the shark.
Oh, it can't hit tokens.
Oh, it can't hit tokens. Oh, non-land, non-token permanent. Yeah, interesting. Maybe they're just playing it to get explore triggers, because they'll get 2 life gains off of Prosperous and Lunarch. So maybe their plan at this point is leaning harder into, I don't need to assemble this combo, I need to assemble these hands.
Yeah, this might just also be revealed off of the Explorer because we haven't paid the mana cost yet, and in fact, we don't even have the double white to cast it. So this is probably what Amalia hit off of the life gain from the bat.
Life gain from the bat, got it. True, yes. Well, they could,
I guess we do have this
with
treasure.
the treasure,
We could cast it.
yeah, but I think things would be tapped if it was actually... So I think you are correct. They're making the decision about, yeah, it's going to their hand. So that is the Explore from Deep Cavern Bat punching. And that is a...
we are in turns, ladies and gentlemen. This is turn 0.
Good
I think.
Lord, yes, that does demark it. Insomnia just met. Yeah, I just said turn 0 in chat. So we're into turns. Insomnia won the last game. And so if Insomnia can... Insomnia...
So we're in end step, maybe a Coco here.
Yeah.
And we Besaju'd the Field of Ruin?
Besaju'd Field of Ruin, that's interesting.
Okay. That is not a line I can explain.
No, because that nets you -1 lands. Because even if they Field of Ruin something, even if they Field of Ruin something, you get a land. Whereas if you Besaju something, you lose a land and they get a land.
Right, and you've lost an answer to a temporary lockdown if they should find it as well.
Yeah.
And you also gave Austin another blue land, which he was kind of hurting for blue for a little while there.
Oh, they're attempting to target the shark token with Skyclave. That
does not work.
Does not, in fact, work. Oh, they're untapping the lands. They have read the card. It looks like Insomnia called that out in the chat, mentioning that do not be how it is.
Now, all this to say, there are 4 cards left in Austin's hands. If none of them are answers, if we finally ground him down, then we can combo out and kill him. But we're running out of time. Mm-hmm. This is turn 2. Which means he has to kill Austin on this turn or his next turn. Or a Robot Flow's next turn, excuse me.
Which, if Insomnia is out of answers, it's not even impossible to do via combat damage, right? If you just swing your whole board, you're getting 10 through here. If they lack answers. Oh, they could animate the bird to stop some of it.
Which is why it's a little confusing that Besaju didn't hit that. Like, if you're going to Besaju something, that's probably the thing to hit.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
all
they're going for it. They're going for it.
This is lethal if there's no response from Austin and Robot Flow has an answer for Restless Anchorage.
There is a change to the equation, so that is going to counter out the Wild Growth Walker. And do they have 2 Wild Growth Walkers? No, this is 3 mana. Skyclave Apparition. So they're just going to fail to find. It looks like they're just getting power on board and... Oh, they're exploring. is why. They want to get the creature ETB to get the life gain. They're going to find another Amalia on the top. And they're going to keep it there.
So at this point, how much are they getting through for? If we block Amalia, then they get 4, 6, 7, 8 damage through? No.
Yeah, if they...
Yeah, because the Skyclave Apparition's summoning sick.
Right. So yeah, so 12 coming, they can stop 10 of it if they give up both of the creatures, but then they just die. They just die on the next turn. Oh yeah, so they're keeping... I guess they're keeping Prosperous Innkeeper up to threaten the idea that they have... Oh, and they're keeping Lunark too. So
we certainly can't attack with the 1/1s. Then that gives a free block with the Anchorage.
Okay, and we're going to march out that token. So there's just the 5/5 left. Now they can't animate the bird, but they can throw the shark in front of the bus.
So we untap with 12 life and an opponent that's showing 8 damage. So we don't have to blink here. We can just let them do their thing with Amalia. She's no threat. We block with Restless Anchorage if it comes to that. And we hold up a counterspell for the real threat, which is Dina, killing us on end step or at instant speed.
Yeah, and they are not blinking. They are just passing to end and saying, you know, I know you have to figure this out. I don't necessarily have to.
We've gone straight to combat here.
Yeah, I am letting Araya know to make sure that we get on top of any confusion about, since this is game 2, Insomnia will just win. The life total... Interesting, Robot Flow left. So maybe they conceded because they knew that they did not have it.
Yeah, they probably just agreed verbally in their Discord call.
Yeah, that would make the most sense. So I'm going to pull the bracket back up. I need to do that. It's over here. All right. So yeah, Insomnia. So now it's Insomnia, who's the Azorius control, against our Lotus control player, Magnetron Man. And then ridiculously averaged against Serialized, which is, so that's going to be Phoenix against Enigmatic Fires. Enigmatic Fires staying on winner's side. And then on the loser's side, it is Gruul aggro going up against Abzan midrange, our Amalia combo going up against another Amalia combo, our, where's Shapey at? Metalwork Colossus has fallen to the losers bracket and will have to face off against Rakdos Sack. And then we have Boros Convoke versus our humans list. Do any of those sound particularly exciting to you? Oh, and we've lost him for a moment, so I assume he's coming back, everyone. Don't worry. We got your back, Airball. Yeah, we haven't... Zaro, I've never seen Enigmatic Fires played before this tournament. So we may, in fact, find out why Enigmatic Fires is so good. Gurns, you could join a tournament like this by joining my Discord. In Twitch, you can access it via the command !Discord. Oh, interesting. He's lost me on the call. Okay, everybody, 1 second. Okay. Can you hear me now, Airball?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. That has happened a couple times with my Discord, and I'm not really sure why. So were you able to hear any of the prospective matchups I told you?
No.
Okay, great. So on winner's side, we have Is It Phoenix versus... Where's Serialized? Is It Phoenix versus Enigmatic Fires, which has managed to stay on winner's side. And then we have Azorius Control versus Lotus Control. And then on the loser's side, it is going to be Gruul aggro versus Abzan midrange. And then the Amalia combo we just saw versus a different Amalia combo. And then Metalwork Colossus versus Rakdos sack. And then Boros convoke versus the 5-color humans list. So among...
Let's pick any of the ones from the losers bracket, just because those might go home if they lose.
True.
And anything in the winners bracket we'll get to see at least in the losers bracket in the next round.
All right, so I don't think we've seen this Gruul aggro list or Arthur Smith's list, so that's going to be Gruul aggro versus Abzan midrange. So I'm going to go ahead and look for that. The room name is MaldHound's. I'll be sending you that password. They have hidden their hands. All right, there we go. And then if this match does end up finishing on the quicker side, we'll hop over to one of these other games. We haven't seen Metalwork Colossus either, so if this game finishes, that could be a backup game that we pop over to get at least one look at it. Karma, we're going from top 16. We are going to look to get a top 1 today. There's not going to be a day 3. So I'm also going to see what bracket that is. The bracket with the Metalwork Colossus is bracket 16. And I'll put that password in as well for us to have as a secondary game. Yeah, watch out for Arthur to win twice in a row in a six game best of 5. I believe it. Honestly, if every tournament we ever host just has the jankest finals play out ever, I am more than pleased with that. All right, let's see how long we have until it officially begins. All right, in 1 minute, we're going to be kicking off here. There's going to be a 25-minute break at the secession of this round for people to get food and use the bathroom before we continue. At which point we will... Trying to think if we have enough to talk about if we just take a break from the stream or keep the stream going through the lunch break. Have you eaten, Airball? Do you have food on hand?
I can just go grab a chocolate bar or something. I'll be fine.
Okay, cool. Then we can just break down, I guess, who's heading into it'll be the final 2. It'll be winners finals coming up at that point. And then winners finals would be the final 6.
It looks like we've begun.
Yeah, it does look like things are kicking off now. It looks like Arthur Smith's going to go first, and that is our Abzan mid-range deck. So I think this will probably be a case of, does Arthur draw the removal to stiff arm Gruul aggro?
Yeah, this is going to be a match that comes down to the die roll a good chunk of the time. Unfortunately, Pioneer is just that kind of format, and winning the die roll for Abzan here is pretty big.
Yeah, and does Abzan need to be proactive here, or do they need to let Gruul run into their removal spells and their disruption spells and then clean up the game from there? Or are they both running full speed at each other?
You can't give the Gruul deck forever, but it will reach a point where it has much less steam than it started with. So that's what you're playing for. I think the Abzan deck is trying to win this game on turn 7 or 8. Not turn 15, although they're okay with it. But definitely not like turn 4.
Got it. And they've laid down a Mosswood Dread Knight. So they put down early blocker, opting not to cast it as a sorcery. But that kind of makes sense for the type of card Mosswood Dread Knight is. And a Smuggler's Copter is coming down on the Gruul aggro side. And then an immediate pass back.
Yeah, Copter's great. Mosswood Dread Knight is not going to be blocking that.
Yeah, free my guy Smuggler's Copter. He didn't do anything wrong. How did you feel about the Smuggler's Copter unban? Was that reasonable and a happy moment for you?
I am a relatively new Magic player. I did not come into Magic until after the ban, so I didn't really see what havoc it wrought early. So I just kind of read the card anew, and I'm like, oh yeah, that is a Pioneer level, power level card. I think that is fine.
Yeah.
And I think I've been borne out on that. It's okay.
All right, and the Huntsman's Redemption came out. So they get a beast. And they're losing... Would you ever... Oh, for a creature or basic land, yeah. So they probably sacrifice the beast to get some highly relevant creature.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you're sacking your turn 1 mana dork or, your copter or something like that.
And see Urborg Scavenger's coming out. So exile something, which is probably going to be the copter. Get a 1/1 counter. Oh, and they're going to get flying. Since they've scavenged away the copter that has flying.
That's cute.
Cute, meaningful. It's damage on board. Now they do.
So we definitely haven't had one of the explosive draws from the Gruul deck here. You can see how much different the game is when they have a turn 1 mana dork versus when they don't. They haven't even attacked yet. Well, I guess they attacked with the copter, but it died in combat.
Yeah, and they kept their first 7, which is interesting because I feel like against most decks, having made it through Swiss, I feel like against most decks you are trying to go fast, and your blind mulliganing would be to look for something that was a little spicier off of...
Usually you are okay, though, when you're on the draw, keeping a little meatier hand than you would be on the play.
Oh, got it, yeah. You're not trying to go as fast because you can't possibly, because you didn't get to go first.
Yeah, it's kind of your responsibility to stop them and turn the corner when you lose the die roll.
You have to be the adult.
And it sucks.
It sucks and we hate it. And there's a lot of tapping and untapping going on. It looks like they just elected not to sacrifice their beast. And Asika's Chariot is coming down.
Yep, so just a fair chariot. Not going to be hasty, but it does make 2 cats.
Yeah, so I imagine they probably swing the chariot and use it to copy the beast.
Yeah, I mean, it's unclear whether you even crew the chariot here, right? Like if opponent attacks with Urborg Scavengers, you might just attack with the 2/2/2s, because if they have removal and you tap both cats to crew the chariot, you're missing out on a lot of damage.
True. Yeah.
Particularly because Chapter 3 is going off next turn, right? And all of these creatures are going to get +2/+2.
Oh, and then there is our good girl Shelly, which is probably going to put a stop to a lot of the funny things that Gruul aggro wants to do. Now, with the Chapter 3 of Huntsman's Redemption, it could get the beast token up high enough, but the cat tokens are no longer going to be that attractive to swing.
But remember, there are 3 Acro and War in the main deck here.
Right, yes, they could. I forgot that we love to steal and we love to take things. and a Crow and Roar might be here to take that Apocalypse for a turn.
We got to have a plan here. We crewed the Chariot.
Yeah, it looks like they crewed the Chariot early so that it could get +2/+2. So they do want things. I don't think they have a Crow and War if they are prioritizing things that will trade with the Sheoldred. But that's interesting to me because this is a situation where unless Orbital has a trick up their sleeve, Arthur Smith can take this and beat them to death next turn.
Yeah, we are at 8.
Yeah, they're already at 8. And so if they swing both of these, even if they get a 3/3 to block and they swing in next turn, they're taking at least 7, and then they'll die to Sheoldred's draw trigger. So there has to be, they have to have something additional up their sleeve. Maybe they have an Akroan War and are going to take the Sheoldred too.
That would be disaster because then you're going to make a copy of the Beast token. You're going to have the Sheoldred back on defense. Opponent is going to take 11 and then 2 more from the Sheoldred in their upkeep. So, but we've gone straight to combat, so it doesn't look like we have an answer to Sheoldred.
Yeah.
We are copying the cat token, which is weird.
Yeah. Because copying the Beast would still make it enter untapped, right? Even though the Beast is tapped.
That's right.
That is, yeah, that's a strange. Maybe they're cooking with something.
So now Voldaren Thrillseeker comes down.
How,
what on earth is
though?
going on here, actually?
That is...
How...
There may be a verbal... Oh, and the game is over. So presumably they meant to do that in main phase 1 and resoundingly conceded when they realized they did it late. I'm not sure, but even Voldaren Thrillseeker coming out, that gives the ability to fling them. And maybe, well, flinging whatever... No, because whatever you did is... I guess something makes it through. Whatever is gonna die to Sheoldred, you fling, and then after the thing that makes it through hits, you fling that, but I don't think they had the mana for that either. Because I think they were on 4 mana, and they spent 3 of it, and they need 1 mana per fling.
Yeah, or possibly, this is where it would have been helpful to be able to hear what the players were saying, right? It's possible that the opponent declared no blocks, and then didn't update their life total, and then main phase 2, the Thrillseeker came down. So I could see either way. I'm not sure who won that game, honestly.
I'm sure we will find out. That is interesting. Normally Cockatrice, Arthur Smith conceded. So Gruul won that game. The Abzan player conceded it. So that is what happened. They declared no blocks, and then main phase 2 they laid that down and then went for a fling play. And Gruul aggro did in fact get there.
Okay, so we didn't get to hear all of that because it happened, like
it happened,
verbal conversation.
It happened over the mic, yes. And then quick, I peeked over to the other game. Shapeed has 3 10/10 Metalwork Colossi.
When 2 just isn't enough.
Yeah. Sometimes you just need 30 power on board. All right, I have to go use the bathroom. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Airball, if you just want to do a little raspberry noise into the mic. I think they are kicking off game 1 or game 2, but I will be right back.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm by myself. We started with 3 people casting the games, and now we're down to 1. And it's me. Hope you're all okay with that. Okay, it looks like that was a mulligan, and we just had to show off that we drew 7 lands. Who's my favorite to win? Well, given that Gruul won round 1, or game 1, it feels like they only need to win one of the next 2. I think they're probably favored to do that, given that game 3 will be on the play. In the sideboard, though, Abzan has access to an awful lot of removal. There's Abrupt Decay. There's Vanishing Verse, which is actually very, very good against the vehicles deck. Lotus. So if you kill stuff, you get your own vampires. So there, and also just like the playset of Fatal Push and 2 Abrupt Decays already in the main deck. So I kind of like Abzan in this matchup, but given that Gruul won round 1, I think Gruul's probably got it. Turn 1, Duress, which is an interesting call against the creature deck, but it does have a lot of hits, right? It hits a Crow in War.
Yeah.
It hits all the vehicles.
And they mull to 5. So a Duress, when you mulliganed away, what is that? A third of your cards, basically, does hit a lot harder.
That's right. Only 1 legal hit, but it was a good one. There goes the Crow in War.
Yeah, so they have their dorks, but other than that, they're pretty much in top deck mode. And we'll see what Arthur can do on their next turn. Double Duress, do it. Thoughtseize. Oh my god. So Huntsman's Redemption probably going away, or maybe the Tranquil Frillback.
Yeah, Frillback is not something that they want to play for 3 mana. I would think it's got to be the Huntsman's Redemption.
Yeah, because Huntsman's Redemption will allow them to turn that Elvish Mystic into something much more useful.
And do you just play, if you're Orbital here, do you just play the Tranquil Frillback of Sadness?
I think you do.
You could also buy Gigantha. These are your 2 options.
That does look like what they're probably going to do is the sad Gigantha cash out because you have nothing else. Because you so badly don't want to play Frillback fairly. Oh, but they top-decked Smuggler's Copter.
Okay.
God bless us, everyone. The Christmas spirit is alive
but, like,
and well.
when you're Hellbent, it's not that good.
Oh, all right. An
Doesn't do
Abrupt
anything.
Decay. Oh, Araya, glad to have you back on the mic.
Welcome back.
Orbital had an explosive turn to send Arthur to hell in game 1. And now we have the double Smuggler's Copter.
This is not how Orbital drew it up.
No, this is not what the whiteboard looked like when Orbital was huffing paint and pinning things together in Moxfield. It was not missing land drops, double Smuggler's Copter with nothing to crew them. And he just passed. Oh, heartbreak. He doesn't even have it to buy Gigantha.
Yep. So that's a 3-drop or more that we drew off the top there. It's not going to matter.
Oh god, and Arthur Glissa Sunslayer
There go your copters.
to bomb the Thanos copters away. This is horrible.
I guess no. I take it back. Glissa only hits enchantments.
Oh, it's only, yeah. I always assume that green gets to pick between artifacts or enchantments. Shout out new green commander staple, Archdruid's Charm, by the way. Fucked up.
I love that card with all my heart.
Fucked up card. Anyway, we have another land coming down.
Pretty GG's for Orbital here. Unless you can find some answers to Glissa. Nope, and there's Shia.
Oh,
That,
and
I
it's
think, is
fucking
probably gonna
Shelly.
soda.
Yeah, on the coffin.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be... I can hardly imagine how explosive the turn would need to be from Orbital to bring this back.
Thankfully, they didn't miss their shield trigger, so that's good.
At least we've got that.
Yeah, at least we have...
No,
And they conceded, so we're going to game 3. 23 minutes in, we're going to game 3. As opposed to the previous match where we got to see 1 1/2 games between Azorius Control and Amalia combo.
Oh, yeah.
Let's check in
I just
on...
peeked over at the other match. What in the name of God is going
what
on?
is happening? Somebody call the police on this fucking game, dude. How... Rakdos sack just fucking slugging it out turn after turn. Oh my lord. We're already back into game 3. They've already made their sideboard decisions. What do they sideboard? Who knows? Maybe they're just running it back raw every time.
All right, I'm still looking at like the multiple metal.
Oh,
Colossus,
yeah.
the tapped portable holes. Like there was a massacre here.
Why are the brass
Very
knuckles tapped? Maybe there's affinity for. They probably tapped it for Smithy. All right, we have
On the mulligan to 6 this time, but he does have to turn 1 elf.
Turn 1 dork. No mulligans from Arthur, but no turn 1 duress. And the backbreaking was duress into Thoughtseize, into fuck you forever. And we're getting
This is what we're trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah. On the made up curve. The fake curve, Huntsman's Redemption.
What's the password for 16?
Why you think I'm saying that? Hold on, let me look at the two. I think it's the top one is the one. Oh no, 16 is the bottom one.
Okay.
All right, we have a Voice of Resurgence from Arthur, which is I didn't think Gruul was casting too much interaction.
Yeah, Gruul's just trying to get him dead. There are some interaction in the sideboard. You have Rending Volley, which hits Voice of Resurgence, but really nothing else. I would consider bringing in Colossus as like a clock that's hard for Abzan to interact with.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just bodies. Maybe they think, oh, this Gruul list doesn't have interaction. When Voice of Resurgence dies, the token will definitely be able to grow.
Yeah, and it's just 2 bodies that can chump, right? Like if you're just trying to make it to the late game.
They also sacked the elves not for a creature, but for a land for the Akroan War.
Very nice. And
now the Voice of Resurgence, crazy valuable because the Abzan list has been playing a lot on Orbital's turn. So this is fucking defense against the dark arts right now. We'll see how...
We are a long way from Meat Hook Massacre being relevant.
I'm a big fan of a Crone War because it's not just your average threat and you get to keep it for 3 turns.
Yeah.
So it's big power. You can also eat it to the Voldarian, the vampire.
Yes, yeah, if they had the Thrill Seeker, they could fling this out. All right, so they get a Scavenger's down. They don't get any keywords off of it, though. So they just have a 3/3. Which matters for they can swing the Voice of Resurgence pretty freely because... Oh, and they get phase 3 of Huntsman's Redemption. So, big bodies. They have 9 damage on board right now.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see what Arthur's going to say about it. He's tapped out. And so I guess it's really just Orbital deciding...
So we probably, if we attack, Urborg Scavengers probably has to block because it's not going to be able to block next turn.
Yeah.
Okay, we chose to stay home with the beast. That's an interesting call.
Well, I think they just had phases out of order. Either that or my cockatrice is lagging because I think a lot of that happened when it was still accidentally on Arthur's end step in the game, but they were probably verbally talking it out.
Yeah, they usually don't really go through all the steps manually on the left.
So it does look like they're swinging out with Voice of Resurgence and the Beast. And I would presume... I'm not going to presume anything. What the fuck do I know? I'm a commander player.
What we do know is that Urborg Scavengers does have to attack next round.
So he is going to throw it in front of the 5.
Definitely jumps under the bus. Perfect sense.
Better idea. It was the other way.
And then, I mean, Arthur could still play a land, hit a Shelly, and feel pretty safe with how the game's going. Well, they're at 9. I won't say safe, but they could feel maybe a little bit better about how the game was going.
Yep. Definitely a push here is good as well to get rid of the Beast token.
Yeah. Get rid of Beast Token. You are about to get Voice of Resurgence back. Oh, no, you're not, because it's going to die to step 3 of a Crow in War. So you are
That's
never.
what makes it so good.
So you're never seeing that again, and they're getting Huntsman's Redemption back.
It's not going to die to a Crow in War, right? It'll be untapped by the time Chapter 3 goes off.
Yeah.
Oh, correct. Yeah.
Unless you can tap it somehow.
I'm foolish, yes. And I don't think they have instant speed convoke in the Gruul aggro list. Extinction event.
That's brutal.
What will they name?
Everything's even.
Yeah, 0's even.
That'll probably do it. You do get to keep the Huntsman.
Yeah, but they have no creatures to sack to Huntsman's.
That is unfortunate. Oh, I'm tapped a little bit too excited.
Alright, that does make things look a lot more stable for Arthur, since Orbital's down to 2 cards in hand. Arthur's down to 3, so he's not really in pole position yet.
It's like it's a Stomp plus Bone Crusher Giant turn.
Oh, brutal.
That's probably fine. He just hopes that
the
third chapter has a target.
Somebody in chat has said Orbital can't even, and I hope you're ashamed of that one.
It's like a void maneuver.
Alright, so this is... we're getting down to Arthur has it or he doesn't. Tap land, 2 mana, Mosswood onto the field. Okay, that'll trade with Bone Crusher, but...
Abrupt Decay on Bone Crusher Giant will do it.
Okay.
So we're going to trample through for at least 4 points. Oh, there's Abrupt Decay. Okay.
I think Arthur can stabilize here, even without Shieldred.
Without Shieldred, you need to put down that crack pipe. With Shieldred, I 100% believe you, but with no life gain, I don't know
Just
how
gotta shoot everything that moves.
With 1 card in hand? Oh, and he has a Seeker's Chariot.
The good thing about Mosswood Dread Knight is Dread Whispers is touch of some cards, which makes it a good card.
Very interesting that we chose to play Bone Crusher Giant last turn and not the Seeker's Chariot with the 3rd chapter about to go off. I wonder if that means Chariot came off the top.
Yeah, it could.
Definitely. I think we're ripping lands right now. That's what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Just think of how different last turn would have been if we had had 2 cats instead of 1 Bone Crusher Giant.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
I
so
definitely
Seeker's...
think got the cottage as well to attack with if they needed to. Just to hold back instead, that's fine. Probably to block.
Yes, okay. So it's once again Orbital's turn. It's not reflected on the screen quite yet, but it is Orbital's turn. And they're tapping a lot of mana. A Crow in War, so that's going to be it unless Arthur Benjamin has... I don't think there's any answers in the deck.
All they can do right now is make the cottage a 4/4 and block something.
Sage who hits a Crow in War if they have it.
Ah, right. Oh, nope, and they are giving up, so they don't have it. So that's going to be... Orbital moves on to the next round. So now we have a 25-minute break going down, but we'll see what games are still going. It looks like Hankathan and Shapeed finally made it into game 2, I'm guessing. I see 3 Metalwork Colossi on the stack.
It looks like they flipped some of them.
This is much tamer than it was before.
Yeah, last game we were looking at 3 on the board at once. We got multiple Blood Tithes in play, an Oven's in play, a Fable is in play.
Snap the 10-10 with haste as well.
Yeah. I'm going to try to make sure that this isn't game 3 and that this is in fact...
Really important against Rakdos sack. Normally you just be able to throw through up Shaman in front, sack it, make a food, and force Shapey to try to go wide to get around you, but Trample makes all the difference here.
Yeah, and we saw that in the Amalia combo game where they were holding up round 1 for a little bit, where they just always had a new body to put into the meat grinder.
That's the beauty of this deck, is that unless you have an answer, the Colossus just is really good at punching you. And it has all these tools to kind of get around blockers. It has the wedding invitation as well.
Mm-hmm.
Or the wedding announcement to crack it and make it unblockable.
Okay, so Colossi is on Vigilance, Trample, Haste. He's a 10-10. They could throw their entire board and not do it. Cauldron Familiar's exiled. This looks dire for Hankathan.
Let's see a Dreadbore.
Let's see the Molten Collapse.
Could also
it feels like Shapeweed is like almost dead to removal here.
Yeah, if Hankathan has removal, I would say this is a fraught situation for both players, because if Hankathan doesn't have removal, he goes down to 1 or loses his whole board.
Chapter 2 of Fable discarded 2 Blood Crypts, so possibly a little bit of flood over there for Hankathan too.
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right, we're tapping 3, which is not another Fable, so another blocker. So now they do have enough to throw in front of the Metalwork, trade it away, and only take 2 damage. Which you may, if it didn't have Vigilance, you may not have to do. But with Vigilance in play, you have to make the sacrifice. Yeah, Arthur, good to see you in chat. Good games, my friend. Sorry to see you go, but we did very much enjoy your Abzan midrange list.
We loved it. And you hear Shapeweed busting out the glass casket. They can hit a lot of things here.
Everything on the board is fair game.
What's number 2? I say sack and response.
Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Leave it in my graveyard.
I see 2 mana. I see removal. You do know that Go for the Throat does not hit Metalwork Colossus, so.
Yeah, but if this is game 2, Hankathan has to have sideboarded in Molten Collapse, which is that instant speed or sorcery speed?
It is unfortunately sorcery like Dreadbore.
Okay. They have another Metalwork Colossi out.
And they're going to equip the other guy.
So now I have 2 10-10 swinging in.
Sense.
Yeah. So you have... Yeah, you got to chump the non-trampler at minimum, right? And then you go down to... You're going down to single digits.
I wonder if there's a world where you just take it all. Like, other than the 10-10 that you're chumping, go to 1.
Yeah, go to 1.
Try to kill on the crackback.
They're trying to do it.
Yeah, they went to 1. They believe! They believe!
They're going to eat up food. And we need like a shatter type effect here.
Yeah.
Get both of them out, but it's not really happening here.
Yeah, claim the
They do have
firstborn,
multiple collapse, but-
not doing too much against 11 mana creatures.
A Braid does it.
True! A Braid!
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not running a Braid, which is
multi-format all-star. A Braid.
Honestly, more people will play a Braid if artifact decks are more popular, but they're just not.
Good.
Like when Greasefang was around, people would try it.
Yeah.
Fatal Push and Haunted Ridge to the Fable.
Oh, so they are... Looks like flooding quite a bit if they've discarded 3 lands.
Taking 2
Thoughtseize. Just to
It's the
check.
land.
Just to check on what they had.
It was a Colossus,
It was
right?
another,
It was
another Metalwork Colossus in their hand. So
Wow.
they know it's no interaction. They could blow up a Colossus. They could blow up the cloak. Oh, it's another Fable. So that, I mean, you have to be done
And
at
they're
that point.
cooked.
Yeah, they're cooked at that point. Because Fable does not give you the tools unless there is a 1 black mana spell that can get rid of the trample.
I mean, they can attack for a treasure, and no, they can't even block that much anyway. It's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could attack for 2 treasures, make a food, eat it. but that's still probably dead.
Pretty much.
All right, and Shapey lost game 1. So if Hankathan loses here, we are going to game 3. Shapey lost from the position of 3 Metalwork Colossi on the board. So we are going to game 3 for these two. It looks like they're 35 minutes in, so they do have some time left in the round. But Lord Almighty. Jam, thank you for gifting that sub to Arthur Smith so we could watch the rest of this tournament without ads. We appreciate you. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. Oh, and it looks like Robot Flow went out to the Amalia mirror in one of the other matches because they have now joined chat.
Oh, Lord.
We had round 1 of losers had 2 Amalia mirrors. The Amalia players had to eat each other alive to make it any further in the tournament.
Top deck simulator. Alright. Hankathan and Shapey are back at it again.
Alright, let's see how hard they mulligan. They both know what the other's doing. I'll pull up and I'll see if Shapey has anything for Rakdos sack in their list, but I won't block the action.
I mean, not really.
Pithing Needle can hit Oven. Unlicensed Hearse can hit some of the graveyard stuff.
Yeah.
I think you just go for B tier.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Yeah, and they're putting down Unlucky Witness. So that does read a little aggressive to me.
It's just a good sack fodder too. It's a good turn one play. Portable Hold gets rid of it. Very good tempo.
Yeah. It does look like Glass Casket for Shapey had come in from the sideboard, which I think is reasonable given that almost everything in Hank's deck is going to be 3 or less.
Yep. That too.
Alright, Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Into what's it going to be here?
Open for a Blood Tithe.
Yep. Alright, so they've got a pretty good clean open. And now it just depends if Shapey has as many responses as they have. Another portable hole.
They're gonna 1-for-1 them to death. It looks like.
Yeah, they're gonna 1-for-1 them until they can
no land though.
cast a free Metalwork Colossus
Another
and blow you to hell.
Tap for Candy Trail. Wow, good turn. Putting all the cards out from hand.
Fucking gameplay.
I love these Springleaf Drum type decks. We just play a bunch of cards in one turn. So flashy for no reason.
Have you played against Metalwork decks, Airball?
Not in anything serious. You run into them once in a blue moon on Magic Online, but it's just people memeing. The deck is not actually great.
That's phenomenal. So that means it's going to win this tournament, probably.
100%.
We'll see Shapey. We'll see Shapey in Thug Finals in a little bit here, folks.
Fair, Airball probably played it before Thousand Myth Smithy was a card, right?
No, I played it after. You never ran into it at all before that.
Yeah, it just didn't exist.
Yeah, it was
Sanctum
pretty.
of
It was even worse
Ugin.
before.
Oh, and Hearse. So they have brought that in from the sideboard.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Not so much to eat, but they're supposed to be. It gets rid of cat if they sacrifice it. You eat a
And that
blood
is
token
super
as well.
important. I mean, the cat looks like the big way they were throwing bodies in front in game 1 to stop the non-trampling Colossi.
Yep. It's a good way to loop it as well, just to drain life, buy time.
Oh, and Thoughtseize.
That's it comes into play. Probably good.
On two cards, so not too much information. It's a Candy Trail land.
Yeah.
High value. High
Probably they were
value.
hoping it to be a Metalwork Colossus
Yeah.
with all the artifacts in play, but it is not.
Yeah, it looks like Shapey bet on the I don't need it. I don't need a bomb. I just need you to not own any belongings.
Absolutely. Kind of 1-for-1 you all day. And then we do have Candy Trail to eat, so we can tap something with that Moon Snare, and we'll pay for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, oven number 2.
Usually not very useful unless you have familiar.
Yeah, I mean, well, Hank's just begging for Shapey to play a low CMC creature to just eat it on up.
We're gonna put 2 counters on hers.
There really aren't many. I would have boarded out to claim the firstborns, I think.
Yeah, probably.
That would have been a smart idea.
All right, so now Shapeed, 7 life up. They're even on cards, but Shapeed has a body. Oh, but he can't crew it. That does matter, and he's going to continue pseudo springleaf drumming and fabrication.
Oh boy, not very useful. Or Dowsman Smithy comes into play.
So he's sacked. Oh, I think he exiled.
I see.
Yeah, so Moonsnare Prototype should be an exile, but I believe he exiled Moonsnare Prototype to bring back Candy Trail to Scry 2. So they really did just say, I have 2 portable holes and an unlicensed hearse. What on God's green earth could beat that? And let it ride.
Absolutely. I mean, there's going to be one game.
We saw one game where both players did very much their thing. Mm-hmm. And now we've got a game 3 where no one's doing anything.
And now we've got Pool Noodle Mortal Kombat.
The thing is, with Shapey's deck, the more artifacts in play, the cheaper Colossus is going to be. So
yeah, when they
passes, the more threat.
Right, when they eventually get to it.
Who do you think the beatdown is here? Like, who needs this game to end?
Shapey, probably. Oh, there's a Dotsies.
Yeah, I would guess Shapey needs to, because Hankathan will probably get food at some point. The Candy Trails have given the early lead to Shapeed. Oh, and it's just a land in Shapeed's hand.
Let's go.
But I would say on balance, if they start getting scared of life totals, Hankathan's deck is the one I would bet on. But with 1 card in hand and 3 ovens on field with no creatures, I feel.
Hoping to exile their own Candy Trail, but I think they need it.
Yeah,
Hopefully they're gonna reanimate it.
I'm growing less and less confident in Hankathan's ability to life gain it out.
It is 3 Witches Oven with no creatures to eat. Which is not a great look.
All right, another
Colossus is just getting bigger.
Yeah.
Like at some point, that's going to be a Colossus on its own.
Oh yeah.
3 fabrication foundries in play.
That is absolutely nothing for them, but at least they have it.
Well, it's if they ever top deck a Colossus, that's 6 mana in those 3 cards.
That is true.
There's they got a cat. They got a cat. Oh my god, it's all coming together.
The good thing is sacrifice is part of the cost, so they can exile the cat before they get the opportunity to do anything.
Yeah, and then you end up in this staring contest with the unlicensed hearse, because if you try to bring back the cat, the hearse eats it. If you try to eat the cat with the hearse, you bring the cat back.
Mm-hmm. And they're candy trailing again. So in the event that this does go to turns, Shapeed has gotten... Now, Hankathan could try to slowly beat him to death with the cat, hope that he gets either a second cat or another creature worth feeding to the oven. Another candy trail.
Someone did not shuffle.
This is all 4 copies in the top 16 cards of their 60. We've seen every copy of Candy Trail.
They're going to crack the trail. I would have probably kept 1 fabrication open, but I'm assuming they don't have any intention to...
Yeah, but are you in top 16 of a Discord Pioneer tournament?
That is true.
Oh, it's the fucking Colossi.
It worked. It paid off.
It fucking...
They did scry 8 though.
Guys, all you need is your holes. With just your holes in a dream, you can guarantee yourself this might be a $50 match right now. Mayhem Devil's coming down.
Doesn't matter, bro.
Yeah, not against the Colossus. Well, they could. I mean, they could throw the Cauldron Familiar in front of the Colossus and ping. Oh, and they're going to eat in alive. Yeah.
Sacrifice the Cauldron Familiar. Good. That
And
was
now
a good rip.
Yeah, now you have a 3/3 to just start punching them because they have no cards in hand.
They probably should have activated License Hearse as soon as they paid the cost of that eating alive.
There's no food, so
Yeah, there's no food, so
Yeah.
they can do
Either
it.
way, it doesn't matter. I guess, I don't know, if they really wanted to bring the cat back, they could eat the Mayhem Devil. But
I
don't
was
think
thinking
they're
about
doing
that. I don't know. Would that have been a good idea? It doesn't matter now, I guess.
Yeah. It depends on really how desperate they are.
I
Mayhem
yeah, I
Devil's
think
not screaming
they're.
so either.
Oh Christ! And they got Inventor's Fair, so they're immediately hunting for another Colossus. I'm betting. Yep.
There we are.
And it's reduced by 6. So they 6.
Reduced by a lot. Also, the taps are mana as well, so they're just covered on the basis. Like a true skilled magic of the player. They rip off the Colossus.
And they sacked the Sanctum of Ugin to find a second Colossus.
Never punished.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And they crew the License Hearse, and they... That's it.
Swing for 5. Yeah, so this looks pretty bad for Hankathan.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal. Not a lot of cats to bloop, to block anything. And who knows, we're probably getting some kind of equipment on Colossus to make it even worse. We have our Haunted Cloak as well.
Oh shit, it's a Blood Tithe Harvester!
A creature.
It's so
Better than
fucking...
land.
It's so fucking Jover for Shapeed. Bro's gonna get one of these blocked. What even...
True.
Is there... I mean, they could take one Colossus, sack the Harvester, and crack the food as soon as it's made to live with 3 to keep Mayhem Devil up, but even then you're just staring down 2 more Colossi the very next turn.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good for them. Looks like they're double blocking.
And they're probably just going to sack both their creatures. Probably sack Harvester first to get the triggers. Yeah. So you got 2 foods, staring down 20 power on board. Yeah, I hope that will is written up.
This is like when you're playing chess and you're playing against the computer and you have checkmate and they just keep throwing stuff in front of your queen. You just eat it all the way to their game.
you just
Like-
Pac-Man it.
Like the game's over, but you can still take game actions.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Mally in chat says maybe it's an extinction event. Are they... I
It's
didn't
not.
think that Rakdos sack... I don't even think Hankathan's deck is on any type of big board wipe.
They just don't have answers for this, no. They're pretty screwed. I mean, it's really just Molten Collapse. They don't have anything else that can really destroy the Metal Colossus other than
Mm-hmm.
Eaten
And
Alive that we've seen.
they're on 0 cards in hand.
Yeah, it's all top deck mode.
And they're bringing back Candy Trail. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
The classic BM.
I love scrying. I love gaining life.
Numbers go up.
Yeah, I mean, Hankathan's on 0 cards in hand. Props to him for playing it out, but this is, as Airball said, the game's over. You just have game actions you can still take.
You can always magically draw it and braid. You guys crack the blood token and discard a den.
Oh, they got a land. That hurts.
Oh, is it a Molten Collapse?
Deadly
Nope.
Dispute, keep drawing. They have a treasure and they have a blood crypt.
I actually sacrificed the Witch's Oven. It's useless.
The dream is
There we go.
alive.
And Molten Collapse.
And
Come on.
Alt F4.
Yeah, there's really 2 outcomes here. If they're thinking, it's probably because they don't have it.
Yeah, I think it's
They're moving through phases.
okay. It's interesting to me.
They're gonna take the Gentleman's Death.
they're gonna let Shapey do it. They're gonna stand there honorably. Respect to Hank. Respect to
Absolutely.
Hank as a tournament player. It turns out Metalwork Colossi, best deck in the format.
The GG. It's over.
Yeah. All right. Congratulations to Shaped, who is going to move on to the next round. We have a 25-minute break, so we're going to break down the decks that are going to be coming to you in the top 6. We're in winners semifinals, which Lotus Control beat Azorius Control 2-0.
That's usually the way that goes.
Oh yeah.
Is that just because Lotus Control can out mana base Azorius Control, or what's the...
And you have better tech options, right? Like in the sideboard, you have the option to run something like Thought Distortion, and blue-white doesn't, because the Lotus Fields make any color mana, and that's just such a trump card in the matchup.
Yeah. So every deck can theoretically be 5 colors, even though you're not gonna actually spread it around that much. And it looks like Ridiculously Average has also made it, who I believe he's also streaming on Significant Delay, his own POV.
Yep.
So congrats to him. So it's going to be Ridiculously Average versus Magnetron Man, which is Phoenix versus Lotus Control on the winner's side.
Yeah, he's been doing great so far. 2-0 in both matches, and pretty much undefeated on the Swiss bracket. So kudos.
Interesting.
Very good deck as well. Have we talked about the Phoenix list?
I briefly asked Airball which he thought was favored for the Boros Convoke matchup, to which he said Phoenix, and it looks like that has come true. We haven't dug into Average's specific list or talked about how it might do into Lotus Control.
Yeah, I think Lotus Control might be favored a little bit. It depends on if not Average can go onto the aggro with the Phoenixes.
Lotus Combo's matchup with Izzet Phoenix is outrageously good. Like, think 80% win rate with Hidden Strings Lotus.
Oh my god.
Yeah, pretty much.
And part of the reason for that is that all of Phoenix's interaction is like soft counter spells. So think Spell Pierce, pay 2, Make Disappear, pay 2, that kind of stuff. And when you are cheating Lotus Fields into play, who cares? I have 1 billion mana. I can pay for your soft counters. I can play around what I know you have in your deck.
Yeah, and looking at the list, Average is on 1 copy of Spell Pierce in the main board, 1 more copy in the sideboard, and then they have a couple. They have a Negate, a Mystical Dispute, and 2 Disdainful Strokes. So they could bring stuff in theoretically against combo. Like they could bring the Disdainful Strokes in to stop Teferi, which we had seen, or the Shark Typhoon. But that's going to have to be saved for game 2. Game 1, it looks like Average is going to have 0 things to say about what Magnetron is doing, and if Magnetron can put a stop to Arclight Phoenix gameplay, then it's going to be tough for sure.
Yeah,
it does look like we still have... No, all our brackets are set, so we are just waiting the 25 minutes. So we're going to be on Phoenix versus Lotus Control. It's going to be Orbital, so it's going to be Gruul aggro versus Amalia combo. And then Fading Haste, I believe, is our Boros Convoke player versus Metalwork Colossus. Yep. So we have one final Amalia combo list fighting it out to make it into the top 4.
I think Amalia combo is pretty good against the Colossus. They definitely raced them pretty well.
Well, no, it's Boros Convoke against the Colossus list. It's Gruul aggro. I think Amalia is going to perform very well against Gruul aggro unless a very lucky Akroan War comes down, because Gruul aggro Orbital doesn't have any responses to Amalia.
They're not opting in. Usually some Gruul lists opt in for the Lightning Strike, but generally it's kind of inefficient. You'd rather just play creatures, especially when you're playing the new Saga. So they pretty much going to have their combo uninterrupted. So it's just a matter of, can I erase them? Odds are no. That's what I'm thinking.
Robot Flow, who is one of our players who has gone down, is it impossible for Amalia against blue-white control? And I'll leave that to Airball and Araya, since you guys are a little more tuned into it.
No, it's not impossible. There's no impossible matchup when you're playing a deck that kills on turn 3 and has access to Thoughtseize. So at the very least, you have that. And also, it's your toughest matchup because they have access to temporary lockdown, they have access to exile spells and whatever. But you are incredibly resilient. We saw Amalia versus Blue-White earlier today fight through 5 pieces of interaction, like counter spells, board wipes, spot removal, and still assemble a very scary-looking board. It didn't get there in the end, but no, Amalia can definitely beat Blue-White.
Yeah, they got access to Coco to dig in deep for their creatures. They can recur their creatures from the graveyard. I mean, they just can do so much. And deck is very resilient, like you said.
It's your worst
How much
matchup.
is simple. Yeah.
But
And then
That's how it goes for control.
do we think Boros Convoke is going to be able to make it work against the Colossus list?
Depends on how many O-rings we have with the exiles. We have the glass casket and we have portable hull, which can slow down the deck pretty well, but it's not hitting enough things because there's just a bunch of little baby creatures that get pumped up.
Yeah. I'm going to pull up Verez's Amalia combo list and we can see if they're on any specific cards that differentiate it from our other Amalia lists. These guys are on the dog. They do have Selfless Savior. Yeah, they are, which we are going to have to ban you, unfortunately. I said that in the video if you killed the dog to do the Amalia combo. Or I think I said that was if you did it to force a draw. So theoretically, if they do it on Amalia, they're still good. For their sideboard, it looks like they're boarding half for the Amalia Mirror. They have Knight of Dusk's Shadow, which I don't know. Are there any life gain decks other than Amalia combo?
see Angels once in a blue moon.
Yeah, Angels, I was about to say.
And then they're on 3
And that's not good.
3 by Fatal Push. So I'm imagining, I mean, that's good against, there's plenty of things that are playing. Low power toughness.
It's good against counter.
Mm-hmm.
Fatal Push is a good removal card if they need a buy time against aggro.
They have
That's another thing.
They have 2 of Voice of the Blessed in their deck in case they need, I guess, second Amalia combat payoff.
Yeah. Just a wall.
Which I honestly don't hate, right? Because it's almost like the Dina. It's like the Dina redundancy, except it'll live through Amalia's effect, and it'll live through like a Supreme Verdict. Won't live through Farewell or any of the other crafty ways to deal with it.
And we have Yasharn here as well to stop the Rakdos sack. It's a little bit slow. It doesn't really get there in time, but I do like it in here nevertheless. Good inclusion.
Well, I think Rakdos... I mean, the Rakdos sack stuff we saw was... it wasn't particularly fast in any of the matchups we've seen it. Like, it was resilient, but most of its games were going to time. So
More so that it's on low curve, so what it's doing is early on, but it can take a long time grinding out.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Yasharn has no plains or forest to fetch.
It's just there.
Oh yeah, it's just there to say fuck your mana confluence.
A 4/4 for 4.
I mean, hey,
fair.
You get it off of Quarter Calling.
Fair and honest Magic. That's what we're playing.
Absolutely.
Now, what is...
This Amalia deck is anything but honest.
What is Haywire Mike going for? I don't...
to naturalize. So generally, against you probably play this into what's their name? Enigmatic Fires.
Oh,
You just put a lot of enchantments. Get rid of fires. That's pretty good.
Well, it hits Rest in Peace. That's crucial. It hits
It does.
like Grafdigger's Cage and that kind of stuff, which is...
We land the Void as well. Stuff like that, yeah. It's just
And it also gains life when you do it.
Very good card.
Okay, so let me pull up chat here.
What is chat saying?
Robot Flow. Robot Flow was against UW blue-white control, and was just speaking as to how
fires. Temporary
difficult
lockdown.
It felt.
Just any relevant enchantment that either stops you or makes them win it's good against.
Yeah,
that's what makes Haywire Might so good. It's most things that are relevant.
Yeah, our Abzan mid-range player thinks that Convoke is going to step on Colossus, which I could believe. Game 1 particularly, I think if Shapeed isn't ready to have all their holes ready to deploy, they may not stop enough of the little low to the ground things that Haste is looking to do, and Convoke can get there really fast. I don't think
I agree. I think Convoke is heavily favored.
It's just that the portable holes don't really do enough to stop the race. It buys maybe like 1 or 2 damage.
Well, it buys 1 or 2 damage, but more importantly, it buys out a Convoke piece. Like, part of what is making Boros Convoke go crazy on you is hitting like a fucking 5 mana permanent on turn 2 because they've convoked everything to death. But that's more down to having Gleeful Demolition, I believe, is the card that makes you the 3 goblins to then convoke with, than just having your 1-drop. But every creature does matter there.
Yeah, the Gleeful Demolition start is very fast if they can get it.
Now I'm pulling up Fading Haste's list to see. Yeah, and then he has two Throne of the God Pharaohs. I think Boros Convoke is also going to have the benefit of, if Shapeed isn't trampling, they're going to have a lot of chump blockers.
Get cooked.
They're going to have a lot of time to try to put together something for what's probably only going to be like 1 or 2 more points of damage that they need to get through by the time the Colossus game plan is set up.
I think the sideboard is also pretty good for fading. They got a double Dahlia just to slow them down.
Mm-hmm.
Dahlia, Guardian Thraben, to make those non-creatures, those artifacts, cost a little bit more. It's going to buy enough time to just slow them down, rush out those creatures.
Yeah, an Invasion of Gobakhan might come back in.
I agree.
Yeah, you remember that the cost reduction on Colossus does also apply to the additional cost from Gobakhan, so they can still do it for 0 if they get more, if they get enough artifacts in play.
Oh, well, I wasn't even thinking about for Colossus. I was thinking about it for the things that they used to build up to Colossus. Like getting rid of 1,000 Moon Smithy. If the hand is mostly interaction, getting rid of... I can't remember what that 1 and a white card was they were using to exile to loop the candy trails.
Fabrication Foundry.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot more stuff that I would want to get rid of with Gobakhan, but it is like you're buying 1 or 2 turns, and it may be the 1 or 2 turns that you need to finish them off.
And I think Shaper would probably board and Get Lost, Glass Casket, and Metallic Rebuke, possibly, because you can't really destroy the Emanating Recruiter by the time it enters play. It's already done its job. So you just want to counter it so it doesn't hit the field. And I do like, I don't think you ever talked about the Judge's Familiar and Fading Haste deck. I think it's kind of an interesting pick.
Oh, I didn't even notice Judge's Familiar. Yeah, counter target instant sorcery unless pay is 1. That
it's like a 4 spike.
Mm-hmm.
I would actually like to know after tournament how relevant it's been. I'm curious.
It could be. Airball, do you know what Boros Convoke is normally afraid of when it goes to matchups?
Temporary Lockdown is just absolutely brutal against them. You can get hit, I guess, by like March of Otherworldly Light hitting the token. strict Proctor can be a serious problem because it taxes Knight Errant, it taxes Loxodon, it taxes Imadane's Recruiter's ability. Anything that like slows them down or mops them up efficiently once they've gone off, because they're kind of one shot.
Yeah.
So maybe this is a call out to stop a supreme verdict that's getting cast on curve. Like if somebody says I've made it to turn 4.
Well, it doesn't work on Supreme Verdict.
It works on everything that isn't Supreme Verdict, like Farewell or.
Oh right, Supreme Verdict can't be countered.
That.
Yeah.
And it also doesn't work on Lockdown because
Right.
it's instant or sorcery only.
It's just there for maybe, I don't know, go for the throw push, Farewell.
Sure, there's some
Just
things.
it'd be tough.
Yeah, I feel
Probably
like
doesn't-
I feel like if it was for single target removal, it's not quite what you want, but for Farewell blowing your back out, yeah, definitely.
9 times out of 10, it's just a 1-1 flyer, and that's good enough because it gets pumped in the air, hard to block.
True, convokes.
Yep, that's all we really care about it for.
Mm-hmm.
And let us see.
Araya, do you know where we're at on the 25-minute break?
Check. We have 14 minutes left.
Great. Okay, so guaranteed top 4 right now is average Magnetron Man and nobody else. So average and Magnetron Man are both at least going home with $50. One of them is going home with $100. They just don't know it yet.
Maybe they're even going in with more than that.
Yeah, they could be going home with $150 or the big $300.
What do you think is the best deck? Any
I
pick?
don't know. I want to see average play before I make that determination because he has. What was his record in Swiss? I don't have
Let me
that
tell you.
bracket available to
I
me.
think it was undefeated, but I'll double check. He was very good last time.
Yeah, because if that dude's undefeated,
Man, he went 6-0.
yeah, he went
Yeah, around
6-0-1 according to BrickBot. So
Yeah.
I think it's very possible. Did you? Well, Airball, you said that Lotus control probably eats him up though.
Eats up Amalia.
Phoenix is who.
Oh, yeah. It's not like 80% like the combo version is, but I think you're probably favored. I think you're probably 65%.
60-40, yeah. Okay, so if average can step over the 60-40 matchup, he's previously gone through, let's see, he went through Serialized, who was on Enigmatic Fires. So he ran through Enigmatic Fires, he ran through Boros Convoke, which you did say he was favored, and he ran through Abzan midrange. So he hasn't had to. Would you say he's similarly struggling against like an Amalia combo if he happens to run into that?
I mean, Amalia combo hates playing against decks that have cheap interaction, and is all about cheap interaction. I don't know which one's favored. I can look at the stats to see.
Yeah, let's start pulling in some mathematics. I do see, looking at their deck list, yeah, Fiery Impulse would stop Amalia, Lightning Axe.
Yep.
Even Is It Charm is going to do it. So they do have and then Petty Theft on Brazen Borrower. So he does have. So I'm trying to think of of the people that are up there. Do you think Azorius Control would have a good time against Phoenix?
I think generally Phoenix is slightly favored against the non-Lotus version of Azorius Control.
Okay, so his matchups do look pretty.
And that's right. I'm looking at the numbers on that now. Phoenix is 57% apparently against Blue-White Control traditionally.
That is
Well,
good.
yeah, and I think average is a good player to recognize when to be on the beatdown versus the control.
Yeah, he's proven himself day one that he knows what he's doing, and in the So now we have the top 8 confirmed players, and I think every deck remaining he looks pretty good into. Does anybody think Metalwork Colossus is going to be the thing that can hard stop the Is It Phoenix list?
I mean, we don't know. Could be the secret sauce with the 1,000-year smithy.
It could be, true. Also, P Frizz, thank you for the 4 months in a row. And Chopinator, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate your Bezos bucks. Welcome to the dog home, my friends. Yeah, so if I was going to bet on one person, I would bet on ridiculously average at this point. What about you, Araya?
I'm in the same boat. I think this deck is both very good and very, very good player. They know what to do, how to play their matchups. And they're really good at taking 2-0s, man. Very impressive.
I think I like blue-white control.
Fuck
I think
yeah.
blue-white is good enough against almost everything else except Phoenix, and that matchup I think is pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, so you betting Insomnia from the loser's side, since that's our non-Lotus control player, and then we have Lotus control going up against him next.
I think I like Lotus control the most.
Okay, so Magnetron Man. So other side of winners semis. Yeah,
Both have a good chance.
They do. I mean, Magnetron has been playing well. He's not dropped too many games. He only dropped 1 game to Gruul aggro, which it's pretty hard to not drop 1 game to a Gruul aggro list if they just get the right hand.
Yep, that happens.
Because they can just blow you straight to hell for looking at them. And it would be very cool to see Magnetron win, because he had to go out early in the Ponza mirror in our Popper matchup, and so I would love to be able to see him make it to finals or even take the whole thing. Gurns is in our chat saying the Colossus deck guides all call out Is It Phoenix as one of the grindiest matches for it. So if we do end up seeing Shapeed into average, that could be a long one. But Shapeed has to make it through Boros Convoke first, which we think is going to be a little bit of a bloodbath for Boros on this side of Boros Convoke, chopping up our Colossus player. And then we have Gruul aggro versus Amalia combo, which I think Amalia's favored. I think that's going to be some very fast games. I think one player is going to grab those games by, like, either the Amalia player is going to combo off, or Orbital is going to steal Amalia or something and beat them to death before the combo comes together.
Could be a lot of options.
Game 1, I think you're right. Game 1 will go quickly. Games 2 and 3, after Gruul boards in a little bit of interaction, and everyone needs to think through when they try to go off and when they have to try to go off. I think it'll slow down. Also, the incidental life gain from Amalia lines up to make it grindy against the aggro deck.
Now I will say, no, he does have a fair amount of. He has a lot of very applicable cards to sideboard in. He has Ferocidon. He has 2 more Ferocidons to put in, which is a big old fuck you to that deck's whole thesis. He has Rending Volleys for Amalia, and he has a Hearse. He has 2 copies of Hearse. So there are conceivably 7 cards that you could say instantly are, yes, we're going to put this in to stop the Amalia combo. Would it be worth bringing in that last copy of A Crow in War, do you think, to take control, or is taking control not good enough? The bar needs to be kill it at instant speed.
I think you need to, against a good player, you need to be able to kill it at instant speed.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're presumably dropping stuff for Rending Volley.
Rending Volley is good.
I wonder what we're dropping. Like Reckless Stormseeker? It's a very
I like
good
Ferocidon
card.
in here.
Ferocidon. If anything, we're dropping other things for more Ferocidons because we need them to not be able to gain any life.
Yep.
and then we're super happy with the game. Now on the Amalia player's side, they can bring in Fatal Push, which is going to hit the dorks and maybe stop a huntsman, the huntsman's ladder from starting. But other than that, they have Voice of Resurgence, they have Voice of the Blessed. To my untrained eye, their sideboard doesn't look that great against Gruul aggro, other than bringing in 3 Fatal Pushes to stop the critical mana dorks.
Oh, yeah.
That and just having your proactive game plan be better than theirs, right? Like, if you can
True.
just gain a ton of life, then it doesn't matter if you don't interact with their board, if their board's not good enough to kill you.
Skyclave Apparition also buys a good amount of time. It gets a lot of creatures.
Skyclave
I think everything
Apparition.
is mana value 4 or less.
Yeah, Skyclave could definitely take care of those Ferocidons, and Ferocidons are like the hard stop of stuff that's getting sideboarded in.
Definitely.
Hearst
Also
is...
Bat.
What is?
Also, the Decap and Bat is good. It
Yeah,
buys
there's
time
only
and
one.
it's like-
There's only one copy. I wouldn't feel too all that confident about. Oh, I'm sideboarding in one copy. River Dragon asked, does nobody run Tainted Remedy against Amalia? I personally feel like that's too narrow to just the Amalia matchup. Whereas like Ferocidon you can run to do basically the same thing and is a 3/3 with Menace and stops like creature spammers.
Yeah, people run in mono black discard with the Waste Not list, where they play a bunch of like Hymnotorox on you, and they just make you discard your cards. They can get away with that just because they draw so much cards with Waste Not. But it's generally a little bit too slow and a little bit too dead too often.
Mm-hmm.
And Amalia is just very good at answering enchantments, right?
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see play on one deck.
Feels like 3 mana do nothing from Arthur Smith. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's like there's a Candyland world
Often.
in which you, haha, I've prevented you from doing any parts of your combo, and every other world, including the one that we live in, you slow them down for maybe a turn, or more likely just never get to resolve it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
funny. Like, you could bring in Necromentia to name Amalia, and then it's never coming back. And that's probably not good enough to make it worth bringing in. Now imagine all they have to do is destroy an enchantment, and they even undo that. That's what playing that enchantment card is.
I mean, the end is probably better if you want to do a lobotomy as well.
Oh yeah, if you want to lobotomize the deck, hit him with the end.
There's also the blue black one as well. Don't know if that's he's played anymore.
There's a blue black one that does the same effect.
I think it's Haunted Moor, something like that. Let me look it up. Unmoored Ego.
Unmoored
Which is just-
Ego.
1 blue and a black, you name a card at sorcery speed. And then they draw a card for each card you make them get rid of.
That is one of my
need-
pet hate cards. Cannot stand Unmoored Ego.
Very good and very annoying.
What has it done to you?
Oh, nothing. That's the point. What bothers me is when people say it's good. Because it isn't. Like
like a
unless you
20th
have a
card.
very specific reason to play it, unless it's like it actually completely neuters the opponent's deck, then it's not worth playing because it doesn't affect the board. It's card disadvantage because if you hit something in their hand, they get to redraw another card anyway. And every deck in every format almost is running multiple win conditions that they can just use to like use the fact that you spent 3 mana to do nothing to advance the board and kill you.
Pretty much. I mean, it was good when creativity is probably around. Other than that, I don't know.
All right. It looks like I think we do want to follow winner semis just to see because those are the two we have the boldest predictions about whether or not they're winning. And they are setting up their lobby right now, so we can get into that. I'm gonna go use the bathroom again because I'm a small Victorian child with a tiny bladder, and then we'll get to determine which of us is correct. We also had somebody saying we need surgical extraction to get printed straight into Pioneer to lobotomize.
Hell no. Let's not do
No.
that.
Unanimous.
Don't even
no?
touch extra
What
plate,
about
please.
what about you, Airball? You want to see surgical
No,
extraction?
I'm with you. No surgical extraction, please.
They could rather just don't play combo ever. Only mid range.
I love mid-range hell.
Tournament is about the next round's about to start, so go pee.
Yeah, I'm waiting to get the. All right, yeah. Airball, you're now the face of my channel. Have a good time.
You make
Araya.
terrible decisions.
Yeah, Araya, make a bunch of fart noises. Bro, you have no idea. You have no idea the decisions I make. I tell you what, boys.
I can get MaldHound banned from Twitch.
Absolutely.
What do I have to do while he's gone to make that happen?
Start dancing. Making monkey
You
noises.
think that'll do it? Make a hot tub stream?
Oh wow, you already got it set up over there. Take off.
Oh yeah, no,
green
that's I got to start my career as a hot tub streamer.
Yeah, people are into that.
Could play DMCA music, I guess. That's boring though.
Yeah, all these.
I want something
tournaments
that'll make him go down in infamy. I want something like 10 years from now. They'll be like, remember that guy who got banned from Twitch because he left Airball all alone on his channel? I want that level of infamy.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what zerking it is, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask.
Don't worry about it.
Sure.
Yeah, the very first tournaments we did were very like impromptu and on the fly, just like figure it out as we go. It was terrible. Definitely, but the judges have made it a lot better though. Thanks to them, it's very helpful.
How many judges do you guys have?
We have 5.
Okay.
1 head judge.
All right,
That's a
I'm
lot.
about to DM
Yeah.
you boys a password.
I'm gonna announce the start.
Yes, it is in fact. It is in fact. It is that.
Oh, he's got it.
All right, and then I'm going to. I think maybe I want to pick our backup bracket here before we get too deep in. So Gruul aggro versus Amalia combo, that's probably not going long. So maybe Shapeed and Fading Haste will be the you sons of bitches. Shapeed and Fading Haste are in bracket 19. That'll be our secondary one.
Okay.
What's the name of the first room?
Doghouse bracket number 26 with the number sign. And then it is for the second room, Doghouse bracket 19. And it looks like, okay, Average has won the die roll, which on a list like Is It Phoenix, I'm going to bet is important. Yeah, they're shocking in Steam Vents. Immediately sleight of hand. So now we're in the winner of this game, I think, guarantees themselves $100. So we're starting to get into the matches where a lot of money is on the line for a tournament that nobody paid to be a part of. We had a ton of very helpful volunteers. I'll be shouting out our judges more directly when it won't interrupt a game. But a lot of people worked very hard for free to do this so you guys could play for free. And a turn 2 Ledger Shredder.
Off to a very good start. Sleight of hand into Ledger Shredder.
Mm-hmm. Now I doubt
He
he's
lives.
I doubt it's gonna get many pings off of Magnetron since he's on control. And there's that foretold everybody's favorite board wipe. You know it, you love it.
Arena's banger.
Get fucking Doomscarred on. Yeah, Arena All-Star Doomscar. We've got to
on
consider.
torture speed.
Maybe they have a sleight of hand too, and they just want to get a connive trigger before.
Yep. I think they were looking for land.
So Picklock, Prankster, Trigger, Ledger Shredder, Connive.
And they're gonna pitch a Fire Impulse. Probably a good idea. All the removal is pretty dead here, so I think they're just gonna keep digging for card draw.
Looks like Consider's the easy take.
Yep. We're just gonna go look for those Phoenixes and dump them in graveyard when we can.
Mm-hmm.
And punch for 2.
Swinging 2, yeah. So he knows that Doomscar's out, so he's presumably just trying to get it while the getting's good. Maybe force him to use it earlier than he wants to. All right, Proctor's out. Is there anything in Phoenix that cares about that? Oh, but they have the Lotus Field.
Yeah, they would be able to counter Strict Proctor, but they can't in this deck.
Yeah.
And they can't choose in time to stop the Lotus Field.
Yeah, they're already on 5. God, they're on 5 mana right now.
Yeah. That's the thing about the Proctor Lotus Field combo is that if the Proctor touches the board, they immediately get priority to play the Lotus Field, so you can't prevent it from doing the thing.
It is a little bit frustrating. But
going to consider. Well, presumably, he's going to Fiery Impulse. Take the Proctor down to 0 because they have enough instants and sorceries to get the spell mastery going. So they will connive.
We're trying to see a Phoenix.
Yeah, so they will connive again. Yeah, no Phoenixes in the graveyard.
Pick lock Free to Fey again. Unpick
from hand. If we find a Treasure Cruise,
they got to take that, right? Cruise. Yeah, because we're delving like a motherfucker. Or we have
Ancestral Recall. Is that any good?
All right.
How about Ancestral Recall? Is that any good?
Nah, it's bad. No.
You make sure his deck's smaller so you can die to it.
It's standard playable.
Yeah.
Now, Ridiculous is almost halfway through their deck, a few turns into this because of the self-mill from the pranksters. Oh, another Strict Proctor. Is there another Lotus Field?
Nope, it looks like they're passing with mana up.
Interesting. 4 mana.
The good thing is we do have 4/1. We have a couple of 1/3s with Vigilance to attack with.
Wandering Emperor makes sense as a card here as well.
Yeah, add a bunch of white, get rid of the Ledger Shredder. You really just want to stop yourself from having to Doomscar over this one creature. So reveal top 5. Reveal top 5. Get to. I mean, it has to be an Emperor, like Airball called out, that they're sitting on.
Definitely.
And they're taking the Sleight of Hands. It looks like. And then they play 1. They connive again.
It's unusual to see pieces of the puzzle anymore. That card has mostly been completely replaced by Picklock Prankster.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is that it does net 2 instead of 1. Or it nets 1 card overall.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's the secret tech that's making him so unbeatable. Oh, and we see a Phoenix go to grave. And I think they do need to cast 1 more spell. I believe they cast 2. And they have a full grip. They should have at least 1 more 1 mana. Yep, and they're going to delve out Treasure Cruise, get Arclight Phoenix.
Like an absolute beast.
So if this is Wandering Emperor, you do get to flash it in, exile the 1 Phoenix, and you can untap and Doomscar to kill the Ledger Shredder if you're scared. You
can, and then you leave them to play. Well, I guess 2 flying.
I think if they want to do that, they could just wait to get punched and then play the Doomscar.
Yeah, it's only if you want the Phoenix to get exiled and you're afraid of them bringing it back the following turn, because they do have 9 cards in hand right now.
Yeah, there are 23 cards left in the deck at present moment.
They're gonna block the Ledger Shredder.
Take the Phoenix.
3. And in fact, they not have it. Well, unless they're waiting.
They have 4 cards in hand. They have something. Oh, and another Phoenix is going to get discarded.
If it's not, it has to be Memory Deluge.
Another Ledger. What is in their hand that they are fearless?
Yeah. They were just trying to fear them into not attacking.
Yeah,
that's
a
little weird. They went to clean up and discarded the hand size before Deluge got cast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably just
for cutting.
Yeah, probably just a little shortcutting. Listen, none of us read.
We're tapping out for Teferi.
Farewell. That's good.
And that is brutal.
Let's go back to
Averages tap
turn
out.
1. How about?
We do still
Still
have free to
ridiculous
pay.
there for getting those treasure cruises cast while the graveyard was still there, though.
Yeah,
So if those were still in hand after the graveyard got exiled, it would have been a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Average knows how to use his cards, making sure to use that graveyard before it's turn 6, quote unquote.
So now Average is in like Average is in the bad place right now with a full grip, 5 lands, and 2 flying creatures he can resolve at will. And it looks like
The
he's
good thing is
tapping.
with 7 cards, he can still rebuild.
Yeah, like he's seen more than twice as many cards than Magnetron has drawn 14.
With another pieces,
Ridiculous has
I'm gonna
drawn
hit 5.
39. Ridiculous has
Sorry,
almost
Impulse.
drawn 3 cards for every card Magnetron has drawn. And with pieces of the puzzle, he's revealing
Pierce,
Consider,
meaningful,
Impulse,
sorta.
Spell Pierce. Taking
Probably take
Spell
Pierce,
Pierce,
Consider.
taking
Yep, that's good.
Consider,
I mean,
yeah.
Decking is a very real concern at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, yeah, he's down to 16. He's
I
moving
mean,
a
just
lot
looking
of
to
his-
probably play Phoenixes before that happens.
That would be a funny way to lose this matchup, is to just scream all
Yeah.
over him and then deck out. But given how well Ridiculous has been playing, I feel like he probably knows when to take his foot off the gas for that.
Rips off a Consider on their end step.
Yeah, Average digged 25 games away, so he's good. He's good with his shovel. For sure.
Raider's not a May
Definitely.
as well, so if he wants to make progress and cast 2 spells on a turn, then he does have to dig 1 card deeper every time.
Yeah.
Yep. It is also interesting that he doesn't have a Galvanic iteration in his deck or to protest trespass. So
Another ledger shredder coming down.
this is all raw stuff. Sleight of hand, double connive.
All right,
Wow.
double connive. Yeah, really running through his deck. And I presume Ridiculously Average knows or would have the like meta knowledge to guess that this is probably a Doomscar. So it is getting pretty
Well,
dangerous.
Especially because Megatron Man had 4 mana last turn on end step and chose not to use it. So it's certainly not Behold the Multiverse or something like that.
Mhm.
That definitely
Yeah.
would have gotten cast.
There's not really other spells to play from Foretell in this format.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a Phoenix in the grave. If he can somehow get one in the grave. Oh, he's milling 4.
Another free to pay. Here's a charm. There's a cruise.
There's a
Play
Phoenix.
There we go.
So this is going to get to a lot of
Treasure
damage and will presumably get lethal.
They do have to choose if they tap out or not, because Spell Pierce might hit something, but we're not sure.
Magnetron, I'm pretty sure, has Settle. I believe that's a sideboard card, Dread Skull.
No, I actually think there's one in the main.
It's
for this
one. There
Lotus
is
field
one in
list.
the main. Okay. So there is still the dream is not dead, and it's 7 cards left in library. I think I would certainly be looking to try to make them deck out. Yep, tapping out for something. Shark
Shark
Typhoon,
Typhoon.
cycling a big shark to what's that going to be? A lot.
3/3 or 3.
Well, they have to
6/6?
spend 2. Yeah, 6/6. So they probably eat. They're eating the shredder.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
And Spell Pierce that.
Yep, it is channel ability. Cycle, I should say.
Yeah. We love activated abilities that aren't casting spells.
So make Visage so broken.
Yeah,
Like,
ban
not the reason.
ban Forest, by the way.
Sure. Why
Delving?
not? One more
He's
treasure
treasure cruising?
I mean,
Bro.
Pierce has never been cast, I guess.
Bro is insane to draw 3 in this position. 4 cards in library.
I think this is a game 2 situation. Clearly, Manatron Man has way too much
Like,
just things going on.
I respect him as a fellow Is It Crackhead. I respect him so much for touching this many cards, but holy shit, do you need to stop touching cards?
Oh yeah.
This is the only format where Treasure Cruise is legal, so if you have the option to cast it, you have to. Those are just the rules.
It just feels really good, so you know what? It's whatever. It's valid.
All right, so he's
I
on
mean,
9. He's presumably in cleanup, trying to pick what to discard now.
Theoretically. Oh, he's playing land for turn. And
Playing it on the wrong side of the fucking board.
you have 8 cards to answer. Captain. Someone tell him.
Oh, deluging.
A deluge. Doesn't
Main
really
phase
matter.
deluge is interesting.
Yeah, they're not that desperate. One, two, three. Oh, tapping out.
Oh,
Here,
to
I'll-
fairy.
Okay. Does it resolve?
I mean, pierce it, please. That's the only thing you can do. Come on. Oh, they were just thinking about discard still. They're definitely piercing it.
Well, doesn't if they tapped out for this? This is the only spell they've cast so far, right?
Oh yeah.
They would have the mana to pay, I think.
No, this is deluge, right? So Ledger Shredder triggers here.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
just resolving into the shredder. But I think he just wants to let that happen first, just to bluff. I don't know. We already know that 12 pierce is from pieces.
yeah. Okay, he's spell pierced.
There we go. That was a good idea. It was like the best thing you could do. This shark token is still really hard to get rid of in this deck, though.
6 is a lot. Lightning Axe
Yeah.
doesn't hit it anymore.
Best we could do is lightning axe and then hit it, attack, and then see if they block.
Yeah, and they have a they have a 6/6. You son of a. All right, after this game, please go into their voice log and tell Average to stack his shit to the left, like I told them to. Oh, and they're bouncing the shark.
Sure. Well, everything's on an adventure today. Adventure
Yeah.
party.
So Magnetron lives through this hit, right? He's gonna take 5,
Or,
For now.
and he's gonna take.
oh my god.
Oh,
Six.
that's
Oh, they're
we're
discarding
on
a
0
Phoenix.
cards here.
So he's gonna take 9. He's gonna die. Ridiculously Average is gonna get him with the last card in his deck.
That is very funny. Oh, and there's the Arclight Phoenix.
Yeah, because the Arclight Phoenix went to the graveyard.
And it draws the top card. That is really funny.
So now
It's
as
pretty
long
brave
as
to play Teferi. I keep looking back to that last turn. I feel like casting the Doomscar was probably the way to go. It seems hard to lose from that spot.
Oh, he shoots his Obar to not draw a card as well. Brings back both on start of combat. Attack for 9, win game.
Yep. God damn. Ridiculously Average doing it. 0 cards left. Props to him. That is peak Is It gameplay right there. Alright, then we're going to remind them. We've zoomed in the overlay to make it a little bit more legible. So that last, I think it was the rightmost land on Average's field, we could just no longer see. We could see everything on the other player's board. And then there was 2 mana that was just in the fucking Shadow Realm.
So we have an embarrassment of riches in the sideboard to bring in if you're the Lotus Field player. You have Dream Trawler, which is obviously great in the matchup. You have Thought Distortion, which is great. Rest in Peace is great. Settle the Wreckage is good. Dragonlord Dromoka, uncounterable, big-ass lifelinker. And Narset's Reversal. You haven't lived until you've Narset's Reversaled someone's Temporal Trespass or their Treasure Cruise. It is great.
Oh, yeah. That's a good thing about Control. They can play the very specific outs and buy them a lot of time.
Yeah, I poked in on Colossus versus who are we seeing against Colossus? I can't even remember at this
It was
point.
Braxac, right?
Yeah, it was
No, it was
Rax.
Convoke.
Convoke, I'm sorry.
It was
It
Convoke,
was
Convoke.
and Shapeed got bodied. It looked like a grinder, but Shapeed was down at 2, and Convoke was up at 18. All right, so they are sideboarding, and yeah, we were saying
I mean-
Dromoka, Dream Trawler, and Narsets. I have to imagine that other Settle the Wreckage is coming in. Is Temporary Lockdown coming in, do you think?
No.
Nah. It hits
It's too
Shredders and nothing else.
Yeah. It's hitting
I guess
the
it depends on the
little
Phoenix list. Does the Phoenix have like Young Pyromancer or something in the sideboard?
No, I mean it hits the pick lock
has
range,
a
but that's not
one
what
of.
it takes out.
It has a one of Young Pyromancer, so it's not a big part of the game plan.
Young Pizzy is not really super helpful here anyway.
And you said
Maybe
Thought
like
Distortion. Is that coming in?
Oh yeah, Thought Distortion is
Yeah,
great
because
against
that's
them.
a whole backbreaker. It's only a one of. But we're gonna see, does Ridiculously Average get through 60 cards again?
That would be very funny.
That was crazy.
I mean, we're just seeing a lot of expertise and skill from this player that just knows what they're doing.
Oh yeah, he has it locked in.
Looks like the game has begun.
It does look like they are starting their mulligans. Looks like Ridiculously Average has mold to 6. And then the control player gets to go first, which...
Starts off with land and passes their turn.
Control, you want to go first, right?
Absolutely.
Well, every
Every day.
Yeah, every what the fuck am I talking about?
Except Manaless Dredge.
Except Manaless Dredge.
I mean, hey, that deck, it exists still, so... That's the only deck that wants to go second.
There have been times when I've
second.
taken the draw. Like, back when that Orzhov discard deck was in Standard, if you played the Mirror, you probably wanted to take the draw in that one.
Just second card in hand.
I've heard that there are control mirrors that want to take the draw as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's just better to go first most of the time.
I may have heard from Crack Smokers. And a Rest in Peace is here. Rest in Peace is here. I don't think we saw Ridiculously Average with any answers to that. Maybe Brazen Borrower's instant side?
Yeah, I mean, they're supposed to counter it. That's all you can do. Here's Young Pizzy.
Here's Young Peasy.
Young Peasy!
Usually you want to play Young Peasy and then a spell. But
yeah.
I guess there's nothing else to do with
Strict
turn 2
Proctor's here. And a Lotus Field's here. This is a great open for Magnetron.
Magnetron always are the banger openers.
Yeah, I mean, if you want... I feel like if you want to be anywhere as Lotus Control, this is where we want to go. Duke Vulture, yes, this is Airball MTG, who has joined us as co-commentator for this. We were very glad to have him. Saheeli!
We're making all the kind of tokens.
Yeah, they're just flooding token flood, I guess. I really want to see
Pyromancer's not a big threat. Saheeli is. It's hard to answer Planeswalkers in that Lotus Field deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Also can make copies.
What would they be copying?
Another creature they have in control, maybe a Phoenix.
Mm.
It is relevant. Not by much,
We're
though.
getting frisky with the Proctor here.
Yeah, punch the Saheeli.
I think
Paper
board
cutting
wipe
the
is
Saheeli.
probably coming.
Yeah, if they can... Well, if they can get it to only being able to activate once, right? That's pretty meaningful.
At the very least, we could see if this Young Peasy gets in. Make a 1/1 a human and a mirror. Sort of.
Yeah, so two
And an
1/1s are coming onto the board right now. They're getting Surveil.
Classic. Don't forget to make both. There we go. This does get out of control very fast.
Yeah, with
good that we have
especially
both.
how the whirlwind of spells he was playing last turn or last game.
Oh yeah, this deck can do crazy things. Are they minusing? Oh, I think they're minusing the
It
servo
does.
to
They're
become
making
Young
making
Peasy.
a second Young Peasy, and then they're opting
Oh,
to
right, we're
get
making
double
three
the
bodies.
elemental triggers.
Holy moly!
He's cracked. He's
Wow.
one step ahead of the sideboard. He was like, I'm never gonna get to play my Phoenixes, so here's whoa,
There's a bunch of 1/1s.
1/1s be upon ye. Blah.
Absolutely. I mean, it's working, to be honest.
But now Saheeli's on 2, and if there's a board wipe here, then we're pretty comfortable, I think, in the blue-white player's shoes.
Yeah, you just cry if you're ridiculously average and you get either Doomscarred, Supreme Verdict. Is that in Lotus control as well?
Yeah.
Sometimes. I don't think it is in this one.
I think we're just hoping that they have a Pierce here on the average side. Otherwise,
It's like, no, here's another opt. We're all in.
Yeah, we're gonna make them have it.
we do still have 1 blue mana, but let's see if they cantrip again. Huge board, but definitely if a board wipe happens, just
I feel like ridiculously
waste
average
mana.
is so good as a player that even if he had one more cantrip, since none of these have haste, he would at least bluff that he's got the Spell Pierce with the 1 open mana.
Memory Deluge. Okay.
Oh, so they're
just looking for one.
delusion to find the board wipe to deal with this.
Definitely. The good thing is Doomscar is only 5 mana, so if they play land and then take some time and then cast it later. At some point they'll be able to.
Oh,
pay for
second
Spell
a
Pierce.
second Lotus Field has hit the playmat.
Yep. They're looking to probably play around the Pierce.
Mm-hmm. But are they gonna take? Are they gonna take a turn of this fucking board state to play around the Pierce? It was 7, 8, it's 10 damage on board right now.
They could be bluffing to not have a board wipe either. It really depends on what Magnetron wants to do.
And they're
here.
representing Settle the Wreckage as well. So
Yeah.
Yep.
if that gets pierced, then you get to untap, and you're probably okay with another board wipe.
Oh, and now it begins.
Oh, we have Treasure Cruise.
Treasure Cruise
not gonna
now
you're not gonna grab that one.
now the most dead card in the format. Treasure
But
Cruise
it's
with
awesome.
a rest in peace on board.
Yeah, we're taking that opt. I mean, hey, their board is deadly.
No, their board is deadly. If Magnetron is not on a board wipe right about now, he's gonna be 6 feet under.
Definitely.
Now, if he does get to untap, he can very likely farewell, settle the wreckage. So many
Now he gets 8
arrows.
damage. That's 8 punch, 7 damage to the face,
All
and
right,
then settle
he's-
the wreckage.
Yeah, bring it
Pierce
through.
in
How
response.
many basics you got?
There we go.
Pierce.
That's what I'm talking about.
All
I
right,
told
so
you
now
guys.
we're hoping for untap, run it back.
Double Pierce. Always, never fails.
Yeah, but oh, you're saying 2 more pierces in hand in those 4 cards?
Or it could be Is a Charm somewhere in there. We don't really know.
Yeah, but he has the
1 mana open.
he has
here,
the
though.
mana to play a 3rd Lotus Field coming down.
Oh yeah, if they rip off the sorcery removal, nothing can happen. There's nothing to do about it. Looks like they're
Okay, I
attacking
think they
Sealy.
have it.
Yeah, because they're getting
we
their
good with the
bump
prompter.
in on Sealy to make sure it can't copy anything else.
I'm attacking is good no matter what, but yeah. Yeah, looks like they're just attacking attack. Does that mean a 2-0 or are they holding a Settle the Wreckage?
It's got to be another
No
settle.
discontinuity.
Oh,
Oh.
discontinuity.
That
And they're
works
holding
too.
up enough. Now, we need to see if Average got his 1 copy of Negate in.
Or
Because-
stroke. There was a stroke, I think, as well.
Oh, yeah, he could
Disdainful
stroke
would be
him
good.
off, yeah. He's
I think
opting.
he's looking for
He's
it.
opting, looking for that powerful stroke to shut down
The thing is, the turn's
Magnetron.
not over. It's not split second, so he can just play on top of the spell.
Yeah, you can just play on top of the spell.
We're also representing Veto over there from Magnetron Man, so
True.
stroke might not be enough.
Possibly. I mean, that means they're fighting over a discontinuity.
Yeah. There's
Which is
so
probably
many
good for
tokens.
Average. Unfortunately, no good Treasure Cruise here. Otherwise, he would have had a full hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a very risky stroke that Average would have to go for because of the negate or the Dovin's veto.
It is very unfortunate. And I think the turn ends.
I think you let it go. Yeah, I think you're right.
Not much to do anyway. Can't attack. The turn's over.
Oh, I mean,
And-
if you have the counter, maybe you just
Yeah.
let it go.
Yeah. You can just wait a turn and just counter something else. Impulse? Oh,
Impulse.
they don't have it. They're looking for it.
They got it.
Pulse off the top.
Wow. What could those other 4 cards be? Maybe like a Dream Trawler, a Teferi, none of which
I mean, I'm surprised. Like,
saved the day for us.
Manatron Man's dug in like 10 cards deep.
Oh God, another one.
So now
Impulse
it's
for an impulse.
ridiculously average. They're only floating 1, so they have 7 mana to spend right now. So if they
they're-
Doomscar, it can get through a Spell Pierce, but not much else.
Well, the good thing is, yeah, Doomscar costs a little bit more on the flat side if you don't foretell it.
They also
Playing a
were
4th.
representing Dovin's veto last turn, so even if there's a Disdainful Stroke or a negate, you can fight over that here.
I don't know if they're putting mana in their mana pool, but they have 1 blue. Maybe
They have
do
1
have
blue
Dovin's.
from the Lotus Field, which is what they did for... Because they cast Impulse. They tapped a Lotus Field to cast Impulse, so they have 1 left over
Right.
from that. But it's...
The pips do matter, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, you have to choose only 1, so they have to save blue, because you
Yeah.
have to choose only 1 color. Adding more blue.
The fact they're counting it. Okay, they're gonna cycle a Shark Typhoon for just a card. I mean, they're digging for a removal spell that they can't find.
Yeah, well, they're digging
This
for
is tragic.
presumably Doomscar, and then they could tap the last Lotus Field for 3 white. And they are
Oh.
emptying it.
For
They're
5?
counting up white, and then
White?
Memory
Oh,
Deluge.
gosh.
Oh my god, that's heartbreaking. Average
Unfortunate.
slamming the door shut on Magnetron Man, who still has a second life in losers bracket. So Magnetron's run is not over.
And piercing the Memory Deluge. Just
Yeah, why not?
for the-
Damn. Yeah.
I told you he had the spell.
Just
pierce.
the
How
grime.
was I wrong? And March on a token is not
Yep.
enough.
Sure, that'll do
Yep.
it.
Go out on your own terms.
I mean, that
Pierce,
was
I dare you.
beautiful.
All right. So
That was just
ridiculously
unfortunate.
average. Yeah. Into winners finals, guaranteed at least third and $100 in the tournament. Magnetron Man now gonna have to fight it out on loser side. Let's see what's going on with Haste and Shapeed. Shapeed looking in a much better position in game 2. 23 life, 2 Colossi on the field, and an Ingenious Smith that is 6/6.
What is going on?
This looks like a reversal of the end of game 1 that we peeked in on, where Haste was just beating Shapeed to death.
Yep. And it looks like they're going to channel the Moonsnare prototype for the first time. They're going to
Yeah, because at this
salty
point,
that Knight Errant.
yeah, they're full swinging, and so you have to sack your whole board to blocking.
Yep.
But yeah,
I assume they're going to
absolute,
keep it on top, but
absolute heartbreak for Magnetron Man, finding
That was
nothing in
brutal.
that last dig.
I mean, that was like
I've been
20
there.
cards.
Playing so well to just have the non-premium Cockatree Shuffler tell you it was your time. All right, now we got a full swing from Shapeed with he has to block. All of these have to be blocked or else you're dead. None of them have trample, so he's going to have one more turn. Oh, he has a response to the Smith, I guess. Get lost.
Get
Yeah,
lost
have
on
2
the
more
ingenious-
artifacts. Metalwork Colossus player.
Yeah.
Give them map tokens as well.
Yeah,
Just
is there
keep drawing
even...
gas. I don't know what they're trying to do. They cannot do that. Oh, they're doing it on their own turn. On
Main
phase
2. Main 2, they're exploring with the crane.
Flip a Ugin.
Oh,
Taking a Ugin.
woof.
That's actually not bad.
Then they're doing it again.
Iron
Iron
Crag.
Crag.
We put
Yeah,
that
that's
in
going
Ben,
to
probably.
grave.
And he gets +2/+2.
This is another one of those
+1/+1.
game action spots. I don't
Yeah.
think there's anything that gets you out of here.
Not in a Boros Convoke list. In the format, sure. In Fading Haste deck,
I mean, 24 health, not really getting through that. I assume a lot of candy trails resolved, and we're eating.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure. I mean, personally, again, I'm on the side of I often call a game too early, but if you're on the perspective of worrying about round timers, because they're going to go into game 3 with like 10 minutes on the clock, if I'm haste, my games are normally faster. I would want to get to the next one to not go to turns. Whereas
I think you're just taking the chances.
If you get to game 3 and there's like 3 minutes left, it's a free roll because you're on the play and you get to try to win. And even if you fizzle out, the opponent might not be able to kill you.
True.
That's true.
But Shapey has Candy Trail, so he's more likely to end up at the higher life total. Like, I don't think Haste has any ways to bump his life total up, which is how the ties are getting decided right now. And they would be
but he could definitely bump Shapey's life down.
True. Yes, he could. He could do that. This game was probably a fair amount of back and forth that we didn't get to see.
Double Colossus coming in to scoop those tokens. Oh, they're dying.
Okay, so that's going to be, I believe, a game 3 between Shaped and Fading Haste. I think we saw Orbital caught a bullet. Varese, our last Amalia combo, has moved into guaranteed top 6 with a 2-0 win over Gruul aggro.
There we are.
So we're going to be seeing, in the next round, we're going to be seeing Amalia combo versus Enigmatic Fires. And the winner of this next game is going to play Insomnia on Azorius control. With Magnetron Man and Ridiculously Average both getting a bye for the next little bit because they are in finals. So Magnetron Man guaranteed $50, or no, $100, and Ridiculously Average guaranteed $150 at this point.
Very exciting.
Yeah, so let's see what Fading Haste might want to bring in against Colossus if he hadn't already done it. I think we talked about, is Get Lost acceptable here?
Presumably.
And we saw Gobakon on the field, so we know they brought that in after game 1. And we saw Glass Caskets coming out from Shaped. So they have made a couple moves against each other. It looks like they are either done. Either Shaped did come back from behind and win that last game, or they are... Oh, that was game 3. So they just had a... So Shaped took that. So it's going to be Metalwork Colossus against Azorius Control and
Easy.
Amalia combo against Enigmatic Fires. So which of those do we want to be the primary?
I don't know, this Metalwork Colossus deck. People are doubting it, but it's good. We're seeing it foolproof here. Just beating people up.
We haven't seen Fires yet today. That might be a good one to watch.
Yeah, we'll watch Serialize, make sure that we get as many different archetypes covered. So when they come through with their lobby and passwords, I will pass it off to you boys. So we're looking for bracket 23 will presumably be the room name. Are there any decks you two are especially surprised to see up there on the top? Like, I don't know how well we expected Enigmatic Fires to do or for Metalwork Colossus to do, but I feel like those are the two outside shots that have made it the deepest.
Well, Fires is like proven to be pretty good, but Metalwork Colossus is pretty bad. It's just never been good.
Shocked. I am shocked to see Colossus.
Shaped
it's
is
kind of
just
like
a
those
fucking
decks
demon.
It's like the deck you build on a budget because you like Pioneer and you want to try it out. You just play with cards you own.
Yeah.
And even before the Smithy deck, the deck was basically unplayable. You were unironically playing Knuckle Brass.
Pika
I was
Puff.
surprised to see Soulflayer make top 16. I mean, it's not still in the event anymore, but that was surprising.
Yeah, made it up there. Made it top 16.
Also, the 5-color humans with the Pyre of... What was it? Pyre of Heroes? Oh my god.
Yeah,
I can't believe that made top 16.
That doesn't
That deck is
surprise
so
me
bizarre.
as much. Like, sometimes that deck runs well, and when it does, it's straight fire.
It's just so weird. It's running Experiment 1. And Reflector Mage.
Or
Kinda-
mono
it's
white
kinda
humans
spicy.
suffered a lot from the mono green ban because mono white would just eat mono green alive, and now no one can play it.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so now
Still
we're looking.
good.
So I wonder, from the perspective of anybody unseating average, is there any deck more favored than Magnetron to try to piece up? Is it Phoenix? Because we've got Fires, Amalia, straight Azorius Control, and Metalwork Colossus left. Or is Magnetron still hoping and praying for the run back?
I don't know, honestly.
So Phoenix is the only one left in the winners bracket.
Yeah, Phoenix is
right?
now on winner's side of finals.
I think that makes them a strong favorite. I don't think there's any matchup so bad for them that they won't win 2 matches, or that they will lose 2 matches.
Okay, I have just sent the password in for bracket 23, which is going to be our Enigmatic Fires player versus somebody I've already forgotten because my brain has made a paste, versus Amalia combo. So we'll see how Fires holds up against Amalia, and then I'm waiting on Shapeed and Insomnia to send me in their lobby, and then we'll pull them up for the backup game. Oh, and Fires is the one with Leyline of the Void. So particularly in game 2 on, they could just hard mulligan for Leylines of the Void and hope and pray.
So there is this weird tension with the Fires deck and Amalia, because Fires says that you can't cast spells on your opponent's turn, and Amalia loves that. So you have to be very careful with when you play it, or you could just end up handing the win to your opponent.
Right.
Right. Okay.
I'm pretty sure we're just going to look to have hard stops, though. But we do have stuff like Radiant Flames, just board wipe on the turn.
Elish Norn hoses Amalia too, if you can fetch that.
Yep.
So you can Fires Enigmatic Incarnation off of Fires, fetch sack Fires, fetch Elish Norn, and probably be in okay shape.
You can also channel the Touch the Spirit Realm as well when combos try to happen.
Yep.
Buy a turn. That's relevant.
And we do have the big Chungus as the companion, Karuga the Macrosage.
Oh, they have Karuga?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Which
They
is
got
card.
Karungus.
The
And
Chungus Among
Quakebringer,
Us.
which was some tech that some of these players brought to the regional championship as well. Quakebringer reads your opponents can't gain life, and also if it's in the bin, then they take 2 damage every turn.
Only triggers if you also control Giant. Which I guess you can play Bolt Crusher.
No, you guys. MaldHound said that I am now the face of his stream.
Yeah, I did. I
So
did
this
declare.
is what you're stuck with.
I did declare Airball's the face of the channel. I do. Yes, one of the judges is asking me about interviews, and I'm saying we're gonna hold that off until we actually start removing the top 4, because we have to do this round, then another round, then another round, and then finals.
Almost.
Because these 4 have to play, and then the 2 from that. Yeah. So after this next game, we're gonna do a quick, like 3-minute interview with Magnetron and Average. Which, Airball, are you in my Discord?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. There's going to be a... we'll hop out of this call to a voice channel. You will use Toxic Thunderdome 1.
There. Why not?
But again, after this next round of games.
Oh, shoot. I think I am the problem here. I joined that not as a spectator.
Oh, you joined the game. It's Airball with a steel chair. We bring you in the finals on Lotus combo to just blow out ridiculously average. There's nobody.
I'll do it.
There's nobody that could beat him 2 games in a row except Airball.
Yeah, general fireball tournaments used to do that. If you took them down, you got to play against one of the fireball pros for extra prizes.
That is what Thug Finals in Smash tournaments is. Is you play against like the organizers for extra money. Maybe we should start putting Thug Finals in once we actually operate. Once we have a tournament schedule actually locked in. All right, I'm about to send you guys the password for bracket 24, which is our secondary bracket. And then presumably we will start getting into this game. All right, we've got Varez and Punished. Varez being our Amalia combo player, and presumably Punished being our Enigmatic Fires player. Airball once again.
Damn it, I did it again. I'm
Airball,
sorry.
he knows there's money on the line. He's like, hey, you know what? I can handle him.
I feel so bad. Getting
I
kicked,
can handle
It's
him.
heartbreaking.
Airball comes in with a full legacy deck for the real cage match. I would love that. All right, we're getting into it. Punished and Varez. Varez is going to go first. So that is Amalia on the play. And as we've covered, you always want to be on the play, but I feel like Amalia on the play, right? They're going crazy right now.
And Karuga on the play, too. Like, that deck does not like going second at all.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see if they're both going to keep their starting 7s. At this point, I feel like everybody has a lot of games under their belt. Yeah, they're both keeping their starting 7. Not shocking it in. And then a Triumph. So no turn 1 plays for either person. Maybe Varez just has the fucking stone cold Amalia nuts for turn 3. Innkeeper's coming down with a treasure. So that could be turn 3. Hey man, you're dead. Have a good day.
Would it?
Yeah, you play a land because Wild Growth and Amalia are both 2 mana. So if you have a third land in the treasure...
But Amalia won't be able to swing.
Oh, true. It'll be summoning sick Amalia. So they will have one more turn.
I've learned to never doubt Amalia. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
sure,
if
it
the-
probably could kill me. I just don't see how.
All right, third land, playing a Boseiju. So I think I feel like they're probably going for something pretty aggressive. Or they may not know that this is Fires. So they may not know that it's a good idea to hold up Boseiju for the channel ability. Oh, and they're just punching with Prosperous Innkeeper. That's strange. Could they be
I feel like if the Karuga companion was revealed, then they are definitely sure that this is Fires.
Maybe they're just respecting the open mana. Does Fires have any interaction up for this?
They can channel, like Araya said, they can channel the Touch the Spirit Realm, and that's it. Oh, here's Coco.
Okay, Coco on end step. So look at top 6. Does God love them? And will they just get their combo on the end of punish turn? A dog and Amalia. I mean, God at least likes you, if that's what you found.
Yeah. And you get to explore here to try to find the Wild Growth Walker.
Mm-hmm. And they still have 4 cards in hand, which I feel like if they kept this turn 1, there's probably at least one more useful thing to them. Extraction Specialist.
And they keep it on top.
Yep, and it's going to just immediately go back and get the Amalia on their turn, since Bone Crusher Giant is coming in to stomp.
Nope.
Oh, but the Savior's going to eat it.
And now shields are down. There's nothing that Punished can do for 1 mana that stops them if we have the combo here.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that right? No, we do have full domain, so Leyline Binding would do it.
Got it. I always forget that that's a card until somebody flashes it on me for 1 mana, and I just scream. There it is. So as the Leyline Binding doesn't come out, that's going to be it for game 1. And that's it. I desperately need to go use the bathroom again. So Airball, I'm going to leave them in your hands to speedrun getting me banned from Twitch and YouTube at the same time. If they don't ban me simultaneously, doesn't count.
I didn't realize the stakes were even higher. I was talking about getting him banned earlier by myself on Twitch, but how do I maximize getting banned on Twitch and YouTube at the same time? Are the TOSs similar enough, or is there something that... What one action can I take that will guarantee both bans? Let's get the double whammy. Is that a euphemism for what I need to do to get banned, or is that just talking about getting banned? Okay, well, if that wasn't, surely Hang the Wang is. I don't think I'll do that, though. Yeah, you guys aren't very creative. Come on. I want something that goes down in infamy. I want something that, like, is bizarre and does the job of getting banned. Yeah, we're playing, like, ban golf. Look, I need MaldHound to be willing to come back on Decked Out. And I guess on the one hand, if he can't make his own content, then he has more time to come on the show. But I kind of want him to still be able to have a community to watch the show when he's on. So there's that. Open heart surgery on myself. Would that work? I feel like that definitely checks the memorable box. But does it get the ban? Is there... Did Twitch's and Google's lawyers think about open heart surgery on stream? Oh, thank God. All right, game's beginning. I don't know if that's going to show up on stream or not. I don't know how he left it, but I'm going to assume that you guys can see it. All right, and we are off. Sacred Foundry tapped on 1 from Punished. And post board, we have a few more tools, but honestly, not all that many. Take a look. I guess I should have been doing this rather than talking about how to get him banned. What do we have access to in the sideboard for the Chungus deck? Yeah, we do have the 4 Leyline of the Void, but we didn't have that as a turn 0 action, so that's not there. Quakebringer is the anti-Amalia tech we were talking about earlier, and that's about it. like not much else coming in from the board to deal with the matchup. So we're trying to find Elish Norn or land a ley line. Not much we can really do. We do have Bonecrusher Giant stomping Amalia, presumably in response to the life gain trigger. And so no exploring will happen this day. No attacks from the Lunarch Veteran either, which is interesting. And it looks like no land drop from our Fires player, which is sadness. And only 2 lands. Only 2 land types, excuse me. Also only 2 lands, but 2 land types is what I meant to say. Leyline Binding is still too expensive to cast. So Prosperous Innkeeper will probably resolve and create a treasure. And we have 2 mana available, 2 life gain triggers on the stack. Or no, just 1 life gain trigger on the stack. Here's a goose. Now we have 2 more life gain triggers on the stack, and we'll make a food. And now do we swing? Looks like it. We're frisky with the Lunarch Veteran down to 16 over there. And we're revealing Karuga for some reason. All right. Rogren Triumph tapped. That came off the top for sure. Unfortunately, it only adds 1 to the domain. So we have Jeskai for domain, and that means that Leyline Binding will cost 3, so it is still too expensive to cast here. Very limited options when it comes to dealing with the combo from here for the enigmatic player. Casting a Lunarch Veteran, trigger, trigger, trigger. And here's Amalia. No combo, but 3 life gain triggers. And is she going to get stomped? It looks like it. Yep. So Fires player is gamely hanging on through a missed land drop, but is at 13 and is, taking 3 points per turn here. Okay. I just read the chat and remembered that MaldHound was eating that gas station jerky earlier. Yeah. Maybe that's why he's gone. That is the reason I am now taking over MaldHound's channel. So now they should sponsor me, right? Found land number 4, and here's Redain as a 2/3 flyer. I guess it does tax Collected Company. It taxes Rally. Taxing Rally is not such a huge deal because you have the Convoke to pay for it. It also taxes Chord of Calling, but again, there's Convoke to pay the extra tax. And we crack a treasure to enable Revolt on Fatal Push and kill the Redain. We, again, do not have enough domain to cast Leyline Binding here, so we're tapped out. If we have the combo, that's the end.
All right, so I'm guessing game 1 went the way of our combo player. Holy shit, 32-8.
Yeah. So this game has been pretty rough for Fires as well. Missed a land drop early, struggled to find full domain. They have stomped 2 Amalias, and the Amalia player did not find a way to kill when they were tapped out just now. So maybe we find a way back in.
Maybe. Right now they're currently have they paid for Karuga already?
No.
They have not yet, okay.
I don't believe they did anyway.
Okay. And we're going to see the Fable come through, which is... Alright, well, when you only need to defend against a board of 1/1s, Fable's not the worst anymore.
The important difference now is that they do have full domain, so Leyline Binding is online now.
Got it. So they could bind out anything.
Oh, excuse me, no, they don't. They don't have a forest. The Sunpetal Grove isn't a forest.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so Leyline Binding is still going to be 1 and a white. Oh, yeah, I'm not commentating from the toilet. I'm back, you guys. It was one of those...
That gas station jerky.
Yeah, it was one of those situations where it was like my stomach was like... You know when your stomach's iffy and you're like, I don't know how bad this is going to be, but I know it's going to take hours? So the thought went through my head of like, am I going to have to induce vomiting to get back on stream in time? But we're okay. I thought of if there was a good way to commentate from the toilet, I might have. I was typing from the toilet. All right, so they discarded Heliod and another Fable to Fable's turn 2. They're going to get a plane, so Domain's still not online. Quakebringer.
Here's Quakebringer. That does turn off Amalia. Can't Fatal push that one either.
Yeah, turns off Amalia, big body, and starts to chip away at all this life from Varys. And they're going to get a treasure, so they can... Alright, we're getting rid of both veterans.
So Leyline Binding online now for 2.
And Varys doesn't really have any way to get damage through anymore.
Yeah, we may have turned the corner here. Because now Varys has shown they didn't have the combo. Now they need both the combo and a way to deal with Quakebringer.
And I don't even know if they... Did they have one? The only other thing I saw was Skyclave Apparition, which won't hit Quakebringer.
That's right.
So they may actually just be staring Quakebringer in the face and saying, well, game 3, buddy. See, it looks like they are tapping mana, so they do have something they want to go for. If Sentinel of the Nameless City is still in the deck, they could conceivably explore their Goose to get flying damage, and they have so much life to work with that may be a legitimate out.
Maybe? I don't know. That's unconvincing to me. I feel like...
I don't think it's convincing.
Be enough for,
but if you... Well, you get 1 on ETB, then you'd swing it in to die the turn after, and you'd get 2. If both hit... Oh, and a Leyline Binding's coming through on maybe the Innkeeper? On a food?
Why on earth?
What do we even...
Oh, because Enigmatic Incarnation is coming. And that means on end step, Binding is going to get sacked, and they're going to get a 7-drop.
Ah. We have turned the corner. 32-8. We have turned the corner on this game.
It's funny, having that food is actually like a little annoying for the Amalia player there, because if they had hit any one of the creatures with an ETB ability, when Binding gets sacked, it would come back in. Mm-hmm. Of course, I guess that would just make another food anyway.
All right, so here's Incarnation. So the 7-drop is Grand Unifier 7. Is that probably...
Yep, you can get Atraxa here if you want. You can get Titan of Industry if you want.
All right, we're pulling out Demon Mommy.
Yeah, that's summoning sick, right? I don't think they can copy the Quakebringer here.
Yeah, that is summoning sick. Now they've gotten rid of it already. So that may be a mistake that they already caught. Yeah.
You gotta end the game somehow. Get 5 damage in.
Good God. All right, so we're presumably getting a big 3, a game 3 out of this. I can't imagine how Amalia comes back when the combo's off and they have a 7 mana 7/7 lifelinker.
If it weren't for Quakebringer, it's like you can definitely see it.
Yeah,
but
without the
answering both is hard.
Mm-hmm. And they're getting either binding. Yeah, they're getting binding to search for something else incredibly fucked up. They have a clever impersonator to redo either Quakebringer or Grand Unifier if they so choose. I feel like here
all things considered, it's not a great Atraxa hit, but it's plenty good enough.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the Amalia player's sideboard, there is literally 0 that answers this.
Ew.
There are no board wipes. All of their removal stops at CMC4. All they can do is cope and seethe, I think, are the two realistic answers left to them. And then game 3, presumably pray that they're able to keep a maybe faster hand, or that punished doesn't get the hand that they got this time.
The other thing is, well, I mean, Punished's hand was pretty bad, right? They got stuck on lands. They didn't have full domain for a while. Honestly, the Amalia player's hand was quite bad. They had 2 turns where they could just go off if they had it, and they didn't.
Well, I'm more remarking on they were able to shoot 2 Amalias, right? And so, in terms of stopping the combo, that's not the worst. It is a bad hand in terms of getting your own game plan going. But if you're trying to stop Amalia from getting started, then the Bone Crushers aren't the worst things in the world.
It's definitely true.
But I also err far too much on the side of, we're in game 2 or game 3. I'll simply punch you in the knees. My game plan, what the fuck is that? All I care about is your teeth being on the ground.
Spoken like a true control player.
Yeah, that's. I came into the game with Azorius and have been trying to hold myself back from it ever since.
Oh, don't resist. Just let it wash over.
Just let it. If I ever start doing competitive gameplay, that's probably what it'll end up being. Because when I competed in our Legacy tournament, I did the Death and Taxes, which is not full control, but was like, hey guys, we're gonna play some fair and honest Magic right now.
Punish all the expensive decks.
Mm-hmm. All right, you've come back to. It looks like Enigmatic Fires is going to take this second game. They've got Quakebringer, they've got Atraxa.
I mean, it's pretty bad for the other side. For Varus.
I wonder if there's a way that, like, you catch them by, like, they attack with Quakebringer, and you have Coco and can flash in just enough toughness to trade with it, and then find the combo the next turn.
That's a lot of luck, though.
That would
It'd be a
pretty
heads-up
clever.
play to not attack with the Quakebringer here, though. There's no need. It does play around that.
Oh, they're just swinging out.
We'll send. Just want to wrap the game up.
Yeah, they're saying no chance you have it. God loves me more.
God would have to love him an awful lot for that to work.
Yeah.
Atraxa
This is the
also,
control player in me. This is the stuff I think about when I'm playing.
Yeah.
How could they screw me?
Definitely a lot of factors to this player winning right now.
Yeah, they're making a new food. Gonna buy them 1 turn before they take 17 more damage. I don't think they have anything to sack to Incarnation, which again at this point, who needs it? But we're just talking about.
Chat makes the good point that they did get a Leyline Binding off of the Atraxa last turn, so actually even that doesn't work.
Oh, yep. God will never love you, control player.
I've accepted this.
Wow.
No, but Yugi will. Oh, and they're sacking the Fable, so a 4 mana I do not remember the 4-mana permanents in this deck, but I'm presuming it's something fucked up.
That Clever Impersonator, I think, is 4, yeah.
Oh, yep. Make a second Quakebringer, just in case they find any answer to it.
Just bullying.
Little touchdown dance. We all like a little touchdown dance. I also misspoke. We're going to be interviewing whoever goes out. So between the two games that are happening right now, whoever loses is who we're going to be interviewing. Okay, so now we're going to game 3 between Amalia and Enigmatic Fires. We're 1-1. Checking in on the other game, they're halfway through their decks. This could be a incredibly grindy game 1 or a very fast game 2, and that game just ended as well with Metalwork conceding.
This feels to me very, very hard for Colossus, but I guess it surprised me so far.
Yeah, and it does. Looking at the chat history, it does look like that was still game 1. So Shapey down, not yet out, is forcing them to have it. Fire's player already ready to get back into the mix, I think.
Punish says it's 1-1 right now.
Who does?
Punished in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
that's
what
spectating.
Well, it's 1-1 for Punished, and then it's 0-1 for Shaped and Insomnia. Or is he saying it's 1-1 for Shaped and Insomnia? Also, in between games, Majin Shinsa, thank you for the 5 gifted community subs. Welcome back to Dog Heaven, my friend. And Steve Droid, thank you for the 3 months in a row with Prime. Duke Vulture, thank you for the Prime as well. Welcome to the dog home, my friends. Oh yeah, Punished is saying it's 1-1 right now, which we are aware of. So I'm not a dirty liar there. And we just need to... yeah, wait for them to get going. Is there... we've already covered Verez has nothing meaningful to bring in except for Haywire Might. And they can only really bring that in... well, Skyclave. So Skyclave and Haywire Might. And then the Deep Cavern Bat.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Which 4 cards is better than 0, but it is not a lot. Oh, and we're back into game 3. Bog War, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the dog home. It looks like... is everybody keeping their first 7? No, Punished. They've both mulliganed at least once. Yeah, Jan, that's why I'm highlighting relevant things in their sideboard when I mouse over it. Because we do have it cut off by the overlay setup. So both players gone to 6. Verez has to be looking for... or if I was Verez, I would be looking for something speedy. And if I'm Punished, I'm probably looking for Stomps. Or just quick domain into Leyline Binding.
You want to, or a Bone Crusher, something like that.
Yeah.
Just one way at least to interact with the combo. You sleep a little better at night knowing that Varys mulligan to 6, so their hand isn't perfect.
Innkeeper's out, which could mean combo is set up to get played and then punch you the next turn. But that would be, again, pretty aggressive to give them, to let them untap and try to stop it. Interesting.
Flip-top Retreat is not really a land that you want to play on turn 2 if you don't have a good reason to, so we can read that there's probably a Bone Crusher here.
Mm-hmm.
You'd rather play a Triome or something tapped.
Yeah, you'd rather go slow and fill out that domain.
Yep.
So they probably have Stomp. I would...
Shocking the Vents.
oh, tapping 3 out. Temp
Temporary
lockdown.
lockdown.
Okay.
Lockdown's a house.
Yeah, I mean, they shut off Fuck your ramp. Fuck your life gain. Fuck green. Take that all the way to the bank. Fuck green.
Absolutely.
All right, and then we'll... Verez doesn't have... I don't think they have any kill on this turn to pull out of the pocket. Like, they might be able to Skyclave away. Or are we missing land drops here? Did we believe so fiercely in our prosperous innkeepers that we only have 2 lands?
I mean, what's going on.
If you have Beseju in hand, and you know you have Amalia here, you might hold it to make sure that Beseju only costs 1 to kill the lockdown. You get 2 treasures off the innkeeper when they come back.
True. And here's a stomp, yeah.
Stomp?
So that's what you called
3
out.
life.
What Airball called out on the clifftop retreat. Oh,
Hey,
there's the
Haywire
Haywire
will
Might.
hit the lockdown.
Saved.
I think they probably hold it to see if they have to hit a
Fires.
the enigmatic whatever
Also
the thing
true.
is. Yeah, the
Enigmatic
enchantment
incarnation.
sacrificer. Oh, there's
Fable.
a Fable.
With another conspicuous 2 mana left open.
Could be anything.
Notable 2 mana open.
Good
Red,
thing I
white, and
correct
green.
it.
Yeah, now
And
they're
pop
popping
the
it to
lockdown.
get the... I mean, with 2 treasures back in play, maybe with 4 mana they could Coco on their turn. Return to the ranks is still... Well, would get Amalia. Would be, I think, pretty bad to play overall.
Yep.
Maybe they just need to do something. Maybe they just got to get something popping here.
And remember at all times, if Punished now manages to get Fires and Enigmatic in play, they will be able to fetch Quakebringer. And that will just end the game, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
Chad is wondering if they'll print Tarmogoyf into Standard at some point.
They could. It wouldn't like break anything.
Isn't Souls of the Lost like semi-Tarmogoyf? Oh, Extraction Specialist is coming out. Presumably...
Get back the Might. That's not bad.
Yeah. Because then they can... Oh, they're taking Amalia.
okay.
That
Interesting.
works.
So they're... Well, that's basically betting the house that they don't have the enigmatic to sack the Fable. Because if they sack Fable, you are dead in
Yeah.
the water.
I just, from
Fable-
Varus' point,
Yeah. Sacking Fable,
hopefully
I
they
don't
don't
think
remove-
achieves much.
Oh, wait. Fable doesn't hit the right mana to grab...
It would hit Clever
Quakebringer.
Impersonator.
Yeah, it would
only.
hit Impersonator. Not. Never mind. I'm talking shit.
I mean, they could do anything, honestly. They explore, looks like.
Explore twice, yeah, because they got the 2 Innkeeper triggers off of Amalia coming back. And a Skyclave is here. That's very good.
There we are. Oh, we keep that on top.
Almost certainly. You'd have to
Do
be...
you? I
Or
mean, you're
there's-
missing land drops. You don't have the combo yet, clearly.
They do
Sacking
have
Apparition
land drop in
only
hand.
really hits Fable.
Their first Explore did pull a land drop.
Skyclave will hit fires when it does hit the table.
Now,
But
with
it doesn't
them,
matter. It just, if you can hit it now or
this...
combo.
The internal debate they're having screams to me they don't have return to the ranks. Because if they did, I feel like they would just dump it into the yard and say, whatever, I'll go get it when I need to. Or is return to the ranks 2 or less? Maybe it's...
2 or less.
It's 2 or
Yeah,
less.
or less.
Okay, so it
I mean,
can't
they're just
hit
thinking
it.
if they want it right now, or if they just want to keep digging for their
Yeah.
their walker.
It's a
Big
fun
tree boy.
exercise trying to figure out what's in their hand because they have 5 cards and we know most of them are not land.
Yeah. I have
Yeah,
reason
chat.
to believe it's a walker.
Chat, we are in losers semifinals right now. So the winner of this game is guaranteed $50. I believe the loser gets 15.
20.
20. Loser gets 20. Winner, minimum gets 50, is still in the hunt for the big $300. Another clifftop retreat.
And I'm expecting a fire soon. They pitched a Heliod.
Yeah, they pitched one of those last turns too. Touch the spirit realm.
Gonna hit Amalia likely.
Presumably. I can't imagine what else they would want to hit because you have redundant innkeepers, and so hitting an innkeeper doesn't help you too much.
Paying 3 life. I mean, who knows? Varus could also be on the beats. How much life they're losing.
Yeah, that is what they tried to go for last game, and Punished was able to eventually stabilize. And so if they go for beats...
Calling?
Core for
Here we
1.
go.
Oh, for 2.
For 2, yeah.
So
wow,
that hits...
winning on the stack.
So we fetch Dina, and that does it, if there's no interaction, right?
They need Walker to...
They need Walker.
Yeah, I thought they had Walker.
And yeah, so they'll blow everything to hell.
Okay.
Oh, and they're going to get another Walker to hand. That's pretty... Or keep it on top, I guess. That's pretty good.
Absolutely.
So it's also...
They've got it. I think they have combo. They're not responding.
Well, right, but this is... so they can set their life to whatever they want, which is the bigger problem here. Because it's Punished turn, so that Amalia never gets to swing.
Oh, Amalia gets to explode now.
They can't set it to whatever they want.
Unfortunately. That would be very nice, though. Wow, okay.
How does that math get to 72?
How much is gain life shape?
Because it's...
You gain 3 life from the giant.
Oh, 3 life. I thought it was 1 life per Walker trigger. That is fucked. Yeah. We gotta ban that shit tomorrow. What?
It very convenient
in Atlanta. I had opponents who got up to like 200 life, and I had to beat them down with sharks.
That is insane. And we know they had another Walker come in, so Extraction Specialist is presumably grabbing... Oh, Amalia's exiled. Oh, it's getting Haywire Might, right, to then immediately get rid of your Touch the Spirit Realm.
Well, not immediately. We don't have the mana to crack it.
True. So they have one more turn. Deal with Haywire Might.
Options. They can always... Not to get their Amalia back, they can kill the fires before it does anything dangerous.
Yeah, we're not on unlimited timer yet, and we're on... It looks like 7.5 or 8 minutes. Alright, do you have the official clock for how much time our players have in this round? Or can you check your announcement?
We have 15 minutes left.
We have 15 minutes left. So I think this game is probably getting to a conclusion and probably in favor of Vera's. As I say, that temp lockdown taking out the Haywire Might, so they're not getting their Amalia back quite yet.
That's the beauty of fires. It's really good at keeping your opponent down on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with temporary lockdown. Such a good card.
Yeah, good lord. Now, Vera's does have 4 cards in hand, so presumably they're still cooking with something.
Definitely. They do still have a Concealed Courtyard to play.
Mm-hmm. We saw them explore that earlier. We haven't seen it come down yet.
Looks like, so maybe they're flooded.
They could be flooded if they're playing the tap land.
Razor Bridge Ticket. Very peculiar.
Oh, disturbing. Yeah, disturbing the Lunarch Vet out.
That works, I guess.
It's a flyer. It gets over Bone Crusher Giant. This is
It
flying
sure does.
damage. Flying wins games. Listen to the limited
yeah.
players.
They're choosing not to block or not to attack. Interesting.
Well, I think they don't. I don't think they necessarily want to trade away Extraction Specialist because it's a body for Convoke. And at this point, you have so much
Perhaps.
life. You have so much life, you don't care if their 4/3 swings unimpeded.
Yeah.
You only really care about, okay, how do I
Rating.
reassemble?
Why did they
Oh,
board him
shit.
rating?
To stop
The
cord.
convoke.
Yeah.
Or
Stop
the-
cord, stop Coco,
Yeah.
right? Slow
I-
down. They're
I
really
think it's not
good.
good enough, but
I
don't
think it,
know. There's probably enough against those two cards mainly. Everything else is like baby curve.
well, they've
And
already.
that's also creature.
The thing is, they've already proven themselves proficient. They're swinging in a copied Bone Crusher, which is definitely the
That's
move. They're just taking the 4. But Redain is like, they've proven themselves more than capable of stopping the first attempt at the Amalia combo. And I think Redain is really good at stopping attempts 2, 3, 4 through number 9, which is where they needed the help.
True.
Another
Right.
Razor Verge Thicket. We still haven't. They do look a little bit flooded. We still haven't seen the land that they explored back when Amalia was still with us.
Doesn't look like they don't have a lot of spells going on. And the rating is probably locking out a chord here. Because a chord of 5 would be 4 mana about greater than 4.
Mm-hmm.
So would cost like 7 mana just to get Amalia out or the Walker. And they're one
Yeah,
off.
if we can slowly develop and get more creatures, then you can convoke to pay the extra.
Yeah. It really depends
Sometimes,
on
too.
what those 4 cards they're sitting on are.
3. I think they're trying to count out the.
Oh, yeah, they're trying to count out Return to the Ranks.
X
Which,
equals 1.
yeah, if they
looks
keep
like.
it at X equals 1, then they don't get hit by Redain. They just snatch.
They could have done a little bit more, but I understand why.
Yeah, they just snatch. Looks like
Prosperous
Innkeeper.
Interesting. That could have definitely convoked the other two guys in the mana confluence tap. Get someone else. Probably the Walker I would have done.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't, because they don't care about blocking at 68 life. So I'm surprised
It's
you
not
wouldn't
attacking with the flyer either.
dump
so
your blockers to
nothing to do.
get an extra
And all their
creature.
ways back into the game are convoke spells, so more
Yeah.
bodies is better.
I agree.
There may be a little, I mean, there may be nerves going on here, right? They
Definitely.
know that they're not at time. They probably know they're getting close. Oh, and I think
Karuga to hand?
Karuga come into hand. Yeah.
It would draw a lot of
Would
cards
draw.
here.
How many? It would draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 cards,
Damn.
yeah.
Refill. Yeah, refill. Cycling and Indatha
Cycling
Triumph.
Indatha. I mean, I think Punished has it just purely on the merit that they can buy so much time. Keep digging through their deck.
But if it goes
Well, if
to
they buy
time,
too much time, Varese wins
Yeah.
on life. That's how we're breaking ties right now.
That is true. They gotta figure it out.
And so they
Just
need to figure out a lot of damage.
They're building up to it.
Which is also why I'm surprised Varese didn't go for Walker, because then even if you don't win with an Amalia combo, it's another round of gain a shitload of life, and then you can let Punished swing with impunity and
Yeah.
still win in turns.
Yeah, there's so many other ways to explore too. That's not just Amalia, so they can just gain a bunch of life.
Yeah. See what they go for. A 4th Razor Verge Thicket. We know one of these 3 cards is still a land. Tapping 2.
For the
Oh, they
Walker?
had a Wild Growth Walker. I guess that explains why they didn't go for it. Maybe they have
They're
a
going to-
Cenote
Oh.
Scout or something? Or they're just passing to end? Interesting.
This
I
is
wonder if they have a
truly sad.
Besage you. If they Besage you to touch the Spirit Realm, Amalia comes back, and they have the
That
combo.
would.
Oh,
I
waiting
think they're
waiting
digging
for their
something.
end step to Boseiju it out? Alright, this guy's cycling another Triumph away.
I mean, another lockdown here would have been so juicy. Get rid of like most of the creatures here again. They could have put Karuga to hand instead of cycling the Triumph if they knew they were going to do anything. I think they're doing that now. Oh, they got a lockdown. Like I said.
Oh, jeez. That's heartbreaking. So extraction specialist stays. Everything else we're getting rid of. And with Redain on the field, that basically locks out anything meaningful. Like, or no, they have the mana to just pay for Coco.
They do.
What are we...
No?
Holding priority on them?
Next turn we do. But...
Next turn, yes, sorry. I meant, yeah.
Sorry,
I was lying about when they could cast it. Araya, where are we at on round clock now? They should be down to
7 minutes.
7 minutes? Okay. I think...
Would be 5:17 EST, or PST.
Alright, convoking out a chord while they can. Is that enough to get Amalia out and do the combo? Blowing every other creature to hell would... It wouldn't guarantee them the win. It would go a long way to making sure they have enough life and the board's empty enough to win.
What?
Oh, a Sky
Skyclave
hit touches. Yeah, well, it hits the Spirit Realm and brings Amalia back.
I see.
So we're gonna re-Amalia combo. They're gonna go up 60 more life.
Oh my god, and the entire combo is under a lockdown, so if you have Beseiju...
Oh, and a Leyline Binding's here.
I don't know what this does. Oh, they're gonna get the Walker? I mean, I guess that does work.
Yeah. That does, yeah. I was thinking they were gonna hit the Apparition, which would not do it.
They're smarter than that. Well, that just sucks really bad.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a line. I
know. I mean, we need, at this point, like a Bane of Progress to get us out of here. Destroy all our enchantments.
There's that 4 mana one that they just printed in, what was it, Brothers War or something? It destroys all enchantments.
Oh,
something like that.
Yeah, and they did just explore a collected company to the top, so they can hard cast that on their turn.
Sure can.
And if they hit another Skyclave,
yeah.
How about the one with the bears on it?
So Coco into Skyclave plus Wild Growth Walker or double Skyclave would both do it.
Or if they do have a Boseiju in hand, right? If that last
they have to pay all 6 for Coco with Redain in play.
Oh, we know what that last card is. We know that last card is that land they explored way fucking back when.
Not all Amalias and not all Walkers are gone.
Yeah.
Could be the absolute nuts.
Yeah, God could love them. Swinging a bunch of damage. Well, a bunch is a relative term when you're on 62 life, but they're swinging in
a large quantity. Okay, draw for turn. Let's see what this Coco gets.
Yeah.
I think there's no other better time to rip it.
Yeah, it's the only option they have.
Is there no better time to rip it, or do you wait until end step?
Oh yeah, you could go on their end step. You have 53 life. You're not sweating yet.
Depends
and if it was gonna rip you anything game winning or game securing, I think you rip it on end step. Oh, they're just gonna get the 3. I need the life.
I'm surprised I didn't block, but I guess I need that rating.
And we're holding the tap land.
Yep. I don't know why they're just not playing lands.
It's interesting because they can't even bluff it because theoretically Punished should remember. Oh, and it's Fires of Invention.
So pros, for them, probably gonna just get a bunch of beaters in play and try to kill. Cons, no more interaction for a combo.
Well, if this is enigmatic here,
Yeah.
then it fetches the Quakebringer and loses the fires.
Let's see it. Tolsimir.
Tolsimir.
Okay. Make a bolt.
Okay. Fight the... I don't know, the Skyclave.
Yeah, Skyclaves to get another beater to keep trying to work this life down, because they do need to. They have like less than 5 minutes until we go to turns, and so they're probably doing the math and realizing that they have to chew through 50 odd life in probably 3 to 4 of their own turns.
I was thinking about this. I guess I feel like you have to hit Extraction Specialist. Because if you hit Skyclave Apparition and then they get something back from the graveyard effects, the Skyclave Apparition could...
Oh, seal the game up for them? Yeah. Or they could Coco... If they Coco Amalia Wild Growth, if God loves them, then you swing the Extraction Specialist, and that life locks it up for you.
Smacking in for a 10. Solid 10 damage.
This board state is getting complicated, so Twitch is going to lose the phase counters in favor of getting all the board permanents visible.
We are underpaying for Coco here. There we go. It's important because it means we have to take an extra point of damage from the Confluence.
Yes. And we're coming up on every point mattering. Araya, are we...
1 more minute to time.
Oh my god, alright. So turns are going to matter.
Yep.
Gilded Goose, Voice of the Blessed. Oh, that sucks. God hates you. And they're on a land in hand.
Whatever. We get like a life gain creature. You know, another halfling. We're cooking. We do have food to eat. To make the Voice of the Blessed a little bit larger.
Mm-hmm.
Flying. Possibly indestructible.
Well, we have to get to 10 to make it indestructible. We're looking at different board states we're talking about. Okay, Wild Growth Walker's here. So that's off the top.
Alright. 1 card in hand. What is it?
We're on turns. We are officially on turns right now.
Okay.
The 1 card in hand is a land, is the dual land. We saw them rip a white-black dual land off of one of their first Explore triggers, and they've never played it.
I literally have 0 idea why they wouldn't play it. They have no rummaging effects in their deck.
It almost has me doubting that that's the card. Like maybe we missed them pitching it or something.
It's not in the graveyard. Maybe it was a Razor Verge Thicket, and Araya and I need to get our eyes checked.
Lucid Dream.
Oh, and they're resolving Karuga.
Yep.
1,
that was about time.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
Does Reflection of Kiki Jiki count as mana value 3 or greater?
It does.
Okay.
Big draw. Taps Viseju for what?
Doesn't count for Devotion though. If that ever matters to you.
Have they in chat verified that they're on turns? Bright pinged it. Yeah. Bright pinged it during. Okay, Verez's turn.
We have found Quakebringer's
Quakebringer's here.
It's just blocking things at this point. There's no combo happening.
Yeah. It's just blocker math.
And it's 2 points every upkeep.
Yeah.
Every one of their upkeeps.
2 responding? Oh, they're eating the food.
Eating the food while they still can, yeah.
I mean, I guess it's fine.
I mean, it makes Voice of the Blessed trade with something that it otherwise wouldn't. Which hey, that matters. Everything matters right now. We're watching Math, the semifinal, happen.
I think this is pretty comfortably there for Punish at this point.
Yeah, because woof. 4,
Big
6,
punch.
8, 11, 14, 17, 22. Yeah, that's 22 damage a swing. And Punished is...
Can I gain life?
Well, this is turn 2, right? Because Varez's turn was turn 1.
I
Yeah,
think you.
This is
Yeah,
currently
you have
turn
2 Quakebringers now. This sucks.
Yeah.
This is just not happening. I was pretty confident that even going to turns, they had enough time to just build their board and find their out or the lock. Even if they full block, they're just gonna die next turn. One or two turns later.
Yeah, if there was only the one Quakebringer, then
No, but punished
throwing
only
voice and extraction specialist in front of it.
Yeah, punished only gets one more turn.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna be punching harder. They're gonna play more creatures, and then they're gonna make a copy of something with haste, like Atraxa, for example.
Mm-hmm.
You can also bring out Kenrith if they get enigmatic, and then that's just what you counters in haste. So
Yeah, and I think it's almost certainly over for Varez. I can understand, if you have the chance to make them have it, you may as well make them have it all the way.
Sometimes when you're playing these combo decks, you get so deep in your own head trying to come up with increasingly fantastical ways to get out of it, and you don't accept that you have
just
lost.
don't have it anymore. Yeah.
they're just playing out to play it out anyways.
Well, if they Coco'd off the top and got blockers, right, and because Kenrith isn't coming out until end step, and by end step, Kenrith doesn't matter anymore.
Sure.
They're not fine because they can't gain life.
The good thing about Kenneth is he can gain life. So it might be a contest of ending life totals.
So they got a walker off the top. They got one blocker.
And remember, Karuga drew 1 billion cards.
This is turn 4 right here.
Why are they not playing that card? It's so confusing to me.
Fake bluff. All right, so punished has to deal 23 damage.
Yeah, I mean,
They have seven cards
or
to
they
do
can
it
just
with.
board clear, and then they just full punch. They have it. They just have to do things this turn. They are not. They are copying.
Then copy copy Quakebringer for damage. Copy Karuga to draw 1 million and hope that like if they hit a lockdown, right? Oh no, it would hit too many of their own tokens.
You can copy a Tolsimir, right? I guess you can't. It's
legendary.
I was going to say fighting the Walker might be good.
Yeah.
I mean, they could do that, but it wouldn't be enough for damage.
They're copying Quakebringer.
No, you can't actually even do it. For whatever reason, the backside can't copy legends.
Oh, it's because it's like EQG.
Oh yeah, non-legendary. My fault.
They don't have anything else to do. Interesting.
They have to. They have 7 cards in hand. How could they not have? Like they have to have at least a leyline binding or something. Full swinging.
I guess they're probably it's a temporary lockdown. They don't want to play it.
Interesting. Okay, so if they block both the 5s, that's 12, 14, 19. Varez wins.
Yeah, you just. Yeah.
Varez wins on life total.
They're gonna take 12, 13, 14.
Unless some punish does something to
13 damage here.
Yeah, 13, and I don't know what overcomes this here for punished.
I think punish is dropping the ball here. I think they had it.
Saxman Steph, we are in turns. This is turn 4. At the end of turn 5, the game is over, and the player with more life wins. And this is a best of 3. They're 1-1 right now. So conceivably, with the play that just happened, if both players are aware of where they're at in turns, Varez can pass to their end step and win the game. Okay, dealing 2.
Face. That's one
Pump
spell.
Face.
That sounds like a salute, basically. Yep, that's a GG's. That's tough. I can't believe they drew so many cards and they just bricked. That's what happens sometimes in these matches.
I really want to see what those 6 cards are in hand.
Yeah.
I did go.
There's
Do
literally
they-
nothing that they can do. They've
Did they?
with fires in play.
Do we have a miscount of turns? Like, do they think that they're still going?
Let me wait until they
No,
pass.
I think they do. Like, I think that's the turn counter in the bottom left there.
No,
Oh,
that
they-
is. Oh,
They think that Punish still has one more turn than we do, which is
They know better than us, right? Like, they're the ones
Yeah.
talking with a judge right now, right?
well. Do we have a judge? No, there's not a judge in the voice call with them.
hold on. Let me just go check on them real quick.
Yeah, go. I'm gonna go scroll back through. So it was at 16 that this got pinged. Yeah, Verez's turn would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would have been the end of turn 5. It was. It was at.
It's not
50
necessarily when we called it, though, right? It's when they saw it. So if we called it,
Oh,
at
it
the end
is
of a
when
turn
they
and
saw it. That's turn. Yeah, so we'll check on them. We'll see what they say.
I think you're gonna need a judge to sort this out.
All right, let's. A judge is in there with Araya. So if it is just whenever they saw it, then yeah, they are on turn 5, and then Punish does have it locked up. I don't know if it's comp Ariel. Like, is it normally like a judge with a megaphone tells you you're on turns, or is it a different method?
Usually, a judge will say from a megaphone or whatever that is turn 0, like active player turn 0, and then you have 5 turns.
Yeah, and that is
But
what we.
sometimes you have these halls where the thing is enormous.
Active
the
player
PA system
turns
sucks.
0. Okay.
Yes.
Active player turns 0, then their count would actually be right. Let me.
Oh, great. Then this is easy. Like if it's you miscounting, then that's easy.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna go hop over there real quick.
Once again, you guys are in my capable hands, I guess.
Alright. Pretty sure I counted wrong. Call it off.
Yeah, we got it.
Alright, cool.
You got, yeah.
What did I post it? What the fuck did I'll just post it in Toxic Journey. What the hell?
Okay.
My screenshot thing doesn't work. What's the screenshot shortcut again on PC? Oh no, my hand's gone. What the
Windows
fuck?
Shift S.
Windows Shift
Oh,
S.
you
hold on.
conceded.
No, sorry, Windows Shift S.
Yeah,
I got
Windows
it.
Shift S.
I think.
Let's go.
Alright.
That was very close.
Alright.
So what is the actual resolution?
Mars is the victor.
Well, no, Punish should have had that turn to take, because Varas's would have been turn 0.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
If
turn
it's-
that. Yeah, if you're playing a turn and time begins, that turn you're on is turn 1.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no turn 0.
Oh, Airball said it was
okay.
turn 0 for the active player.
Yeah, there's no turn 0.
Okay.
Oh,
I mean, I can double check with the brightest.
You can check it.
Let's check it first. I can check it first.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll talk with brightest. Otherwise, I'll take the L and give Sarah Lice the win.
No. Let Punish win. I mean,
We gotta agree on it.
yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna
you agree
sort it
on
out.
it?
We're gonna sort it out with the judge and get back to you real quick. I'll be right back.
Bye.
Sure.
Thank you.
What the hell was that game?
Araya says you're a damnable liar. He obviously did not use those words, but he's talking to our head judge to sort out the turn 1 versus turn 0 discrepancy.
Okay. I'll obviously defer to the head judge, of course.
Yeah, YouTube chat is saying it's always turn 0, never turn 1. Active player takes rest of turn, then count 1. The official ruling is yes, turn 0. I have no idea what we've been calling. Alright, I'm gonna fucking hop into the judge chat and see what's going on.
Seems.
Yes. Oh, they're also gone. Insomnia conceded. Metalwork fucking made it to the next round. Metalwork on top. Fucking.
I was a psyop.
I'm gonna
All
need
right.
to make a YouTube video.
All right.
With
So
Metalwork now,
is
aren't
it
I?
punished win because they had one more turn to work with than we thought?
It was Sarah last turn because technically Varys was on turn 0
Yes.
when they passed.
Yeah. And that was the thing that I got wrong, is I thought it was turn 1. Yeah, so serialized is punished. So
Yeah.
they take the game? Is that
They do.
correct? All right,
They are
great.
2-1.
So we will...
To be very clear, Serialized is the Fires player, so the Fires player.
Yes,
won.
the Fires player wins.
Fires player 1. We're going to go get into a Discord room with the Amalia combo player, presuming they want to. Insomnia is in Toxic Thunderdome. So we're going to talk to the control player that just went out to Metalwork Colossus. So you boys head over to Toxic Thunderdome 1. Discord chat,
Right.
You're going to lose access to the camera right now, but you'll still have audio as we go talk to these folks.
Let's do it.
All right, Insomnia, hello.
Hi.
All right, so we did not get the chance to follow too much of your match, but we have seen...
There wasn't much.
Okay. Tell us
Don't be like that.
how'd it go. How are you feeling?
Well, turn 1, I got absolutely knowledge checked into Oblivion. Can I curse? Is it?
Yeah, oh, yeah, you can
Yeah.
curse.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously.
I got absolutely knowledge checked into the fucking Shadow Realm because I was
Okay.
like, what the fuck is this guy playing in Genius Smith? And I thought it was like some kind of
Oh, yeah, I mean...
affinity deck or something like that, and I
Mhm.
realized affinity's not in this format. And then this man slams a Brass Knuckles, which apparently you can only counter one of because its cast trigger makes 2 of them.
Yep.
So that was a really good tech against control. Only being able to counter one of the 4 mana things.
Yeah, I mean, how were you to know that Metalwork Colossus is coming? Like, we have Airball here, and when I told him that Metalwork has advanced, there was visible pain in his eyes. That Metalwork has continued.
It is a
to
knowledge
come.
check. I mean, nobody expects it, especially game 1. So that was unfortunate for me. And then game 2, I kept a. So I think I actually won game 1. I managed to pull it out with just lots of counter spells, temporary lockdowns, removal spells, and I eventually was able to land a Wandering Emperor, which allowed me to start valuing out to a win. Game 2, though, I kept a... First hand was a 6-lander, so I mulled it, and then the second hand had 2 lands, I think a Make Disappear, a Dovin's Veto, a Memory Deluge, and the other card I kept was a March of Otherworldly Light, and I just didn't draw a land for 4 turns. So...
Oh, that is horrifying.
They got their land drops, they dropped their big boy, and I died. And then game 3, I kept a kind of iffy hand, but I had some temporary lockdowns, some free verdicts. Unfortunately, Verdict does nothing to that deck at all. Because they just sack the artifacts, get the Colossus back, replay the Colossus, and it's right back in your face again.
That is tough. Do you think it would have gone differently had you been prepared for the like left hook memery that is a Metalwork Colossus deck?
So the knowledge check actually didn't matter as much to me because I won game 1.
Oh, and at that point you knew, right?
Yeah, so it definitely blindsided me. Unfortunately, I didn't see my sideboarded Rest in Pieces on either of the games, which would have allowed my Supreme Verdicts. Well, game 2 was just Mana Screw, but I wasn't able to see them on game 3, which would make my Supreme Verdicts actually, a little more
Right. Then
final.
you have cards again for sure. Yeah. Interesting. Well, how much Pioneer have you played before this tournament?
Let's see. I stopped playing everything but Modern and Pauper, and I guess like Commander,
Mhm.
before Dominaria United.
Mhm.
So I guess back when I guess Greasefang was pretty popular, was around when I quit. I did attend an what's the thing about the RCQ? The RC? Yeah, I attended an RC after winning an RCQ in Nova for Pioneer. But didn't really do that well at that. But besides that,
But
yeah,
hey,
that's my Pioneer experience.
you
I
qualified.
played I'm trying to remember what I played back then. It was mono green, but not like the Karn Devotion. It was like Steel Leaf Champions and like Yorvos and stuff.
Oh my.
So that was really fun. It's really fun to play Aspect of the Hydra when somebody least expects it.
Do you have anything favorite about the deck that you're playing specifically? Do you have any specific reason why you picked this deck over anything else?
Oh, Control?
Yeah, there's variant
This is a
control.
MaldHound tournament. I don't think I need to say anything else.
Yeah.
You piece of shit. How dare you?
I honestly am very surprised. I don't know because I haven't seen all of the decks in the top. No, I have seen all the decks at the top at this point. I expected a lot more Quintorius combo with that new,
Oh yeah, the Discover combo.
the new dinosaur. Does Spark doubles and shenanigans, but didn't see any of that. Just a lot of Amalia, and unfortunately, Amalia loses to a single temporary lockdown.
Yeah. That would have been nice.
But yeah, that's why I played Control.
What was your favorite deck to play against during the tournament?
That's tough. In terms of wanting to win, because Magic players like to win.
Yeah.
Amalia. Because
Got it, yeah.
But at the same time, it was very sad because Amalia players really couldn't do anything into the Control. When they try to play their Coco, it gets countered. When they try to assemble their combo, something gets removed. I also always sided in. I got to use it once, the Summary Dismissal, and I countered the trigger that Amalia made, so
Nice.
it stopped the loop.
Oh
That's
my
very
god,
I
phenomenal.
love Summary Dismissal. Great card.
Very funny with that card. But
Okay.
as for my favorite deck, it would probably have to be either the Humans deck that I played against. I forget who was playing that.
That's
or did you
MLZ.
mean specifically the top 16?
Any
No,
games
just
over the
in general.
tournament. So Magic MLZ was running that funky Humans deck.
Yeah, that deck was really funny. I think I ended up pulling it out in 3 games. And then there was also I'm trying to remember what their name was, but there was a Rakdos sack player. I think it was Hankathen.
Yes, Hankathen was
Yep.
on our cat oven list. Hankathen
Yeah,
made it
that
to
list was funny.
Mhm.
I don't know if it was very viable into this tournament, but that was really funny game. They kept their claim the firstborns in to steal my sharks, and it was
that's funny. They made it up until they also fell to Metalwork Colossus. So you have a brother,
it's
a brother in arms. Nobody's
such a-
ready for it. It's a steel chair.
Not only that, but it feels so resilient, especially into the removal that's currently in the format. March of Otherworldly Light doesn't do anything. Even if you counter it, it comes back. You can't really get rid of Brass Knuckles with any of the good board wipes that we have, because Temp Lockdown is 2 or less, and I think there's another one that's 5 mana that gets 3 or less. But yeah, there just seems lots of card advantage and lots of resilience, so it's really hard to get around that thing.
All right.
And I want to ask, did you learn anything from this tournament? Anything you picked up?
Not funny things?
Funny things include.
Well, funny or not
Okay.
funny. Yeah.
MaldHound viewers are insane. Absolutely wild, off the rockers. I had 2 people keep 1 land hands against me, just all or nothing, hope of the draw, when they knew what I was playing, and that's funny.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Rakdos sack player actually was one of those.
Yeah,
game
you gotta
2.
believe.
Game 2, they kept the 1 red dude that when it dies you get to Ren's Resolve kind of.
Oh, you're the unlucky witness.
Yeah, so they played that, and then they turn 1 played that, turn 2 played a witch's oven and sacked it. Did not find the land.
Yikes.
And then on their turn 3 they tried to cast another one, and I countered it.
Wow.
And I felt so bad for doing
Oh my god.
That's very funny.
I'm a monster. Also, another thing I learned is that resolving a Shark Typhoon instantly wins you the game.
Yep, that is correct.
True.
I was in Swiss. I was able to play that I think 3 or 4 times.
Yep.
All right.
At some point, it's just impossible to come over.
Do you have anything else to tell the people before we send you back to the Shadow Realm and get Verez in here for their interview?
I suppose I know I'm a terrible person. I played Control into combo decks, and I apologize for that. But also, comedy.
Somebody has to keep them honest, so thank you, Insomnia,
I'm the blue player.
for doing
You
your
cannot have
part.
it.
For doing your part to keep everybody playing by the fucking rules. So Insomnia, thank you very much for playing. Congratulations on making it this far. There will be a separate message about prize pool distribution and how we will deliver that money to you. So expect a DM from me in about the next day.
Okay. Is it possible to just kind of like donate it back? I'm not really strapped for cash right now.
Yes.
Just put it towards the next thing, you know?
Yeah, we for sure can. Thank you very
alright,
much
thanks.
for that.
Yeah,
we
no
appreciate
problem, man.
that. Yeah, so again, thank you for
Dude,
playing.
I'm just here to have fun, man. I have a job. I can.
don't need the
That's crazy.
20. Cool. All right. Well, we hope to see you in the next one. Congratulations on making it so far, and have a good one.
Yeah. Let's do Bopper again next. All right, peace.
Hopefully. GG's.
All right, we're gonna get Verez in here to talk about the last torch carrier for the Amalia combo decks. Verez, how you doing?
Hello. Oh, my.
Yeah. First and foremost, apologies for the confusion on the turns there. That was absolutely my fault. I counted stuff wrong and then went to sick Araya on you too soon before we realized my error.
No, it's okay.
That said, congratulations on making it so far. How'd you enjoy playing in the tournament?
I mean, I really enjoyed it so much. Yesterday, I played against bunch of unique decks. I mean, there's even Golgari midrange, Abzan midrange, of Phoenix. That's so much fun because you got a lot of cool new pioneer deck. I mean, not new but niche deck. I mean, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because this is my first pioneer tournament. So yeah. That's
Oh,
cool.
exciting! Yeah, had you played much Pioneer before the tournament, or was this like your introduction to Pioneer in general?
I have been playing it
Mhm.
before the COVID with my friends, but it doesn't too long because I jump to EDH most of
Yeah.
the time.
Mhm.
So yeah, but recently because of my friend told me about this tournament is free. So yeah,
Mhm.
well,
Hell yeah.
That's
Let's
exactly
try it.
the draw. Yeah, exactly. Let people play for free. Let the people play the cards they want to play. Have you had a favorite game, or even one game in particular that stood out as particularly fun or exciting for you?
for me it was all of it is fun, but the most exciting one maybe the last game, right?
Mhm.
Because
That
I
was tense.
made a lot of. That was so tense. Yeah, I on the edge right there. So yeah, even
Yeah.
if my life is above 50, I could not win till yeah.
Yeah, they were. I mean, I was so tense that I miscalled the turns on it. It was, yeah, that was a real ripper of a game, especially to be a game 3. Is there a particular reason you picked the Amalia combo? Did you like that did you want to try out something new, or was there something that drew you to our vampire mother?
The the vampire model, or you call it mummy vampire.
Yes. Yeah,
Mummy
yeah.
Amalia. So first one is because before the tournament I test a bunch of pioneer deck with my friend, but the most good one is Amalia deck. First one is a newer deck to be played. So I think it's everybody will not going to be counter this deck very much. So yeah, and this deck is so resilient too because you got reanimator. The removal is on the combo. You got the win con on the card. Yeah, it's a good deck, but I mean the counter is very much removal, mass removal.
Yeah, I mean, you were able to fight through a lot. It wasn't until we saw. It wasn't really until they were able to stop you from gaining life that things ever started to look pretty bad. And congratulations on being the Amalia deck to make it the furthest. We had, I think, a full 4 Amalia lists. Yours is a little bit different than the other. It has a couple cards different than the other Amalia combos we've seen. But you were the only one to make it this far. So congratulations on that. And for
Thank you.
6th place, I will be sending out DMs in the next day or so about your cut of the prize pool and how we can best get that to you. So look out for that either today or tomorrow. Is there anything else you would like to say before we move on with the next round of the tournament?
I do not know. Okay, well, first shout out to my friends Kenny Ho from the Discord. So yeah, thank you so much from telling me this tournament exists. So yeah, thank you so much. And
Yeah.
that's it.
God bless you, Kenny. We saw them make it very, very far in the last tournament, so I'm very glad to see them bring new people into the tournament fold. Thank you very much, Verez. Congratulations on making it so far, and I hope you sleep well after the last 2 days of quite a lot of magic.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we are going to head back to the announcer booth call now, but take it easy. Great gameplay. Very fun to watch. And have a good one, my friend.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to restart our call, turn the cameras back on, and we'll get back in with Serialized and Shapied, and we'll see if Metalwork Colossus can keep taking it.
Be right back.
Okay, everybody, we are back in the announcer box. We're going over to Cockatrice, and I am looking for the password. Metalwork Colossus could win the whole thing, you guys. I don't think...
Big boy.
I don't think any of us would have guessed that Shapeed's Metalwork Colossus deck would take it. All right, I think Bright is sending out the message that we're good to get it kicking again. I mean, Araya, you had looked at the meta a little more thoroughly than I have. Would you have guessed, like, Shapeed, we've seen Shapeed around the Discord. We know what they're doing with a stack of cardboard. But, like, what a fucking stack of cardboard to be working with.
Shit post is hard.
Yeah.
This is a whole new definition.
So their top 4, they're getting minimum 50. It looks like 7 minutes we're starting back up, so 5:55. I gotta say at this point, the ridiculously average is looking better and better to win the whole thing. Is It Phoenix is in winners finals right now. They're on winners side of finals. And the only things that could contest them are Magnetron Man on Lotus Control, which average resoundingly 2-0'd in winners semis. We have Serialized, who I continue. They're the Enigmatic Fires player that we just watched.
Yes.
And we have Shapeed on Metalwork Colossus. So we're going to see if it's whether it is going to be Enigmatic Fires or Metalwork Colossus making it to losers finals. Error Pronerobot, we do have all of these deck lists. We will be publishing them, and hopefully that will lead to everybody getting to test out some crazy fun and out there combinations. All right, so we're looking for Shaped and Serialized. We already have. All right, I have Shaped. Is there any shot in hell that Metalwork Colossus can beat Phoenix?
No, I just don't believe it.
No, you just don't believe it. Is there? Let's look at the list. Is there a single goddamn card they could pull out of here?
I mean, the way that Metalwork Colossus has been winning is by sweeping opponents under their feet and just being weird.
Mm-hmm.
People don't see it coming. They don't understand it completely, and they get run over by a 10-10.
Now,
Keywords on it.
Now, Shapey does have. They can deploy all their holes to stop Ledger Shredders, and that could be a. They could just 1-for-1 the Ledger Shredders out, and then lay down. Because average is on removal. Average is not on a significant amount of. Most of his removal is little pings, which Shapey doesn't care about. Right? Even Lightning Axe, Shapey doesn't care about. Which I have to imagine that's going to catch average sleeping a little bit if we get that far. Now, it's very possible we simply never get that far because Shapey still has to make it through a control list to even get that run back. Yeah, average has one disdainful stroke that will hit. Insomnia makes a good point in the Twitch chat that until the Colossus is trampling, the Phoenix can just block it every turn and will eventually be a very strong crackback. Can win, but it will be a grind for them to beat Firebird, yeah. Shapey's been grinding it out. Shapey's brain is probably at minimum resembling paste. At maximum entirely paste. All right, I have gotten. They are setting up their bracket now. Awesome. All right, I have their password. I'm going to put that in. Now, specifically for fires and Metalwork, temporary lockdown is going to hit like a motherfucker, isn't it?
That card is pretty brutal.
Because Candy Trail's going down, Fabrication Foundry's going down, Moonsnare Prototype's going down, Portable Hole's going down, Iron Crag's going down, Wedding Invitation, almost every artifact in their list is going down, and 6 of their 10 creatures go down to it.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, so Shaped is in for just one of the times of their life if a temporary lockdown hits the field. And is Fires on Rest in Peace is another important question.
They are on 4 copies of Leyline of the Void.
4 copies of Leyline of the Void, perfect. And that's now that is in the sideboard, but the 4 copies of Temporary Lockdown are in the main board, which means there is a very significant chance that Shaped just gets shot in the teeth right after he attempts to vomit out his board. And I don't really think Shaped has. Does Shaped have a way to respond to Temporary Lockdown? Sideboard options perhaps, but no other good ones. Yeah, Airball, we were just kicking it down that of the decks left We're about to get into Enigmatic Fires versus Metalwork Colossus. Colossus might have something to say to Phoenix, but not too much. First, we need to see now. Shapeed's going first. Meaningful, and important. It looks like Punished has mulliganed to 6. So they're at least looking for something. At this point, I would say most competitors know each other's decks, either through Swiss or meeting each other in winners at some point. Or at this point, they've talked about it in the chat, if we're being for real. We have a tourney chat where everybody is chattering their little heads off.
Maybe Shaping's an exception because we heard in the interview with the Blue White Control player that they had no idea what was going on.
Oh, yeah. It was like, what the fuck? All right.
So Genius Smith on 2 is probably the best they can possibly hope for.
Yeah. And they found a Metalwork Colossus. Now they don't have any artifacts out yet to start cost reducing it, but once that tax fraud gets going, it's gonna keep going for quite a while.
You could imagine this game getting really grindy, right? Like most of the other decks haven't had a creature that can stand up to Metalwork Colossus, but at least 5 Color Fires has Atraxa.
True. Yeah.
With the Death Touch that does trade. That only works once, of course, but you have Kenrith to try to bring it back, and you can imagine a game that gets pretty grindy.
Yes, and I do think a lot of Shapeed's games have been on the grindier side. I don't think they've been getting decided in turns, but most of their games have been going to turns.
Having a rough mana day is 5 Color Fires here. Exactly 2 things in their domain, and having to play an Iganjo from hand, probably not ideal.
Yeah, that is interesting. And they're just casting the full Bone Crusher Giant.
I'm trying to aggro out the aggro player.
Gotta make something happen. Hey, gotta make it happen. Gotta make them have it. They won't punish you.
To be honest, Stomp doesn't hit anything anyways.
Okay, and then that the trample, which is very important, since the Fires list has been able to get out a lot of creatures in previous matches that we've seen.
Oh yeah. Putting Karuga to hand? Oh boy. That speaks to me. They have nothing to do. You're bricked.
Bricked with 7 cards in hand. That is a tough place to be for Punished, but they have come back from worst. All right, and Brass Knuckles is out. Sleeper tech of the tournament, Brass Knuckles.
There's Metalwork Colossus. Not a good look. You're gonna find another one off of the Sanctum of Ugin. Phenomenal.
That's terrifying.
Here comes a legion of Metalwork Colossus.
All right, 3 are on the field. Where's the Is there anything?
I can't believe this, dude.
Metalwork Colossus never punished, bro.
Literally. Sometimes when people say that it takes some skill to win a tournament, sometimes it's dumb luck, sometimes it's both.
I love Magic the Gathering. We're about to hand. That's game
And
1.
Scoop.
That's game 1 in 6.5 minutes. Metalwork Colossus is going all the way.
That is amazing.
All right, so let's talk about what Serialized is gonna have to attempt to sideboard in here. They have Karuga, which is their companion, Leyline of the Void, Mystical.
This dispute. They're probably bringing in. I don't even know. That's probably it. Maybe.
Maybe Thought Distortion in combination with Leyline of the Void.
Oh no! They probably, if anything, they'll just bring in ley lines to stop the recursion.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I don't
really all
think
they can do.
I don't think you bring in Thought Distortion. It doesn't deal with the Colossus itself.
Yeah.
And it also, like, you don't expect the Colossus deck to be running that many counter spells. It probably has the Metallic
Yeah.
Rebukes, and that's it. I think I'm interested in ley lines, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want ley lines in the Candyland where they don't drop 30 power onto the board turn 5. Boros convoke fucking wishes. That is hilarious to me, and we're back into it. So now Fires is gonna get to go first. Hopefully, we'll have a better hand. That does suck because that was the hand that they mulliganed for. So that was like, it's already bad. We're just gonna try to not make it worse. Decision making coming through.
Right? Looks like they multiplied on shaping.
All to 6, it looks like, yeah.
All right, Candy Trail, turn 1. So they're gonna get to scry 2. Maybe look for something to clean up that hand they mulliganed for.
Definitely.
Clifftop
Yeah, and that
Retreat.
Clifftop Retreat on 2. Are we stomping
Nope.
face? Are we that desperate?
I think we're holding up a Leyline Binding or something. I don't know.
We can't. That doesn't cast Leyline Binding.
Yeah, we're missing blue.
And then another Candy Trail. Keep scrying. Keep gaining life. Keep cleaning those draws. Now this is how Shapey'd set up for a really explosive game last time we watched them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where's that temporary
Iron Crag,
lockdown?
what a house. I love Iron Crag as an addition to
Again.
Pioneer. 2-mana Mana Rock.
Mana Rock becomes an artifact, but you can slap onto Colossus. The
No, it has to be a legendary. Right, you need to hit a legendary to crack open Iron Crag.
Yeah. Otherwise, they can just
there's
be.
Fabrication Foundry.
I mean, it could have easily been any other Mana Rock, but it's cool. That's what it needs to do.
Haunted Cloak. All right, so we're on 3, 5, 7, 8, 9. So 10/10 for 2 mana is currently the going rate in this game.
And step
Leyline
Leyline
binding. What are we binding out?
A little
The
bit
cloak?
early.
Yeah.
There's no other good hit.
Just
Yeah.
stop them from getting haste.
I mean, they could have waited on that.
I think they could. I think they're terrified of catching 10 to the chest, which probably says a lot about how fast their hand is.
Have
Well,
it
you'd love to
binding in
Leyline
hand.
Binding the Colossus itself, but
Yeah.
the opponent could have a counter, and I guess that's what we're playing around.
Mm-hmm.
Glint
Oh,
Nest.
check top 4.
Crane.
Bean does make a good point in chat that Iganjo doesn't matter too much for this matchup, so they can just lay it down as land for turn.
Yeah.
That's true, but your
'Cause-
instinct is to never do that as a player.
Yeah.
Like it's always a tell when you play a Ganjo as a land.
Oh, and they're getting a Thousand Moon Smithy out.
Well, that's pretty ugly for them. I just need an extra land drop, or even though they already got it. Sterilize is pretty doomed. Oh, and they play the Sanctum again. Going to comment with the bird. Just out of
Yeah, and it
disrespect.
looks like Punished is mana screwing
Definitely.
in a big way.
They keep keeping these bad hands. Feels like.
And Thousand Moon Smithy.
Comes
Well, I
into
think they're
play.
keeping I mean they're definitely keeping hands that have a dream when they keep them. But it's
It's a
gotten them
fourth land
to
we need.
it's gotten them pretty far in the tournament.
They're just bricking here, looks
Nope,
like.
there's a
and
Colossus.
Metalwork. This is a very quick match. It's about to end
Yeah.
in Shapey's favor.
Yeah, we have an 8/8 Gnome Soldier, a 10/10, and a 1/3.
To become more 8/8s. Become 9/9s.
Oh, good lord, it is, yeah.
We'll
Oh, they're
tap
tapping
Arcane
something.
Trails.
Leyline
Right.
Binding. Probably take
Targeting
out the
Smithy.
Colossus.
You probably want to hit Smithy, but either way, it's not. It's lethal. At some point.
Maybe there's a lockdown coming through. I have no idea. They hit it.
Smithy.
Hit a Triumph.
But yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't hit Smithy, but it would hit everything they could tap to transform Smithy. Oh, but they're just passing.
We're gonna go ahead and tap 5 artifacts on your creatures.
Sure are.
And
All right, we got Thousands Moon Smithy flipped over. It's looking like Metalwork Colossus is gonna move on to losers finals, thanks to Barracks of the Thousand. Unless
they're gonna use the castle to Smithy. I can't believe that.
fucking madman.
And
Another binding. What is it even?
Okay.
binding a new one. They do still get a land though, do they not? I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah, that looks like an interesting.
I have no idea what's going on.
Where did the land go?
Where did the land go?
We may have to
Am I
figure that
missing-
out in post because that does not make.
Wait, then now they're just gone. They're to hand, or where? They're not in exile. Oh, one got stolen by Smithy. Where's the other one?
I don't know. One got stolen, but one should still be.
I was wondering if they legend ruled or something. I'm not sure. Is the Smithy a legend? I don't even know.
Yeah. I mean, it's a land on the other side.
Jam is saying they
There's
bound.
artifact land, I see. It does. Well, it says non-land permanent, so you can't even.
No, they said they bound the Smithy they were trying to transform, before it became a land, and then they just
okay.
elected to not play the other Thousand Moon in response.
Got it.
So just a little case of playing faster than intended. All right, Fires of Invention is out.
Wow, we somehow managed to save ourselves from the.
An
rat
enigmatic
Flyers.
incarnation. Oh my
Incarnation,
god. This has to be a
Metallic
counterspell.
rebuke. Wow. Triple binding's not enough,
Wait.
apparently.
What about Fires of Invention? Oh, it's
That's the only spell they had. Did they have 3 lands in hand? Or something.
No,
Well, you
Fires
can
counts as
on-
spell 1, and then if Enigmatic Incarnation counts as spell 2. So
well,
they can't
right, but
cast
you
another
can
spell.
you can cast spells only during your turn.
Yeah.
Correct.
Should Metallic Rebuke not be legal?
That was
No,
the
that only
opponent's
affects
Metallic
them.
Rebuke.
It's a downside. Only. The can't counterspell things is only affecting by serialized.
Oh, it's not players, it's you. Right, that's my fault. That's
Yeah.
my fault.
That would be really good if turned everybody off.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing ghosts about rules misreadings deciding this tournament, and so I keep psyoping us about what the actual rules are.
That's why
No
I
one's going to have
play-
any idea what the hell happened by the end of the tournament.
Nope. That's hey. By
I
the
don't know
end
what's
of
happening
the
now.
by the end
This
of
is
the
weird.
10-hour popper stream. Oh, Kenrith the
Kenny?
Returned King
Here's
is here.
Kenny.
They
We
have
can
some
buy and
mana
play
to pay.
Karunga.
And then we can just draw a bunch of cards. Oh,
Interesting.
clever impersonator copying
Leyline
Leyline
bind?
binding?
Yeah, take the gnome. Take the gnome,
sense.
gain
Yeah.
some life with Kenny.
That'll save you.
They can't beat you to death. Punished is stabilizing. Ladies and gentlemen, the actual is Enigmatic Fires tiered?
Yes.
The
It's
actual
like C tier.
the actual tier 3 deck is beating the fucking Angels in the Outfield Metalwork Colossus list that has made it to this is losers. This is like
Yeah,
pre-losers finals.
Fire
The
used to
arc
be
of the
super
universe
big.
bends towards justice and away from Metalwork Colossus.
This is life.
All right.
Also, all skill, no luck. Okay, they ripped the bindings with their skill.
They did. All right, another Fabrication Foundry is coming down.
Yep, and it looks like they might want to reanimate something here.
Probably, maybe Candy Trail to Scry. because they're on 2 cards in hand. If they find one of their Colossi, I don't think they have any legends to turn Ironcrag into an equipment. They just want to use it to pump out 10/10s for cheap.
Okay. They're going to eat one of their things, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have to be bringing back...
Okay.
Yeah, they're bringing back a candy trail. We're going to get some scry action happening. This actually looks really good for Punished, assuming no direct damage, because Punished can just pay into Kenny G's gain 5 life. At least until a Colossi. Yeah, at least until a Colossi comes down. As soon as a Colossi comes down, different story. But until a Colossi is down...
Yeah, this feels very comfortable for the Fires player at this point. At minimum, next turn you have Karuga play it, draw a billion cards, probably find the 4th Leyline Binding.
Mm-hmm. All right, and they are doing the tap to get 5 life, and it looks like they're putting a counter onto Kenny G.
That works. I guess they'll try to make him a 10/10 over time.
Eventually, this thing will be able to beat a Metalwork Colossus.
Not a totally terrible plan.
Holy crap, yeah. No, Serialized is in the game. Yep, they're going to get Karuga out. They're going to draw a million cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it looks like
so
a
Rebuke is probably in hand. It's a dead card mostly with Fires we've mentioned in play, so this is as good as it's going to get.
What are they doing?
There it is.
Yeah, Metallic Rebuke.
Good counterspell.
Yeah.
Don't think it matters.
I think it is very important because with a Colossus off the top right now is still almost good enough. But if they draw...
Remember, next turn Kenny can activate to return the Karuga to the battlefield too.
Oh, Lord in heaven.
He does have a reanimate clause, provided they actually play a land. Yeah.
No, they have black. They have 4 and a black available to them right now.
They finally found the raw rune. I see it now.
No, it's the Indatha giving them the black.
Yeah, I mean they were stuck on 4 lands.
Oh yeah, they were stuck on 4 for a million years. Oh, they candy trailed to dig and got the Rebuke off the top. That was
Triple
what.
Ugin. I feel like if the Sink of Ugin pops and we get a Metalwork Colossus, we're just golden.
Yeah, if they get 1 Metalwork and then they play it. So let's see, how reduced is it? 2, 3.
Not by much.
5. Yeah, they're still paying pretty on rate. They don't have the mana to do it this turn.
Paper cut with bird.
Yeah, paper cut with birds, but paper cutting with birds is not a whole lot. They're going to keep stacking up. Kenny G. So that's a 7/7. Jam, this is Serialized versus Shapeed. This is game 2. Shapeed took a very quick win in game 1. And it looks like Serialized is stabilizing. Cycling and Indatha Triumph.
Instead, buddy. I would have played it. Oh, we have another land. Okay, we're good.
I'm just confused as to why they didn't reanimate Karuga. Because you draw...
We shock in that steam vents. No fear
yes, here. They shocked in the steam vents. Going down to 4 life.
I mean, to be fair, it's either 10 or 0. It's the same value.
Yeah, it is either 10 or 0. Anyway. But if they reanimate Karuga, then they're not scared of 10. So that's why I'm just questioning the... I mean, maybe they have something in their hand that makes it make sense. I'm just questioning the lack of reanimation here when reanimation seems like it solves all your problems.
Definitely. Playing a real chill, looks like. Maybe they want to gain some life again.
Gain life, get a card. Airball, do you see anything in the Matrix here? Do you see what's meant to be happening?
From the Fires player?
I guess from
I think the Fires player feels that they have a pretty good lock on the game, and they don't want to make any big swings. They just want to incrementally get value over time.
Yeah.
And I think I agree with that. I would have brought back Karuga. just drawing a billion cards seems like the way to go. But
I think they're in a safe disposition to do so, because anyway, Metalwork Colossus has no way to get haste in this deck besides the 3-mana equipment, which sounds like a pipe dream of a turn.
Yeah, but Shapey's been having kind of the pipe dream of a tournament, right? They're in.
Asking for a break.
A 30-second break. I mean, do they just need to go to the bathroom? We're not gonna clown you on the stream for taking 30 seconds to go potty if that's what's going on. Like, it is just gonna keep. Oh yeah,
Look at
okay,
this
sorry.
loser.
Reigning world champion, MTG Airball. 2 to the chest for daring to have bodily functions. Yeah, I mean the clock keeps running, right? Clock keeps ticking, but.
usually you'd get a judge to give you a time extension for the time you had to go to the bathroom. But
Oh yeah, if we can give. I mean, at this point, I'm not sweating 30 seconds.
If they want it, they can ask for it.
Being human is punishable by ban. Yeah, mods, take them to the ovipository. All right, so now we're in this holding pattern. Punished is looking very strong just because Shapey doesn't have explosive damage, despite it being 32-4. Oh, it looks like they're back to playing again. Oh, Thousand Moon Smithy is here.
so giant gnome. We do have Touch the Spirit Realm mana available to channel it and destroy that token, if that's how we want to use our mana.
Getting paper cutted, gain some life. That Thousand Moon Smithy flipping is very dangerous though.
Yeah, because then it becomes a land that's just going to make... They could get overrun, right? One big creature Kenny G can deal with. 2 to 3, you take the game.
Definitely.
Now, they did tick the gain 5. And they do have the ability to tick that twice a turn cycle now.
Yep. Now, do they want to reanimate this Karuga? Or they want to play a spell?
I feel like you gotta. Yeah, it looks like they're tapping the appropriate mana to reanimate Karuga, probably leaving a white up for... Is that
Binding.
4th Leyline Binding? Yeah. I mean, it might not be in their hand right now, but might come in after Karuga draws them 7 cards.
Yeah, and you do have to spend the mana to cast Leyline Binding here, even with fires in play, because you don't have 7 lands.
Oh yeah.
Well, Binding 6, and they're on 6 lands.
Oh, you're right. Then it's free
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, so they are good to lay down another Binding. They do have to lay it down now, right? They can't hold it for anything explosive Shaped might do.
I suppose this does represent Mystical Dispute.
Well, then it's all or nothing either way.
I guess if you have Enigmatic Incarnation, sack the fires.
Oh,
then
temporary
then
lockdown.
Another Metallic Rebuke. Wow.
No, they're digging with
Oh.
Candy Trail to hope they get to the Metallic Rebuke, and they did
Correct.
not.
That's gonna get rid of a couple things.
Yeah, God does not love them multiple times. Now, so they have a Thousand Moon Smithy that is neutered, and now Kenny G is going to start taking his due.
The token
And we
is
could
also
have hasted Karuga, I guess.
True, we
Yeah.
could have hasted Karuga, right? Because
I
holding up
was trying
that
to
1
play
mana
something.
means nothing. Discarding a second fires in cleanup.
classic.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see how Shaped gets back in here on a relatively interaction light list.
Comes
Oh,
Titan
boy.
of Industry. Destroy target artifact or enchantment, make a 4/4. Probably. alternatively give a shield counter to Kenrith, but doesn't really matter. Yep.
Yeah.
They chose that path.
Yeah, I
Is
mean,
this
Kenny,
just lethal?
Kenny
This
G's
might
keeping
just
you
be
in the game.
lethal. If they had made the
Yep.
beast, would it have been?
I don't think it makes too much of a
11.
difference.
No, they would have missed by a couple points because it would have been 12, 19, 23. So they would have been missing 5 points. Oh, but Enigmatic is here.
They're gonna give haste, looks like. They can also put some counters on some guys if they wanted to.
Yeah. Do you even sacrifice you sacrifice the Leyline Binding that has nothing under it because it grabbed a token. So it was like it'd be dangerous to give them anything back, but they have one that gives nothing back.
Yeah, and I
Pretty
do
much.
believe Impersonator copies the mana value, so they would be able to fetch Atrax off that.
They would, yeah.
Indeed. Oh, they're sacking fires. Okay,
Oh,
weird.
for like Elish Norn or whatever, yeah.
Stop Smithy from throwing up any more blockers if they rip a new one.
And allowing you to cast spells on the opponent's turn if they found Mystical Dispute or something.
Ah, yeah. That's a very good point.
On their end step, tapping 5. Channeling Moonsnare prototype to do what?
Get back Colossus.
Get a Colossus back. Oh, let's fucking go.
That doesn't. I don't know if that saves you, but it's.
It
cool.
does not. Well,
If they can double strike it.
if they can get it past Elish Norn, it does.
Fill out
Oh no, it
conditions.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
They
Kenny
gain
G.
10.
Yeah, they can gain 10. I'm smoking crack. I'm on copium. I'm
That's
on
a lot of
copium
rolls.
on their behalf.
I mean, brass knuckles.
Even Brass
You need
Knuckles
the
doesn't
Onyx
do
Cloak?
it. Double strike, yeah. You need Cloak, you need Knuckles, at which point you are out of mana and cannot equip any of your shit.
Yeah. You need a discounter in here. Oh, they're channeling Odor War.
Ooh.
That
Okay.
kind of work. Doesn't do
This will
much.
draw a card.
All ETBs are still turned off.
No,
so
ETBs are off, so they're not getting
they don't get the top 4 artifact. They don't get the.
draw a card, but they
Draw a
can
card.
make Metalwork unblockable, and then they just have to get around the gain 10 coming from Serialized.
Yeah, no, this is just this is Jover. Unless they have. Okay, the reanimating candy trail. They
Yeah,
don't.
scrying for. I mean, what could even?
They don't
Is
have
there
the
any-
Nightmare. Yeah,
Elish Norn turns it off.
cracking the wedding invitation as you attack, please. And then in response, like gain 3. Or gain
Yeah,
5.
I mean, there's always like tournament nerves. Tournament nerves,
Oh,
you
they didn't
forget.
even. They just let the Elishorn die.
Yeah, they just let Norn die, which is interesting because I'm pretty sure now you're dead.
Oh god, so sloppy. It's just like a lot of stress, probably.
Probably
I mean,
a
these
lot
guys
of
have been
stress.
playing all day, right? I'm
Yeah.
All
getting
day
tired,
and
we've just
all
been
day
asking it.
yesterday. It's yeah, I mean, like we cleaned this up from last tournament. And last tournament it was like a 13-hour day one because we were
remember that.
fucking goofballs with how we organized.
At some
Both
point,
how-
you're just like, I want the match to be over. I
Yeah,
can't concentrate.
and then we're like multiple hours ahead of where the last tournament was at this point. All right, game 3. We're gonna see if Shapeed can bring it back. They have 19 minutes left in the round.
Plenty of time.
Oh yeah, especially with how quick Shapeed can go.
Definitely. I believe in Shaped. Hey, I'm rooting for them, okay?
I want to believe in Shapeed just to see Airball's face as we continue to climb through the bracket with.
Imagine telling a human being that plays Pioneer that Metalwork Colossus won a Pioneer tournament with 85 people in it. No one would believe you.
Yeah, this is basically an RCQ. This is the Mald CQ right here. All right, they
Absolutely.
already have wedding invitation.
We're ramping up with some cards. I just love the way that JP deck has progression throughout the turns. Just ramps up all the mana values in play. Sets itself up for a huge 10-10. And it has things to do. Good value. I'm having Genius Smith look at top 4. See what we can
Oh,
find.
Christ, Ingenious Smith. We are
Probably
in.
something good.
This is looking like game 1 did. Which,
Oh, Brass Knuckles?
Now, Smith on turn 3 is very different than Smith on turn 2. That's a
don't-
lot slower.
I don't know about that. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Yeah, I know, but I want to believe in Shape It. I want to believe in the Colossus, so I'm commentator bias is coming in of everything they do
Oh,
as
no.
PogChamp.
I think that was no land drop pass from Fires.
Oh god. And that looks a lot like game 1.
Yeah. And we kept 7, right?
I do think we kept 7. I mean, there's no accounting for the mind of Serialized 20 hours into
No.
a Magic the Gathering tournament.
Well, the name punished.
Oh, there's
Real
a-
truth in advertising there.
Yeah, there's a Colossus. And Brass Knuckles are out. So we've got one turn to sort this whole board state before we take Shapeed fully into losers finals and guarantee them $100.
That is enough domain for a leyline binding.
Okay.
Just in time.
They do have a ley line. You probably wait to, yeah.
In fact, it's enough for 2.
Yeah, you want them to spend the mana to equip everything. It could get rebuked if Shapeed has it in hand. They're swinging. Is there a response? What did we keep? If there's not a response, I gotta know what we kept. Touch the Spirit
Okay.
Realm.
That's uncounterable.
Yeah.
That plays around Rebuke.
Good save.
Yeah, plays around Rebuke, buys them a turn. Oh, this is so tense.
However, we have to see if we have a leyline binding next turn, otherwise it's still gonna come down.
Yeah, they do need a leyline binding. They may have felt maybe they do have a leyline binding and they didn't use it, as Airball said, to play around. You know, if there's a metallic rebuke there, you just lose the game if you attempt to
Okay.
solve that situation with leyline binding.
That
The
is
problem
very
is
true.
that leyline binding, like if they have Rebuke, it's not going anywhere. And
Mhm.
every turn you wait to get the leyline binding down is another turn they might draw it.
Yeah.
You just gotta hope that you hit it, otherwise you're dead either way.
I love that 2 of the top 4 are these like very outside shot decks, and then we have 2 sort of extremely conventionally good ones hang out because we have Phoenix Control and then these 2 fucking knuckleheads just duking it out.
I think Enigmatic Fires, didn't it win RC Dallas last year or come second or something? Like every now and then it comes
Yeah.
out of nowhere and spikes a big tournament result when the meta's right.
Okay, we're
and they
we
tried
got
to-
an attempted lockdown met with a metallic rebuke, and now they're tapped out and passing to Shapey, who's gonna win. So I think that wraps it up. Metalwork Colossus guaranteed top 3 now. Never Don't Believe, Never Didn't Have It, and they're playing a second Metalwork Colossus just to do
Or
it.
why wouldn't you?
And they're Sanctum of Uganing to get a third Metalwork Colossus. Just to show up for the people. Chat, these plays are for you. They've already won the turn.
Oh, another Metalwork Colossus. And we're slapping the metal brass knuckles.
Yeah, we're putting the brass knuckles on, and then Metalwork Colossus takes this game home for Shapeed. And
I
then
Do you
can't
think does he
believe
have
it.
Force of Vigor?
that's
No.
it.
And the game is over.
And we're gonna go back to an interview with Serialized to talk about Fires, and then we'll get into losers finals, which is going to be Lotus Control from Magnetron Man versus Metalwork Colossus on Shapeed. All right, so I will meet you guys back in Toxic Thunderdome 1. Whew, lordy. I'm gonna check the bracket one more time out of habit, despite already knowing where we're at. Yeah, so we're down to two medalists and then one completely on the outside shot of Metalwork Colossus and Shapeed. Shapeed, noted shitposter in our Discord. They have been around for a very, very long time. I don't think we got to see them in the Pauper tournament. Hello, Serialized.
Oh. Yeah. Unlucky player that you saw getting absolutely railed by the game multiple times in a row, and somehow managed to squeeze out 4th place.
Yeah, how did you feel about the big metal freight train that was the Metalwork Colossus deck?
The big metal freight train. You know, I thought I was gonna be fine because I won 2-1 against it in like winners round 2.
Mm-hmm.
But it came back to bite me in the ass, I guess. Got lucky this time. Got less lucky this time, I guess.
Oh yeah, you were the one to put them down from winners finals
From
in the
winners?
first for winner's side in the first
Yeah,
place.
I
Yeah, I
was.
was there. We did see game 1 and game 3. It looks like the lands really weren't working out for you.
I have like 28 lands in the deck. I should be drawing them like every turn at this point.
Mhm.
Goddamn.
So had you kept pretty
I think-
land light hands in the belief of, okay, I have answers and my deck's land heavy enough,
Yeah.
certainly I'll see them.
Yeah, I mean, if I was playing aggro with 20 lands, I'd be like doubtful of drawing one. But I'm playing Karuga, 60 card. Come on.
Yeah, like half your deck's
Uh,
lands, it's like
Interesting.
mathematically, of
Stupid.
course I'm gonna see one.
Of course I'm gonna draw it. Of course I'm
Mhm.
gonna, turn 3, drop my on curve, draw my temporary lockdown, and win the game easily.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Ugh.
That was quite a fun run. Getting to 4th place from like 85 players was not, like what I imagined it would be. But man, I've been grinding, practicing like all this while. I guess it just kind of worked out.
Yeah, have you
Uh,
competed in Pioneer tournaments before, or was this your first one?
I play IRL a lot, in like LCQs and stuff. So I'm pretty competitive, and I'm really like deep into the game and stuff. I play Greasefang IRL because I don't have the money for the $600 deck.
Yeah.
But this one's really, really fun to play. Like, there's so many lines, and like it's like a toolbox that you just pull out whatever you want for the situation. It's like Karn again, except it's out of your deck instead of sideboard. It's really fun. Yeah.
Was there any other matchup that you found particularly either fun, enjoyable, or just incredibly tense?
Oh man, I can look back at the chart. I guess I was playing against ridiculously average.
Mm-hmm.
That one, they're a Phoenix player.
Yeah.
They got me like really messed up. So much removal, all this stuff. I'm just playing like some big creatures, and they just got answer after answer. And sometimes I couldn't. I think I just didn't draw my Leyline Bindings or something against their Ledger Shredders, which got to like 5/8 and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was obviously, I think you guys saw it, right? The Amalia matchup.
Yeah, the Amalia combo deck.
Normally I scoop up Amalia actually because I fought like 2-0'd against Amalia twice. So I was like, third Amalia player, it's gonna be smooth sailing. And then they got the combo off. I misplayed that one. Let's just go back. Okay, am I going for a bit of a long tangent? Am I gonna go on?
Oh, keep going. You're good.
Oh, okay. So it was like I had 6 mana and I had like Raidane and like Touch of Spirit Realm was 3 mana, exile the creature.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was gonna get rid of like Amalia, and then if I played Raidane first, and then played the Touch of Spirit Realm after, they couldn't have done, you know, in the case was before, I just played Touch of Spirit Realm and they Court of Calling response, which would not be possible if I had Raidane on. So that game dragged on way longer just because of that misplay. I still won anyway, but like, you know, I kind of want to go for faster games and get things wrapped up and not have to kill an opponent at 70 health like a Shadow the Colossus boss or something.
Yeah. People gotta die. People gotta lose health. People gotta die.
Yeah, why does the combo get so much health? Alright, yeah, well, it was a fun run. I don't know if we gotta wrap up here or if we got more questions.
No, if you have anything else you want to say to the people, that's great. Otherwise, I'll be in touch with you in DMs about sending you your prize money for getting 4th place. So congratulations on making it so far. Yes, it should be 50 for 4th.
I love money.
Yeah, we love currency. We love goods and services. So congratulations on making it so far. Again, you and Shapeed are on probably the furthest outside calls in terms of the meta. So is there any parting words you have for the Twitch stream before we head into Magnetron and Shapeed's game?
I wish I could look at chat right now. I don't know how much you guys enjoyed me, because I had a lot of fun. So I hope y'all had a lot of fun just watching me, you know, do crazy shit with the deck. I'll watch the bot later and see everyone's nice comments, I hope.
We were rooting for you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we're the underdog over here getting 4th place, you know. I mean, I was fighting an underdog, but, you know.
Fires is pretty weak right now, but so you're cooking.
Oh man, thank you so much. This was really nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, love you guys. See you, I guess maybe if you do another tournament.
Yeah, we'll be doing another tournament next month. Yeah, next to CEDH, we'll be coming back to 60 card formats after that.
Try it out, you know, you might like it.
Gotcha.
You're
Alright. Thank you for making this tournament, and I really enjoyed my run. See ya.
Of course.
Glad you had a good time. Have a good day, Serialized. All right, let's get back to the commentator call, and we'll get into Magnetron and Shapeed.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm feeling sleepy.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I got coffee.
You guys are on the other side of the country.
Yeah, we're on the good side of the country. Don't. Okay. I have Magnetron's password. It's doghouse bracket 25. So we'll get into it. Shapeed might go all the way. Oh, we're already into the game. Magnetron going first has a hollowed fountain that they didn't shock in. And then we have Inventor's Fair from Shapeed. No turn 1 plays. All right. Oh, and they have a Sanctum of Ugin into an Iron Crag. So we've got ramping, we've got 1 artifact in play.
Yeah, and there's a reasonable chance that you end up in Magnetron's spot here with like a counter spell and not knowing what to counter. Because every individual spell out of Shapeed feels so bad, except for the Brass Knuckles, which get copied anyway.
Yeah. So he's got Proctor, which Shapeed does have a couple relevant ETBs.
Yeah, often you'll hold Proctor on turn 2 to make sure you can play it on turn 3 and play the Lotus Field right away. But I guess assessing here that there's no removal in Shapeed's deck to speak of.
And he's probably hoping to stifle out any of those birds, right? Any of the things that are letting him, or Ingenious Smith, any of the things letting him check for those other artifacts. Oh, but Brass Knuckles is out.
Wow. Blistering start over here. The good thing about Manatron's list is they do have farewell, so they can get rid of those artifacts pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of getting there.
Yeah.
And do we have access to Wandering Emperor in this deck too?
You do?
That seems like an absolute beating.
Oh, yeah.
In the Lotus control, no, we do not have Wandering Emperor.
Pull it up.
Wow.
Yeah, Raya, you are put the pipe down. Now, for
Oh, it's
chat's
just here
knowledge,
down,
this
yeah.
is losers finals. So the loser of this game takes home 100. The winner takes home at least 150 and is in play for the $300 against Is It Phoenix with Ridiculously Average, who is streaming their run and will be streaming presumably their game in grand finals. Oh, a Haunted Cloak is out. We're going to be getting a very, very cheap... the Colossus is free at this point. And there it is. And it can be equipped this turn, not with the Cloak and the Brass Knuckles. No, it can. Oh, Shapeed wins. Unless
Assuming
there's
no
a
interaction
counterspell.
here.
Assuming no
Holy moly.
interaction. Because Haunted Cloak gets attached, Brass Knuckles gets attached, and then a double strike
What
beat
would they
down.
have besides Get Lost?
Yeah, Get Lost would seem to be it. I guess if you have all white cards in hand, March might do it. No, it doesn't.
I mean, that does not seem to
Too
be the case.
pricey. Maybe Magnetron is too busy.
Oh,
no,
there
he's
it
tapping
was.
mana. Get
Thank
lost.
God.
Get him out of
That
there.
was a very short match.
Now, there was a Sanctum of Ugin. So there's another Colossus, presumably coming straight down. Yeah.
But we're on 6 mana now.
Oh, they are
Assuming
on 6
untapped
mana.
land.
We got the Lotus Field, yeah. Cloak does not give Shroud Akari. It gives Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. There is Whisper Silk Cloak, which gives Shroud, but that is not the card we are seeing right now. Another Lotus
Unfortunately-
Field has come down. So if Magnetron can stop this from
We're
ending
siding
his
with
life,
Strict Proctor. We're not blocking with Strict Proctor, which is interesting. I
Yeah.
guess doesn't matter for them. I mean, they could still live.
they might just be
Yeah, I mean, that's-
they might just be signaling, "Fuck you! I still have outs to whatever you're gonna do to me."
Definitely still like a BM.
Hard to believe against a deck that's having Metalwork.
Yeah.
Like the one damage matters so little here,
Mm-hmm.
and blocking a Colossus might actually make the difference.
All right, so there's
Especially with,
30
like, a board like
power.
man.
There's 30 power heading his way.
This is just unbelievable. And the Magnetron man must have Cellular Wreckage. That's why he's so confident.
Yeah, and then if that gets Metallic rebuked, rest in piss, I
Oh,
guess.
they're running
Oh,
out
but
now.
he's
Well,
tapping
we've tapped all
out.
the blue, so
Yeah, so now there's no.
Oh, they're covering the Shark basis. I mean, they could crack it if they want to, but I guess not. Sit on it for now. Attacking with both Metalwork Colossus. That's not enough, buddy. I knew it. That'll block exactly 10 of it.
There's another get lost, maybe. Is that it? Otherwise, they're dead.
Yeah, I'm anticipating that.
And they're tapping more mana.
1 mana?
Oh, they're untapping that mana.
And they're responding by making the Metalwork Colossus unblockable, which doesn't do much.
Yeah.
but no reason not to, I guess. And now the Shark can jump in front of the other bus.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna get one more turn for Magnetron to find the out. But
Well, it's possible they had it, right? Like they played
Yeah.
Lotus Field, which was a tap land. They didn't have 6 last turn. It's possible they do have Farewell now.
right, and they're just
And
going
they drew
for
a card off the Shark.
Yeah. Right now, Operation Pacific Rim is looking pretty scary.
Yeah, they did lose a lot of tempo though, off of losing one of them.
Yeah. Could always be
Or
a
the Colossi.
Teferi too. Impulse. Oh, they're digging now.
Impulse is searching for a farewell. That is the
Or
card that
discount.
in the matchup.
Discon does it too.
Would also be very helpful. By turn. Tapping out. I think they're ripping it.
Oh, they're
They're
swinging.
tagging
Clean
for
play.
one.
One more point.
Swinging with Proctor. We dammies. We got to get
There
dammies.
it is.
And then they're farewelling. Okay. This
God
solves
bless
a
America.
lot for them.
I mean, they didn't have to.
Yeah,
attack.
Airball, you just feeling good now that
Oh my
Metalwork
God.
looking bad in game 1?
I'm trying not to cheer for any one given player, but like the Metalwork Colossus deck is like shaking my faith in reality.
Deck is kind of awesome. I'm not even gonna lie to you. And unfortunately, naming all nothing but artifacts in graveyard.
Oh
It's cute.
my
You even get to keep the
god.
Proctor.
Yeah, they even get to keep their 1 damage.
Yep, farewell. Like I said, pretty brutal answer.
Yeah.
Sad Inventor's Fair, having to sack the legendary land. I
And
assume
then
will
moon
happen.
snares. All right, so we're getting a lot
Did I
more
forget?
springleaf drums. They got 1 Colossus back to hand from some type of chats talking about it. So that last card in hand is 1 new Colossus, but Magnetron Man has a little bit of breathing room before it can come down, which he's going to use to dig. I mean, I don't know who to root for either, because I love Magnetron Man from the last tournament, and I love that Shapeed has brought Rock'em Sock'em Robots and made it to top 3. Oh, we're
Okay,
sacking
figured that out.
inventors. All right.
So 3 cards in hand, 7 mana. I don't think we have a Deluge in the bin.
No, I haven't seen one yet. No, it's just been lots of removal.
So Settle's an option here. Like, we keep attacking with the Proctor, which kind of scares me a little bit against the haste out of nowhere deck,
Mhm.
but I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure this is
Yeah,
just
the-
me seeing ghosts.
The John Cena move.
Oh, absolutely.
They would have to do a lot, though, to get both haste out of nowhere and trample out of nowhere. And I think...
Especially with just 2 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm. And slowly but surely, this is getting Magnetron somewhere, right? Because eventually he does have to beat you to death. And so there's
Yeah,
no...
if we cycle a Shark here, it's 5.
Mhm.
So 3-turn clock.
There's no time like the present to beat a man stone cold to death on live television.
I think we're just anticipating a memory deluge here. Or discontinuity.
Anubion, this is the second to last round. This is losers finals. Still game 1, right? Magnetron.
Game.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess an important detail, if they put Metalwork Colossus on the stack and you discount in response, it is exiled. So
Oh,
you don't have
that's
to worry about it coming back.
horrific.
Indeed. So makes discontinuity such a good spell.
All right, he's cycling away an irrigated farmland and end step. Let's
Anything
fix
else?
that. Fix
I
that
assume
flood.
not.
So no shark typhoon, or they want to hard cast it.
No deluge.
My read there is discon. Like, to have that much mana open and not do anything with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The
gotta
only
be
reason you
discon.
wouldn't cast something on their turn is if they didn't do anything to make you.
Yep. They have exactly enough to pay for a rebuke. Here comes the
All
discount.
right, here comes Colossus. Yeah.
Fine, so
Oh, Lotus
Metalwork
Fields are
Colossus.
tapping. Here's discount.
Continuity.
And their hand's
That is
empty,
pretty
so they
brutal.
have to eat that.
So that's 2 down.
Yep.
Yeah, 2 down.
I think Manatron has it, unfortunately.
Well, 2 down. Inventor's Fair still in play.
They could definitely pay into it.
Yeah, so they
Fine,
can
fun fact.
go looking for 1 more. But now Teferi's here, so even that 1 more is getting shuffled away.
A very net positive mana with 2 Lotus Fields. in
God, net
Great
positive Teferi hurts my heart.
That's what makes him great.
And it is important to point out at this point in finals, we are free of time constraints. So we're playing a best of 3 right now, and whatever happens, happens. And then the
Alright.
same will be true for grand finals. All right, so they can get an artifact back with Fabrication Foundry, but there's really only Candy Trail to get back. But it is what they're going for. They want to scry something, presumably to get them
They can't.
new.
They can't. They don't have the 2 to pay.
Oh, they don't have the 2. Oh, but they have done it illegally.
Oh, it's a mistrigger from the Lotus player then.
Mm-hmm. All right, so control player not controlling quite hard enough, maybe having a moment of mercy that they should not have given.
Oh boy.
That's a lot of...
Rebuke?
It looks like they're attempting to sack the
Reanimate
candy...
them.
Oh, they're reanimating something?
Well, they can bring back Inventor's Sphere if they wanted to, but that's not a good idea. That's a source trade anyway. I don't know what they were doing.
So we have 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 mana, so we can cycle a Shark X equals 12.
We can
if
make
we
the
want here.
biggest shark ever.
Oh yeah.
And that probably ends the game. I don't think Shapeed has... Oh, Shapeed... No, Shapeed could have sided in Glass Casket, which would take away all that junk.
That's true. No upper pass in here.
1,
I think it's
3, 4, 5.
It's GG's.
Nothing. Nothing on end step.
And the great thing is, Magnetron Man wins the top deck mode with the fairy. And
Yeah.
the fact that his deck is just very good at drawing cards.
Impulse.
Right, so we just get an impulse here.
And that's going to be a scoop. All right, so that's game 1 for Magnetron Man. We're going to go into game 2. Now, is there anything Shapeed... What copium can Shapeed... Shapeed has damping spheres.
I mean, yeah, that's
Yeah.
the main thing you bring into this matchup.
So-
Also, yeah,
Go ahead.
go for it.
I was going to say, Damping Sphere is a card that, as a Lotus player, does not scare me. Lotus combo, yeah, I hate your Damping Sphere. But against this deck, it just turns it into normal blue-white control, which I still think is more than good enough, and it's not worth the extra card.
Mm-hmm.
It does definitely slow down the Strict Proctor into the Lotus Field Tath play. But
Oh,
it's
important
not like a
note.
total game ender.
Their Metallic Rebukes are not main board. So this is where we're
Yeah.
going to see the Metallic Rebukes come in. So they just never had them for
Correct.
this game. They're going to bring in
I
Metallic
would bring in the
Rebukes.
Smithies as well. Smithy is
I think
very
it's reasonable
good
to
here.
bring in Pithing Needle. You can name Teferi, you can name
That's it.
Thespian Stage.
Yeah, that's been the stage. Probably the fairy though. It's the most relevant thing.
You can name Otawara, I guess, if you're worried about your Colossus getting bounced.
Probably dying in a million of
Yeah.
things though.
All right, we're already back into game 2. So very quick sideboarding. And turn 1 Candy Trail.
Banger.
I love fake card advantage. I love touching my deck.
Yes.
And then an unshocked Hollowed Fountain from Magnetron. Which, is there any turn 1 play a Lotus control player would
March.
hope for? March. Got it.
March, but you're probably never doing that.
Yeah. Another Candy Trail. Zaro, I do not believe you can name Temporary Lockdown because that's a triggered ability, not an activated one. That's it.
I mean, you
can.
can name it.
It just doesn't do
won't-
anything.
Yeah. Okay, you are free to name. You are free to name it and still get your back blown out when they resolve it on
Oh
you.
yeah. You can name Asmaran or Markadice Kulikar. It won't do anything, but you can do it.
No apology necessary, Zaro. I have messed up more rules than all of the players combined in the last 7 hours that we've been live.
Alright.
Yeah, Teferi is the best name overall. All right, now Shape.
It's probably worth bringing in just for that. Because I mean, Farewell's the only one picking that thing up. So
Mm-hmm.
either way, like,
All right, we're up to a 4 reduction for Metalwork Colossus with the Foundry. So they're still a ways away. You probably hold on to these for cost reduction. You only crack them if you absolutely need to, with respect to Candy Draw, right? Oh, unless you get temporarily locked down. Are we gonna crack
Another
one in
banger.
response, or we're just gonna take them? Okay. So maybe they have,
Unfortunately,
Hurts.
they might have
even the
Blast
funniest
Casket.
deck. Even the funniest deck has no match for the control
No,
pile.
nobody's a match for being temporarily locked down.
Looks like this is a permanent win for Magnetron, man. Unless they flip it. Let's see, a Thespian stage?
Thespians, nothing particularly useful to copy. Maybe they copy
no
hollowed.
Lotus Field.
Yeah, not yet.
They could copy the Hollow Fountain if they want to color the mana. But they probably have things to do in end step, like Memory Deluge. I'm gonna play
Oh,
Ingenious
Ingenious
Smith.
Smith is here.
Look at top 4.
Yeah, check top
One
4.
cute
Let's see what
thing.
they find.
One cute thing they could do if they have Otawara in hand is they can bounce their own lockdown and replay it and hit
Oh,
everything
and
again.
pick up.
Oh yeah.
I would
Just the
fucking.
rescoop.
I would love to see that. Oh my god! And they found a Colossus. Now they're still light years away from being able to play it. I
The threat
would.
is ever looming.
That's probably the most fucking PogChamp thing. Okay, they're going for the Deluge, but if we saw a channeled Otawara into redo Lockdown, I would be
That'd be
crying
really
tears
neat.
of happiness.
It's not even that great. It's just funny.
Yeah, it's just drop
them.
dead hilarious. They would get a bunch of scry triggers too. Like they would get they would get their ETBs back for a moment.
Just total BM for no reason.
I mean, that's why we cheered Jam, as there was a bunch of stuff that we thought was BM that was actually just him seeing ghosts. But
Oh,
we
yeah.
thought was him severely disrespecting his opponents, and I was just here for it every second of the way. Is
Not
this
to mention the
Teferi?
Crip Rats.
Oh, Teferi
Dad's
is
here.
here. Yeah, Dad's here. Nobody gets to have fun anymore. Everybody stop
Plus
playing your
five.
cards.
I get to touch my cards. You don't get to touch any.
Yeah. We're going to play Magic
That's
by the
better.
rules, and the rules say that you don't get to use any of your good cards.
I get to say what resolves. That's it.
Alright. Shapeed's
Not
hitting
to
their
mention-
land drops, so eventually they might be able to resolve one of these Colossi.
Brass Knuckles.
Oh, here's Knuckles.
That
which is they're
close
one
to this
they're
guy.
one short of Colossus being free, and they have
Yep.
no more mana.
Still a good
I
turn.
think we're probably pretty happy to see that because it means they've tapped all their blue. Anything you do next turn is going to resolve, and you're untapping with Teferi.
Mm-hmm. Now Teferi is gonna
too.
take a fucking hit,
That's a good choice.
but not enough of a hit. And they're gonna
Impulse.
yeah, so they're looking for something with which to use this free turn. Insomnia, you might think it's locked down, but never say never.
It's not like Magnetron Man has 7 cards in hand or anything.
Yeah, well, no,
Or
he has 8
9.
cards in hand. You fucking...
It's about to be 8.
And they play a Ganjo,
Yep,
so those are probably spells.
Mm-hmm.
absolutely.
Or do they need exactly 6? Do they hit just Farewell here and hit everything but enchantments?
Absolutely, you do.
Yeah. And they have Hollowed Fountains, so they wouldn't need that last white pip. Good lord. They're making a decision. They have something to do. Strict Proctor is here. Interesting. And they're gonna hold up all their mana. Well, I guess they feel like Shapey doesn't have haste. Maybe they have a Settle the Wreckage. Maybe they have Settle the Wreckage and a Sorcery Speed answer, and they want to let Shapeed sort of show their whole hand before they slap it out.
Could be anything, honestly.
Discontinuity is also possible.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not. It would have ripped it.
If this
that's-
is resolved. I didn't see this
Yeah.
go on the stack.
They slapped it down pretty fast. This fair.
Yeah, it turns out, guys, if you say
Oh,
if you
and they're letting them know you don't get the +1/+1 counter off of Strict Proctor unless they pay to.
let them know, eat shit, please.
Absolutely. Not even equipping with Brass Knuckles.
Yeah, I think this is going to end with Magnetron putting down a sorcery speed die.
Yeah,
Another
you're
day
The
of
equipping
Luge.
kind of screams counterspell here, right?
Yeah, it has to.
I mean, they could have
Yeah, they're improvising out the
done that
metallic
without-
rebuke.
equipped and still paid for it.
Well, they could have equipped
Unless
one.
they have two. They
Yeah,
still have
maybe they're-
rebuke mana.
They are telling a little bit. Oh, and they're ripping a farewell, and they're gonna
Let's see
respond.
if
Can't
that.
imagine this
Let's see if
resolves.
that coast gets tapped.
There we go.
They had
One.
both.
Tap the Colossus as well. 1, 2. They only tapped 2 things, didn't they?
They had Crag, Invitation, and a Seacrum Coast. And that's
There we
enough,
go.
right?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So they're gonna shuffle away that Colossus, which is you probably have to do that here. And now you're on 6 cards, and now basically unopposed. We'll see if Shapey can rip anything off the top that really solves that situation. No, they're tapping out probably Thousand Moon Smithy.
That would be very good. If they brought in 4 copies,
Yep.
up to 4
They did
copies,
bring 'em
like I
in.
thought they would.
They're gonna hold up the mana to. At this point, I'm guessing they have to be bluffing about a third metallic rebuke. You
issue
do
is-
you do not get the
don't
gnome.
get the token.
You don't get the
Yeah.
gnome. Fuck you.
It's
We're
not
playing
totally
by the
over because
rules.
they're just gonna wait to flip it, and
Yeah.
then we get a cast trigger, which is not an ETB. So
Correct.
Now we'll get our tokens.
Magnetron's tapping out again.
Flipping out
Dream
another farewell.
Trawler.
Looks like
And is
Oh,
that
Dream
getting
Trawler.
rebuked?
Dream Trawler probably resolves.
Yeah.
Blessing to Fairy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could spend your mana to brass knuckle the Smith in your wedding invitation to make it unblockable to kill Teferi. I don't even know if that's worth it, but letting Teferi live seems terrible for you
And
here.
Flip. We're gonna see that Smithy flip on pre-combat main,
Mm-hmm.
and they're gonna tap it to cast. Spell. Guinea Trail.
Gets you
They're
the
gonna
gnome.
make a gnome.
That's enough. No scry though. So let's
This
see.
gnome
if-
is definitely gonna be lethal though. Tapping 2. They're gonna eat the Guinea Trail. Oh, they didn't scry yet.
Oh, they're tapping 2 to pay to scry maybe.
And then
Yeah. And then looks like tapping more to eat it after that.
yeah, they don't get the scry because of Strict Proctor, so they did pay 2. And now they're eating it, and now they have
All right.
Metalwork.
Now they have their
we
Colossus.
go.
All right,
Nice.
so we have 3 draws to get out of this.
And March.
Marching the
Instantly land.
That doesn't work,
That-
right?
that's an
Unless
artifact
it flipped
land.
back.
Does
It
it?
does say artifact.
Yeah.
It doesn't say
so it is.
non-land.
So
strictly.
it's also
That-
an artifact. Yeah. So March does work there.
That is really unfortunate.
That's the hot tech. Fuck your gnomes. Now in those 6 cards, maybe there's another board wipe if he's ripping the land and not the 7/7. Right? Maybe he swings in with the trawler for life and doom scars everybody back to the Stone
Yeah,
Draw
Age.
one more off the attack, too.
I think Magnetron
Yeah.
Man still has a chance to just find another farewell somehow, but we already ripped 3 out of 5 of our artifact removals,
Mm-hmm.
which is not great.
I guess another Teferi tucks it, but
Yep. Which would kill Teferi in the process.
no, I think that Teferi plussed up to 3 this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
It's had to be next turn.
I was going to say they could play another Teferi.
Oh,
Oh, that's
okay,
good.
they're
That as
marching.
well. March to
Okay,
eat
so
a
now
token
they
is
now
good.
they live through a double strike metalwork Colossus unless there's more damage. Oh, and they're passing.
They do have wedding and invitation to make them unblockable. and
Right,
deal
that's what
20
I'm
damage.
saying is they live, but now they live through the 20, which is very, very
That is
important.
very true.
There could be a settle the wreckage.
Getting Needle, naming Teferi.
Oh,
like it.
that's sick.
We just
Nice
lost
too.
the March that could have dealt with it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I think Magnetron Man's losing answers as he's using them. Oh. And we're paying 2 to get through the ETB because technically strict prog does affect that.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going for punchies,
Going for punchies.
putting both of them on
And
him.
yep,
both,
making
why
it
not?
unblockable. So
Yeah,
now we'll
make
see if
the dodge
Magnetron 7 cards in hand, 6 mana open.
I mean, this could be an easy settle the wreckage here, or a get lost.
Yeah. Tapping 4,
settle.
settle the wreckage. Go get your basics. Go get your basics, kid.
Okay, that's not a great ending.
I can see Airball slowly smiling wider and wider as the control player continues
I
to
am
stiff arm.
unclenching.
As Magnetron's run back draws ever closer.
Yeah, Shapey is just top decking, and Magnetron Man just has every answer at every end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're
That
gonna go up
dre-
to at least 29 here.
Yeah.
Feels good.
And
Tapping
we're
a
now.
lot there. Oh,
Hard
hard
cast
cast
the
the
Shark
Shark Typhoon.
I think
Yeah,
he
he's
needs the GGs
disrespect.
here.
He's saying, I know you don't have haste, you son of a bitch. Do what you must.
He's got it in the bag. Teferi does everything he needs. He's already done his job. So
Mm-hmm.
6 cards in hand.
Gonna have to be a very special 2 cards here.
It's Ingenious
Smith.
Smith for the first one.
Do you pay?
Okay.
You kind of have to, right? Because you have to be hunting for... Looks like they're
Yeah.
paying.
They don't have any options. They gotta look for the Metalwork Colossus.
Zaro, it's 5 damage because Dream Trawler drew another card when it attacked, putting it up to 5. Jam, it's still going to be best of 3 because of you for grand finals, because you made us watch Magic for so long.
Bro.
Fabrication
Yeah.
Foundry.
There we are.
Yeah, you can stick a fork in this one, I think, at this point.
Mm-hmm. And then,
Absolutely.
did Magnetron win game 1 as well, or did Shapey take that one?
That
Yep.
was
Blue-white did it.
Okay, so this could be Magnetron locking up their run back with Is It Phoenix?
hell yeah. This is gonna be 2-0 easily. I mean, the order of shape will need to win. It's very, very, very.
I don't think it exists. I don't even think it's specific. I don't think it's real. Unless
a lot of
Magnetron,
cards, I
unless
guess.
Magnetron is on 7 lands in that hand right now.
I mean, even
And
that,
it's
it's
a
lethal
farewell.
next turn.
Oh, the fuck you
That's just the
farewell.
nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
And now you get the
naming
plus
artifact.
fairy.
Didn't name creatures though. Genius Smith is alive. Unless. No, GG's.
Oh, just the GG, yeah.
That is the 2-0 game. Holy smokes.
All right, we're gonna
Didn't
be,
even need timer.
we're gonna be getting into the next lobby to talk with Shapeyed about their still phenomenal 3rd place finish in
Oh, absolutely.
an 85-person field to take Metalwork Colossus from the outside to losers finals. So I'll meet you lads in Toxic Thunderdome 1 again. All right, I can't. I'm happy for Magnetron. I'm astounded that. I'm sad that Shapey had lost, and I'm happy that Magnetron won. Yeah, go fetch Shapeyed. I'm gonna let Bright know that it's. Hello, Shapeyed. How are we doing?
I almost had a chance, you know.
You
He was
almost
very
took
close.
Metalwork Colossus to the grand finals, which is
Almost.
hilarious.
Semifinals, you know, that's good enough. That's good enough.
I gotta hear, just like, what made you choose to play Metalwork Colossus out of all the decks you could have played?
So, I was wanting to play Control, yeah, but then I realized that Cavern of Souls was happening, and I overestimated it. I thought it'd be like, oh my god, Control's gonna be so bad. There's gonna be Cavern of Souls. So I was like, what can I play otherwise? And I decided to play Metalwork Colossus because it won a league, and I thought that deck was pretty funny.
It is very funny.
It won a league.
It didn't win one.
And I didn't think Control would work from Cavern of Souls. That is the best deck making decision I have ever heard of.
I didn't test any other decks. I kind of just went with this one. I practiced a bit, but
I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad you did. Good decision.
We've
Yeah.
loved watching it. Everybody that has fallen to your Rock'em Sock'em Robots has come into the interview room going, "Hey, what the fuck?"
people don't expect it and don't have a
Yeah.
solid sideboard play most of the time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did you have one particular matchup that was your favorite, either in Swiss or in top 16?
A matchup that was my favorite. Okay, here's the funny one. The champion, you know, the winner of the winners bracket right now. I played against as I did with also Magnetron Man and Serialized previously. I lost against all of them. But against him, it was really close. It was 1-1, and then the last game I kept a one lander, and I think that's why.
Oh my god. We had been talking about how we thought if you made it to Grands, you did have a solid shot at grinding it out against the Phoenix deck. So
Against Phoenix, yeah, I was actually probably could have won that match against Phoenix in the Swiss if I didn't keep the one lander.
Yeah, if you didn't do what is apparently the MaldHound Discord move. We had Insomnia in here. We asked him if they had learned anything, and they said that everybody in this Discord is insane in terms of the hands they keep. And it sounds like we're making the same decisions here. How many other Pioneer tournaments have you played in, if any?
I've not played in any other Pioneer tournaments, but I like Pioneer. I play like a lot of it and not in tournaments, so
Nice.
I mean I don't have a deck that's like ready to go. I play really bad decks in hopes that I can beat someone. But in this case I played a really bad deck that someone won with, so it must be good.
Yeah. Exactly. No, if it beats somebody, it can beat everybody. All right, we're going to get ready to move into grand finals. I will be DMing you about your prize money. Araya, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Shapeed is on $100 for third place. Yeah, so we will be sending you $100 either by PayPal or some other type of money transfer service. But I will be in your DMs about that. Do you have anything else you want to say to this Twitch stream before we move into the final match?
Not really. Yeah.
Play more Metalwork Colossus, guys. It's it's literally the third best deck in Pioneer right now.
Yeah.
Shapeed, thank you very much for playing. We had a great time watching you, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch the stream now.
Oh, me too. Yes, we'll be getting it cut up and put to YouTube as quick as we can.
We hope to see you in a future tournament.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks for letting me play.
Of course.
Thank you. All
Bye.
right, we're gonna move. All right, let's move back over to the announcer room, and then we'll get into grands. No, we're doing It's best of threes. We're keeping it best of threes.
Okay.
Because I'm not
I
going
did
to be...
best of 5 for grand finals.
No, we did that last time, and I think it was me huffing crack about the amount of spectacle I wanted to have. So I told Bright to keep it best of threes. Oh, Araya, correct yourself right now.
All right.
I want to keep it consistent with the rest of the tournament.
Sounds
And
good.
then if we want to, I think if we want to move to best of 5, we do it for the whole top cut instead of just the final round.
All right. We'll see how it goes.
Especially because we already have the winner side, loser side.
I'm excited for Phoenix.
I'm very excited. I hope that Magnetron can draw some better cards this time around, right? Because the matchup,
Oh yeah.
I don't think is impossible for them, but they definitely weren't getting what they needed on their first ring around that particular Rosie.
Exactly. They got bricked.
All right, it looks like Bright is in the room with them judging. Twitch chat for context. This is going to be grand finals. Winner is taking $300. Loser is taking $150. This is a rematch of winner side finals, which I have something. I know it's Magnetron and then Ridiculously Average on Is It Phoenix. Ridiculously Average took that game pretty convincingly in winner's side finals. So we'll see if Magnetron has anything better to say about it this time around. I've DM'd the password to our chat, and we're getting into the game this time. Zapors, I'm glad we could provide background noise for your Mordor Trebuchet. That sounds heinous.
Why is he doing that?
I don't know. But now Airball can finally relax as they watch a matchup between 2 tier 1 decks instead of...
I'm happy no matter who wins here.
We're all having a good day.
That last match was my finals.
Yeah, commentator Peace of Mind finals has already gone down. Ridiculously Average has loaded into the game. And let's hope they don't deck. They almost did it game 1 on winner's side. They went down to 0 cards left in library. Dread Skull meta decks win in the end. I mean, last tournament that wasn't true. Last tournament Jam came from the outside with a Golgari Popper deck that was probably kind of like Fires of Invention, where it was a known quantity and it was good, but nobody thought it was great. I don't think we had... No, we had Chris on that fucking Orzhov Ephemerate list that was basically the Metalwork Colossus of the last tournament, and he got third too. So Funny does get the money.
The funny thing about the Gardens deck is that it did, like, shortly after the tournament, I don't know if it was a part of it, but, like, Gardens is now a tier list on Goldfish, where it was previously, on the bottom.
That's
like
the
top
Jam
3.
effect. That's the Jam effect. All right, Magnetron's going first, which is, I think, he's got to be praying to his abuelo right now that he got to go on the play.
Absolutely. Especially with how much paint they're huffing on Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta go fast, you know?
It's funny, I was
it's gonna
looking
be
up
pretty
the
close.
numbers on this matchup, and the it's a low sample size, but it does say that Phoenix is favored, which has not been my experience at all. I've had great results with Lotus against Phoenix.
I think it's just on the merit that Phoenix can be so fast if it wants to be, and that's options. Like you saw the with the young Peasy and Saheeli, it's making a bunch of bodies.
Wait, why on earth
And
is
that's true. We did see
Oh, yeah.
both the one of Saheeli and the one of young Peasy.
Mm-hmm.
Put a lot of work in game 2 there.
Oh yeah, slowly
Yeah.
balling the opponent.
Young Pizzle did go crazy. Sleight of Hand's already come out. I'm so invested. Will Magnetron Man get it? Will a fellow streamer get it? Everybody wins though. Minimum, you're netting $150, which we're not going to talk about the hourly rate because these people have played for so long. It's like $6 an hour for how much Magic they've been playing. But that is more than
promotion or whatever.
that is
Bullshit.
more than zero.
You also get to play Magic, so hey.
Yeah. And we have our judge, brightest of all, spectating while this impulse resolves. We'll do the big judge thank you at the big climax. Because
Our judges
they've
are
done
awesome,
a lot
though.
of work. Yeah, our judges are phenomenal. We have a hollowed fountain not being shocked in.
Oh,
And
they're
then
gonna do Free the Fae.
End
Nice.
step, free the Fae. Let's see what they mill. They're gonna do some pranking. It's sleight of hand, another free the Fae, fiery impulse, and is it
I
charm?
would take it's a charm here.
Yeah, you get
It's
to
a 10 or something.
get to discard two. You get to pick what
Yep.
two you discard.
It's
And
a
they
great
do
charm.
take that.
And clearly, we don't have the Lotus Field draw here, so the pay 2 actually matters.
Indeed. They're gonna play land for turn. They're gonna play the control. They're gonna be on the control as they pass here.
Mm-hmm.
Probably Pierce in hand too, just in case.
I mean, it's a one of, so it would be crazy if they did have it, but they could.
Yeah.
Right? Ridiculously Average's main board has no counter spells other than a one of. Well, is it charm? The charm, and then the one of for spell pierce. So they've used up half of their
That 2 Phoenixes milled?
Pitching double Phoenix off of
double Phoenix. Oh shit!
Very good. That's
Oh,
what
that
they're
is
sitting on.
rough.
That's probably why they took It's a Charm and not just the counter.
Mm-hmm.
Trying for turn.
Now they're holding 4. Could we maybe settle the wreckage?
Unlikely, very likely. Lava Glide Pathway?
Yeah. We're definitely going to see... I mean, the Phoenixes are definitely coming to play, right? You can't... I think if you're ridiculous, you don't... Airball said it 100 times, right? You have to... If your deck's proactive game plan is good, you have to be proactive and play it.
Absolutely.
And also, just like when you're playing against a deck that has counterspells, if they have it, it's not going anywhere. So the longer you take to do your thing, the more likely it is that they will find the counterspell, and then you will be screwed.
Oh, and we're
Or
cruising.
yeah, more counter spells.
We're cruising. We're delving everything but the Phoenixes.
Very nice. Great thing about this is even though we do get solid wreckage, we still didn't lose. We still did things.
Mm-hmm.
We're still the same on card advantage. And
It is hard to win without the Phoenixes, though, in game 1.
oh, they did not hit the third instance and a sorcery.
No, they just cast the...
I think that might have been on purpose, honestly.
Yeah, no, they have 7
Mhm.
cards in hand. They absolutely had something to get the Phoenixes out, and they chose not to.
Mm-hmm. I thought maybe it had to do with the pips with being red, but I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, if they only had red left.
I'm not totally sure. They did Memory Deluge and End Step Magnetron Man.
Yeah.
It's possible they have the Spell Pierce and they want to bring the Phoenixes back when they have that.
Yeah. They are through
That's true.
They are through a third of their deck. So not impossible
what
they
we
found
got.
the other potential counter.
Untapping. Get the Stormcarved Coast into play. And tapping for 3 for pieces,
Pieces
of
of the puzzle.
Well, if they wanted to play slow and hold up Spell Pierce, this was not the indication. They can at least pick up Fiery Impulse.
Can
Everything
they?
else gets milled.
Can they choose Free the Fae? Because it hasn't.
It is.
Nope.
Mm.
It's
It is a creature. In every zone, it's a creature, except when it's a spell. When it's being casted as a Free the Fae.
Got it. That does kind of hurt.
Yeah, there's a very, very niche situation where it's not a creature, but
Mm-hmm.
that's a whole different story.
Shapeed wants control to win. Well, because then that makes you the dark horse second place, right? If control beat you and then beat the champion, transitive property.
Absolutely. Power scaling.
All right, Magnetron's untapping with 5. They're on 6 now. So even if Ridiculous's board explodes, there's the potential of a farewell. Maybe
That would be very
Ridiculous.
good.
Maybe Ridiculous is also just trying to like bluff counter spells he doesn't have, because maybe. But no, Magnetron's seen his whole deck from when he drew his whole deck in Game 1 of Winners Finals.
Potentially. I mean, it's also possible that he has it, considering he drew so many cards already.
The problem is like bluffing counterspells doesn't really achieve anything because you don't want the game to go long, like the control deck does.
Yeah.
And you know, there's no way that the opponent is going to respect your bluff because if they have to counter something, they have to counter something.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just gonna poke with Picklock, Prankster, and pass. Very unusual, in my opinion.
All right, they turned Thespian Stage into Hallowed Fountain. So it looks like
Just
we're...
to have mana.
Yeah.
That's colored.
Sometimes, not in this matchup, sometimes you want a Thespian Stage your plains or island so that you have a basic that can dodge something like Field of Ruin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where's that? Oh, okay, we're playing a second Hollowed Fountain.
Yeah, fortunately, I think Magnetron Man wins this race, or this competition, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Ridiculous took it the first game because they were racing but doing damage all along the way with a Ledger Shredder and not with a Picklock Prankster. That 1 does not count for nearly as much as a 3 or 4 power Ledger Shredder.
Interesting we didn't shock in the 7th mana when we have a Memory Deluge in the graveyard.
Yeah, that is a little weird. Maybe they have a whole heaping lot of interaction for when the Phoenixes attack and they don't want to spend the life, but even then you're losing the life anyway to the Picklock Prankster. That is
Honestly, ridiculous.
confusing.
The average is just really wanting to play it safe. He's probably a little bit scared of the Solar Wreckage here.
Yeah,
Or just there's nothing to do.
control
I
player
don't
with
understand.
control player on 7 mana, full hand. I think they're both respecting each other more than I would expect right now, and
Here's Terra Fairy. Someone
That's-
finally jumped the gun.
yeah, and that's a winning
There's around
trade
Spell Pierce.
for the control player.
Yeah, I would have hoped that it didn't resolve, but it did.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's literally no response in Ridiculous's deck.
Yeah, I mean,
Other
his
than-
charm does hit it, but
They can start doing damage to it. Oh, they're gonna Otawara it.
Channel Otawara.
That feels pretty awful.
Yeah,
Absolutely terrible. Yeah.
because they're still gonna be on 4 mana, which is still
Still
settled.
in hand. So they didn't
Yeah.
achieve anything board play wise. It just delayed
Yeah,
it.
they still have Settle the Wreckage. They still know Tefivri's there. They're
I
discarding.
guess it's net card neutral. Yeah, because we have to go to discard here.
They're discarding Otawara and Get Lost. That hand has to be crazy.
There's definitely Settle the Wreckage is in there. Probably a Farewell. Very likely.
Now
There's some reason to fire Farewell.
they can no longer Settle the Wreckage on top of a Spell Pierce.
Oh my god.
I think they're scooping.
No,
Or
no, they're
trying to
getting
get Phoenix.
they're getting their Phoenixes back. They just have to
Right.
cast 3 more. So they're getting both Phoenixes
They
back.
had
right
nothing
now.
else to do? That's
That was
crazy.
cool. Like you had to hold priority on the
Yeah.
stack and
Yeah.
cast all 3 at the same
Mhm.
time or it wouldn't work.
That's very funny.
What a fucking
That-
gamer.
So they didn't shoot the.
And they're
Teferi
only
'cause they wanted to do
swinging
that.
one to play around Settle the Wreckage. Presumably.
Yeah.
Is this a get lost?
Tapping 3 mana.
Well, if you're playing around Settle the Wreckage as the Phoenix player here, then that means you probably don't have a counterspell in hand.
Oh, they're marching.
March.
Exiling
exiled
Farewell.
Farewell
This is...
That's the most
what
gassed hand
on
of all time.
earth are these 5 cards? Well, we know one's Teferi, and then there's 4 cards we know nothing about. So this
Yeah,
is...
this is diabolical.
I do think you can read that there's no counterspell in Average's hand here, because otherwise you attack with both, no fear.
Yeah, that's not happening. I think their hand is actually genuinely bricked.
They're axing their own Phoenix to avoid the exile clause.
Okay.
That's smart.
Keith on YouTube, they're playing Lotus Field Control. So Thespian Stage is for Lotus Field, but it is not the combo win that you may be used to.
If I'm the Magnetron man, I'm probably like playing another Farewell somehow and getting rid of that graveyard whenever I can.
Yeah, if Magnetron dumps the graveyard, yup. That's Farewell,
There you
man.
are.
They add another.
Name creatures, name
I think
graveyard.
exiling the Farewell to the March was a pretty sizable mistake. Knowing that there's no counter, just take the 3 and
Yeah.
slam Farewell next turn, knowing that it'll resolve.
Yeah.
They're just being cocky about it. And clearly it paid off, nevertheless.
Right now.
Well, they're down a Farewell. They have
Yeah,
one
they're-
less Farewell.
Now they're down a Farewell they didn't need to be down, which is... That's like a me play. That's like a play I make in
Absolutely.
game 5 of my LCI drafts.
That's true.
But they're untapping. They're going to have Teferi. It's going to be uncontested. And they're still holding 3 mana up. And now, Ridiculous is 11 cards ahead, but it feels like a health bar that's ticking down because they don't have... Alright, and it's getting Brazen Borrowered. So just
I
anything.
think it's just an overmatch.
And remember, they're not actually 11 cards ahead, right?
Yeah, 'cause
they
they're all
milled a lot of
gone.
cards.
Yeah, they're all gone. And they're ticking ever closer to the deck out that we almost saw game 1.
Yeah. I mean, this is just slowing down Teferi, but not actually getting rid of it with something
Mhm.
like a...
Alright, they're going to hard cast
like a
a
bolt.
Borrower. Now that's 3 damage.
And Brazen Borrow is probably not living for very long, to be quite honest. A smack for 3, and they're going to respond with they get lost. Yep.
Yep, and you
Pop it.
can't explore because you have no creatures to explore with.
This is one of those spots where Get Lost. You see why Get Lost is so much better than Fateful Absence, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ridiculous now
The
has
clues are
2
so
maps
good.
and nothing to hit with them.
Yeah.
And a clue would have been so much better for him.
Mm-hmm.
I think it just in general, creatures or no creatures, the map tokens are weaker than having a clue.
Absolutely.
And plus, also Get Lost is hitting enchantments, whereas Fateful
Yeah.
Absence only hit creature planeswalker, which is very relevant text, especially in the specific matchups where you would normally have to sideboard that stuff. Or you do still, but now you have
Alright.
more redundancy.
Teferi coming back down. We'll see if there is yet another bounce spell to take him away.
There can't be, right? Like, that's Odawara and the one of Brazen Borrower? What else could there be?
Oh, true. I'm checking the list right now. Yeah, it's the one of Brazen. It's the Odawara. Yeah, there's nothing. All they have left to deal with this is potentially direct damage spells. And even those don't deal too well with Teferi. And we finally see a Lotus Field hit play. So now Teferi is
Yeah.
not net positive yet, but he almost paid for himself.
Yeah, and here you'll untap. Unfortunately, you've tapped both Thespian Stage and Castle Ventress, so you can't untap Lotus Field and both of those to keep your options open.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to choose. Do you want another Lotus Field or do you want the Scry?
Looks like they want the Scry.
I think that makes sense. You already have 1 billion mana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not mana limited. They don't need to have an explosive turn because they have stiff-armed the Phoenix player pretty well. And it looks like they are going for the Scry. Yeah, this looks horrible for ridiculously
Top
average.
bottom on the scry there.
Top bottom. Okay, so there's something on top they like. So we probably look for Dream Trawler or Shark Typhoon to finish things off. Castle Ardenvale is going to come down. They can start making 1/1s if they want. Lotus Field number 2 is here.
The copy with Thespian stage.
Mm-hmm.
This is a pretty game over game state I'm seeing.
Yeah, and
hard
Teferi is
to
gonna
handle.
Teferi's gonna untap that Thespian stage for sure.
Yep. Not really a whole lot that ridiculously average can do in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just gonna end its turn for him.
All right, and they at least saw the writing on the wall and conceded that game 1 because they want to get to the next one.
Yep.
So in terms of, we're probably seeing Negate, Mystical Dispute come in, Disdainful Stroke, or is he just going to stay on the gas?
I think it's gonna be similar to what we saw last time. Disable Stroke, like you said, counters like most of the spells in that deck, or at least a good sizable chunk.
Yeah. Hoping to find the mystical, the foretold young Peasy Sahili combo 2 turns into the game.
Also,
Crackling
the
Drakes
speed
will
is-
also come in for sure.
I think Crackling Drake needs to come in. I don't know if it will. That card is
It will. 100% will.
Yeah.
definitely. It's a good bomb.
Yeah, for everybody in Twitch chat, this is finals. Since this is double elimination, Phoenix is on winner's side, and Lotus Control is on loser's side. So if Magnetron wins, it resets to true finals, and then they play a best of 3, and whoever wins that one wins the whole thing. So ridiculous.
On Lotus Field side in the sideboard, we do have Ramoka and Thought Distortion and Narset's Reversal and Dream Trawler and another Settle the Wreckage and 2 Rest in Peace. So I feel like this matchup does get a little better for you post board.
Absolutely. Delvin's Veto is even considerable, but you probably don't need it.
Reversal's great against the, as I said earlier, it's really good against Treasure Cruise. It's excellent against Temporal Trespass if they have it, but we know they don't.
Yep.
Before we get in, Obey Pancakes, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate the Bezos bucks. Welcome to the dog home. You're coming to us game 2 of finals. And Magnetron. Well, now it should be ridiculous on the play. Steel Masquerade, this is on Cockatrice. It looks like both our players might be keeping their starting 7. Oh no, ridiculously average is mulliganing, and I presume this is superstition that he mulligans in the most hilarious way I've ever seen. He puts all the cards to bottom 1 at a time, shuffles the bottom 7, and then shuffles the deck 5 times, and then draws his new 7.
Like he's talking to his deck.
Yeah, he's like, come on, little baby, it's gonna be okay. Just give me the fucking the nuts. All right, not shocking it in, so it doesn't look like we have a march in hand.
Here comes
Sleight
the
of hand
sleight of
on
hand.
2 is interesting.
Yeah.
Looks like, yeah.
Just cantripping. It's a big think on here.
You definitely start with that on turn 1, right? So Sleight of Hand probably came off the top.
They definitely ripped it later than sooner. And they passed. Holding appears? Or what?
Nothing to
Maybe
pierce.
can-
The only 2-mana play here is going to be...
It's
Oh,
the
I guess you're
Pierce-
right.
It's
Rest
the
in peace,
Pierce
yeah.
for the rest in peace.
There we go. Very good counter here.
That's crazy. That's very important. I'm sure Ridiculous is patting himself on the back for holding it there.
Absolutely. And paid off too.
Yeah, I mean, Ridiculous has been showing very strong piloting skills throughout the entire tournament. He's once again, looks like he's taking the same sort of backseat that he did in the previous game. But he's still keeping tempo with Free the Fae.
I do hope that he picks up the pace this game because last
Ooh.
game was way too slow.
Cruise and
It missed the
opt.
land drop as well.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably take an opt here if you need lands.
Yeah. He's
I'll be
taking
taking
cruise.
We're
So it
cruising.
feels pretty confident. Yeah, I mean, he has a graveyard full of stuff that he doesn't care about keeping. And so he's pretty close to being able to cruise.
Still passing.
Gross. Miss it again.
Casts the impulse to the resolve.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way if you have a counterspell, you're blowing it on impulse this early. Because he could sideboard in counterspells. He can't sideboard in that many counterspells.
Right.
All right, Castle Vantress is here, so they're on 4 mana. We're not yet to Tefivri. It looks like he's passing straight to end, and we're having another Picklock Prankster. Oh, Lord have mercy. I would be very...
That's a nice hand.
Yeah.
If they pick Disdainful Stroke and you have Memory Deluge, do you slam it here? I think you do.
Yeah.
The only issue is there's not really...
Unless you have... I mean, if you have a
Going on
land,
kind of
and
good,
if
though.
you have a land and Tefivri in hand, which they guess they
There
don't
it
because
is.
they are slamming the Memory Deluge right then and there. But I think if
I guess you don't do it if you have a counter, right? Because you know they have Treasure
Yeah.
Cruise in hand.
Mm-hmm.
I think we are anticipating a treasure cruise into a land and then pass.
Yeah, I'd probably go
We could keep-
cruising here.
If they don't find another land, I'd be surprised. There we go.
Yeah, they dropped a land this turn, so they're at least kind of fixed. They are in fact going for a cruise. And they're working their way
Great.
through this deck, and they're going kind of slow.
A little bit.
They do have the mana to put out a Picklock Prankster and start doing, bop you one at a time.
They found a Phoenix yet? I hope so.
We could see them
They are
go.
going to have to go to discard.
Yeah, they could discard to clean up and put a Phoenix down, then have a 7-card grip and 3 mana. So you'd have to hit 3 1-mana spells, but you would get your Phoenix out.
The Lightning Axe.
Lightning
also good.
Axe. That stayed
Also-
in.
Yeah.
Huh.
I would have probably cut in a lot of the removal too.
Ah,
but
Strict Proctor.
yeah.
So maybe we have a Lotus Field in hand now. They do.
Of course I
So
do.
Lotus Field
You're
comes
fucking
out.
Lotus Field.
I don't think there's any important ETBs on Ridiculous's side that this is going to stifle like it did in the other matchups. But getting now you have 7 mana when you untap, which is very important. I think not as a discrete
Yes.
number, but it's just a shitload of mana.
It's less important in game 2 than game 1 because Angry or Ridiculously Average will have access to a lot of hard counter spells.
Mm-hmm. I don't even think they have more spell pierces in the sideboard. So the only counter spells left are hard ones, where having your 2 mana left over won't save you.
I guess
Okay.
if we're talking about ETB abilities, then the Crackling Drake is also taxed by Strict Proctor. I think that's the only thing that is
yeah.
hit.
Now, if Magnetron has another land, he could do a 6 mana play and have 2 mana to hold up his own counter spell against Ridiculous's tempo. But I don't think you'd want to fare well right now.
Well, remember, there's a known Disdainful Stroke in hand.
Oh, right, yes. Known Disdainful Stroke.
And then Axe comes down the Strike Proctor.
It's interesting. Okay, gotta
Cycles
cycle
away
away a
again.
land.
Well, now they're too low for that Disdainful Stroke, but you do have to feel like a Spell Pierce is there.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Well, I
true.
don't think it can be. Oh, but he doesn't
Why not?
know that. I don't think that our friend Ridiculously Average... Oh, he has 1 more on the sideboard, so there could be another. But if he has another, it's the last copy they've got. And then a
Oh, boy.
Tefivri is going to come down.
Yeah, so if that net positive to Fairy is here. Thespian Stage copy Lotus Field on tap 2.
Untap both, and... Oh, Lord, this is again looking bad for Ridiculously. Yeah, I think taking... I mean, maybe taking the back foot is the best play they could make with the hands they were getting, but it does seem like taking the back foot is working out a lot worse than gas was in winners finals.
Absolutely.
Well, you see how important it is to find Young Peasy or Saheeli in the matchup,
Mm-hmm.
right? To be able to win through another means than Phoenix.
Discontinuiting, forcing the disdainful stroke out.
And they do it
preventing
before the
them.
Electric Shredder resolves, so they don't get the connive trigger.
Yeah, preventing a connive trigger and they're tapped out.
That
That
does
makes
feel
sense.
pretty bad.
I think that was clean.
Definitely.
All right,
I feel like I would have
here.
let the Shredder go.
They have 11 mana available to them. Farewell.
Farewell.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's
I
pretty
would
brutal.
hate my life right now because that graveyard's gone. They can still they can put down the picklock pranksters.
Absolutely. So it's not a bad idea, but Teferi is getting very close to Emblem.
Mm-hmm. And we haven't seen that emblem resolve yet. If that emblem does resolve, they probably scoop on sight, right?
Absolutely.
Because your lands disappear.
I think
And then
someone has
you
played
play.
on against me with an emblem like twice total.
Mm-hmm. Did it work out for him?
It did very not. I think once was spite. They just wanted me to have to keep playing it
Oh,
out.
they
were
just wanted
visibly
to force
upset.
you to do it. Yeah, ooh, that'll happen. All right, they get offed in the graveyard, and they get a card. I don't even know what you do here. If I'm ridiculous, you've got 2 Phoenixes missing. Oh, Young Peasy's here.
Easy. Let's go. The king.
That's probably too little too late at this
Queen.
point.
Consider.
Yeah. They're
Well,
gonna get a
hey, I mean,
1/1.
it can at the very
If-
least ship at the ferry if it
yeah.
lives for a turn.
If Magnetron doesn't lay down a bunch of creatures, they can at least delay the emblem. The emblem is the nail in the coffin.
We get to look at so many cards here.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's just no chance that those 2 creatures are surviving for even more than a turn cycle.
Mm-hmm. And all he did was scry. Nothing else was done in the end step.
However,
Up to 7. Maybe there's
Oh, yeah.
another Settle the Wreckage, and he's just going to let them walk into it. Another Thespian stage. So 3 Lotus Fields are now on the field.
oh, yeah,
Farewell.
there's
Farewell again. Yeah.
Just absolutely tenderizing.
It's like killing an ant with a sledgehammer there, but it's got to be the right thing to
It's-
do.
Absolutely.
All that matters is if I get Teferi to 8, you're done, right? There's all this if, ands, or buts, but if Teferi gets to 8 and I down tick him, you
Yep.
pretty much concede on the spot.
Nothing is breathing without Magnetron suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know what Ridiculous Average has to do here. I think this is clean out too.
And he discontinuities him. All right, negate's
And
coming
negate
through.
the
Is
Savior Blast is not
Magnetron?
enough.
Magnetron
It's just
doesn't
not
look
enough.
like he's holding up another counterspell, but he is going to force Ridiculous to use one of his counterspells. This
It's a
is
small thing. You don't discontinuity and upkeep there. You make ridiculously average come to you, and then use discontinuity as a counterspell.
I agree.
Mhm.
I think you just have the taking up of Teferi to not really care about most stuff.
Yeah, Magnetron has been playing relatively aggressive in the control matchup in terms of making moves before they absolutely have to be made, but sort of doing it just to hit them with it. So now there is a
Yeah.
Phoenix in the graveyard. They've cast 2, so with one more spell, Phoenix could come back out and punch Teferi,
One cantrip.
which would really increase the clock for them.
Don't think they have it though. Free the Face still in the stack? No, they're shuffling.
Shuffled a bunch. Maybe there was...
I don't know why they shuffled their library.
There may have been
Did
some...
we know anything about the order of the deck there?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we did, because we mulliganed. We knew the bottom card, I think. Weird.
That may be something we have to ask about in post. I know Bright is, our head judge Bright is in the call with them, I believe, and he has been the person who has not messed things up.
True.
So that may have been something where Bright called them to shuffle it out for some reason. But Teferi's on 8. We have another land down, and he's passing to end. He's got 4 cards in hand, so he's holding up one more answer. This emblem's coming down, and he's trying to discontinuity and upkeep again.
Also, something they're not keeping track of is that discontinuity does exile itself as well. As part of resolution.
Well, that discontinuity did not resolve. The one in the graveyard.
Yeah,
right?
it got counterspelled.
Oh, right, it's counter.
Yeah.
So this one will get exiled.
All right, and that's it. So
And
that's
that's
going to
two.
be a reset to true finals. Now that Magnetron has gone up 2-0.
Well, we have our victor.
We
like.
do not. We have a bracket reset because Magnetron was on loser's side.
Okay. One more time.
Yeah, because that's the whole point of doing double elimination.
True. Let's hopefully this doesn't last too long.
Was that our Phoenix player's first match loss of the tournament?
It might have been.
Yes.
No, they went 6-0-1. Is 6-0-1
Right,
a
so
draw?
they ID'd, right?
Oh, yes, they ID'd. Okay.
Did I do?
It's
That's the first time
rewind
actually.
time. Oh, Magnetron's pulling the jam. We will presumably stay in the same lobby for all this, since it's just the same players over and over. Props to Magnetron, man, for absolutely flipping the script from winners finals. What was a convincing 2-0 for ridiculously average became a pretty convincing 2-0 for Magnetron. I don't think he was ever in serious danger throughout that both those games.
Yeah, that's kind of how my experience has been against Phoenix with the Lotus Field control deck.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't draw their if they don't draw the token generators and put a lot of pressure on you, then you're in great shape. And also, this Lotus Field deck or this Phoenix deck doesn't have the threat of Galvanic Iteration, Temporal Trespass in game 1, so you don't even have to worry about that. I guess we don't know that if we're in blue-white seat right now, but actually we do, right? Because we saw the
They figured it
entire
out by
60
now.
cards in game 1.
Yeah,
I mean, they've dug in pretty far in every game, and they've played like 6 matches now.
And average is going first for this set. So this is once again a new best of 3. Both of our players are now officially in loser's side of the bracket, and so whoever wins this best of 3 wins the whole thing. We should not have any tomfoolery like the last Pauper tournament, because I don't think either of these players have a way to force a true draw. Because we do not have Crypt Rats off the top. But Ridiculously Average is opening, looking for something with Sleight of Hand.
Now I'm wondering if there's a way where you can get both players to deck at the same time or something like that.
That's what I was thinking, but I don't know that Magnetron Man can make both players draw cards.
Probably not.
And in what world are Ridiculously Average and Magnetron Man both getting to 0 in library in the same month, with how quickly Ridiculous is looking at those cards? A Ledger Shredder's out. Now, this was the type of aggressive beatdown beginning that worked really well for them in winners finals. And immediately fuck you. Immediately fuck you. Fuck your cards. Magic by the book. And the book says eat shit.
Yeah, we did see that they tapped out their going into Magnetron's turn 2. So that's a luxury you get in game 1 when you know Rest in Peace isn't coming.
Yeah. All right, another Sleight of Hand. I mean, hopefully they find some gas. It does look like they need the heart of the cards with them. Saxman Steph makes a good point. We need to remember Colossus took a game off Magnetron, so if he goes undefeated right here, Colossus is officially better than Is It Phoenix. And we have to update.
That's just math.
We have to let Saffron Olive know to update Goldfish. Not shocking in a tap land, and then Ridiculous is going to go for a consider on Magnetron's end step. Kept the card
One
on
of those
top.
finesse plays. Whenever you cast consider, sometimes you want to do it on their end step to be mana efficient, and sometimes you just want to hold it for a third spell for your Phoenix.
Yeah, you need those 1 mana spells, and another Ledger Shredder's coming down. So it looks like they want the dammies. Now the question is, do they crack those map tokens, or do they hold up the mana? Oh, Fiery Impulse on their own Ledger Shredder to get the Connive.
So probably pitching a Phoenix here. They're confident they have something they want to discard. That's not a land.
And there goes
Yep,
the
there it
Phoenix.
is.
Yeah, you called it, Airball. So now we are probably next turn. Average is going to attempt to assemble the board state that ends Magnetron's life. They're cycling away an irrigated farmland, so maybe a little flooded in Magnetron's hand, or maybe they just need faster answers.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
That's not a play you like to make.
That is...
So that's wild, right?
Why
Like,
would
you
you
only do
ever-
that if you're looking for a land, and we just cycled a farmland.
Mm-hmm. Looking for a Lotus field, and they're sacking lands to it. This hand has got to look funky. Game 1 of set 2, we need to ask what the fuck Magnetron's hand was. Maybe they have settled the wreckage for the turn after this. Razzie in chat says Magnetron is a little over-irrigated. Okay, and the Shark token's going to catch a Lightning Axe. That's their second spell this turn. One more, and we're seeing the Phoenix come back onto the battleground.
2 of them.
2 of them? Oh god, yeah, there's 2 in grave. And there's the opt. Okay, so we're seeing Phoenix has come down. Ledger Shredder's on 3, so that's 9 damage. Yeah, Magnetron's going to come down to 11 health. And...
We have to map here, right? We have to try to spike another Phoenix off the top.
Oh,
because.
you gotta, yeah. They're tapping the mana for it. And what do they flip? Is the bird there? Okay, it's a land. You can't go for it with the other one, right? You have to hold up Spell Pierce mana.
Well, it depends on if you're a coward.
True.
Content plays crack the map.
Oh, and he's doing the content play. That's my fucking
Do it.
fellow
Love
streamer
it.
right there. God bless you.
Realistically, it means there's no counter in hand, but
Yeah. But who cares? And there's an opt. Alright, Phoenix is coming back. So there's going to be 10 damage, so now you're half dead. You need to have Doom Scar. Oh, I think there's a
your
little
math
bit
was
of-
right. It was 10, but Magnetron only went to 11 there.
It's bright. Let's hope they catch it and we don't have to... It looks like they've stopped for a moment. So maybe Bright's
It's a
caught it.
very important difference.
Yeah. Saxman, he's only mostly dead. Well, it is the difference between you're dead on next turn and you're dead on the turn after next. Teferi's here. Presumably something is getting shuffled away. Yeah, we do need to count that ledger shredder correctly.
Very tuck there is interesting. Because the swing for the fences play is to plus Teferi and try to hit removal to save yourself. And so you need to be confident when you tuck that you have a good chance of winning once they kill your Teferi and you untap. So maybe that means that they have farewell and they know if they draw untapped land, they'll get there.
Perhaps. I feel like Magnetron might just be doing whatever they can at this point. I pinged our head judge to see if that... Oh, pieces of the puzzle coming down. Otawara. And it's good to see that gone if you're Magnetron. They can only pull Fiery Impulse, which does them no use.
And maybe you don't even do that. Maybe you leave it in the bin as delve food for a treasure cruise.
Yeah, but they had so much in the bin already, right? What's one more? And here comes Ledger Shredder.
That's weird, right? Teferi tuck, put that Ledger Shredder third from the top, and then they pieces of the puzzle. But was there a Ledger Shredder in that pieces of the puzzle?
Oh,
dump?
Yeah, wait, what the fuck?
Am I missing something?
No, I'm looking back to... I'm looking back to try to find the history of that turn. So they drew a card, they opted.
I see. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Another Teferi tucking the other Phoenix. Yeah, drew for turn, scried it away, drew it with opt. Okay, that's how. Now we just have 2 Lotus fields.
Which we've played through fair and balanced magic. We paid the price.
Yeah, we have paid for all of our Lotus fields. All right, so now
if this Phoenix comes back, we're dead. Because the Ledger Shredder will grow, and we'll take 8.
Yeah. Here comes Fiery Impulse. Hitting Phoenix.
You only do that if you have the other spells.
Yeah,
so.
okay. So they are going to have the lethal here. There's Picklock Prankster to mill the next one into your graveyard and get another instant or sorcery back. Yep, there's Phoenix right where we expect it. And you get Consider to be your 3rd spell. And you might even surveil a 3rd Phoenix. Which, yeah, you still need to cast it at this point. Okay, so it looks like average, yep. All right, so that is now 1-0 average in true finals.
Trophy's in the room, 1 win away.
It is, yeah. This is tournament point for average if he can get another game plan to go that well. We are going to get Magnetron going first, and Magnetron is presumably bringing in those rest in pieces as quickly as he fucking can. And now Yugimoto decides. Yugimoto decides. He
always does.
Point. Yeah. We'll do it again at the climax. I'd like to take a moment to shout out our judging team, particularly brightest of all, Dova King, Hell, and Miracle M. Thank you all so much. And there's one more that I know for a fact I'm missing, but my brain is paced, and I'll try to find your name by the climax. All volunteers, as well as Arya, and technically myself, but I'm the fucking content boy, right? So who can call this volunteer work? I would like to thank them so much for all the work they put into running these tournaments and all of the magic they have watched over the last 2 days as all of our players have gone. But we're getting back into game 2 to see if average can lock up the $300. who he is also streaming, I believe, under the same name. So if you want to see his POV as he attempts to go for the win, he is on a bit of delay, but I believe is also under ridiculously average on Twitch. Zaro, he could go for the non-Phoenix-based game plan of Young Peasy and Saheeli. He would need to get very lucky. Because those only make up 3 cards of his 60. It is very possible, though. Right now, we're just having land pass from both our players and a consider on Magnetron's end step. Now, no Rest in Peace. He may not have it. He may be attempting to respect the Spell Pierce mana.
Yeah, the beautiful thing about Rest in Peace is that it doesn't matter so much whether you play it on turn 2 or 3 or 4, as long as you get it to resolve.
As long as you get it there at some point. Here's Sleight of Hand.
You don't want to wait too long. You don't want to allow them to cast their Delve spells.
Yeah, not long enough till they get a Treasure Cruise off, but you can wait till you have... I guess then it becomes a thing of they know that he's sided in hard counter spells instead of just the Spell Pierce, and so there is an element of like, oh, well, if I wait to Rest in Peace, it plays around Spell Pierce, but gives them time to draw Negate.
That's true, but some number of those hard counter spells are disdainful strokes that don't hit Rest in Peace.
True. Now they're going Strict Proctor, Lotus Field, so it does look like they have perhaps not the stone cold nuts, but pretty chilly ones. And then another consider in the end step from Ridiculous. And they're putting
Using
an
to
opt
play
in
the
grave.
pathway on blue is makes a lot of sense. There's not a whole lot of red left in the deck that matters.
Mm-hmm. They just need card draw, and more than anything, they need to hold up a ton of all the counter magic they can muster.
But you need to develop your board at the same time, because the late game definitely favors Lotus control here.
Young Peasy. We found it early. That will be very
Conspicuous
meaningful.
1 mana left. Yep.
Yeah. That will be super important. Now, they do have the mana to rip a Rest in Peace through... Oh, and they have Thespian Stage, too. Tapping out.
Oh,
Dragon
Dromoka.
Lord
Here we go.
Dromoka! The legendary sideboard check. 5/7 flying lifelink. No more counter spells. Eat me. And I don't think Average has anything in their deck that can deal with. Like, is it... They can bounce it, but they don't have hard
It'd be a
removal.
heads-up play. Ether Gust, if they brought it in. But why would you,
Oh.
if you don't know Dromoka's coming?
Right, if you're not. And I don't think we've ever seen Dromoka resolve in the history of these two players. I love that Azorius Control is going to lean on Bant beats to try to win the finals.
I will tell you, Dromoka has won me an awful lot of games of Magic.
Well, yeah, when your game plan is put down a lot of mana, uncounterable, stop interaction, 10 hit point differential on a flyer every time you swing that's a lot.
And it's a real punish if Ridiculous Average kept a hand that is mostly counter magic, which is like a not unreasonable thing to do. All of a sudden, they're locked out of the game.
Yeah. And it is what they did in game 2 of set 1, right? We saw that Magnetron was like chewing through a bunch of counter magic. All right, we do get a Phoenix milled to the grave. We see Ridiculous has brought in a Crackling Drake. But that is in the
right
grave
now. That gets taxed by Proctor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if you're a Magnetron, man, maybe you have Rest in Peace, and if you Rest in Peace at this point, I'd have to feel pretty bad as Ridiculously Average.
I feel pretty comfortable, I think, swinging with Dromoka here.
Oh,
well.
yeah, why wouldn't you? The 5 lifelink saves you just so much time, and they're playing Otawara as a land, it looks like, to Sleight of Hand.
Well, they know at this point that the only way they win is by going super wide.
Mm-hmm. You have to be holding Strict Proctor back next turn, though, right? To eat at least one of the 1/1s. Or do you just fully race? Do you trust in Dromoka?
If you're swinging for 6, it's a 4-turn clock. If you're swinging for 5, it's a 4-turn clock. So swing with the Proctor doesn't change anything.
Mm-hmm.
I can go either way on it. I don't think it's a super important decision.
Now they basically can't because Phoenix is on the field, which would just eat Proctor.
Yeah.
All right, Dromoka's swinging. They don't cast anything else. Presuming they hold up. All right, using the Phoenix to block. I think that makes sense. Since you can just cast your whole hand, play it next turn. Main 2, are they going to do anything? Rest in peace.
Boom.
Oh my god.
Crushing.
I know Magnetron is just Tiger Woods fist pumping in his fucking gamer chair right now. That's pretty terrible for our Phoenix player. Guarantees a Phoenix gone. No more funny treasure cruising business. Another Lotus field has hit the table.
I guess technically we did have to pay 2 for that rest in peace to exile everything.
Oh yeah. Does there...
Because that is an ETB ability when it enters.
He did. He tapped the Lotus field. Yeah, okay, so...
That must have just happened.
It just did. So I think that was caught in post. But moments before I sent my ping, the ping, they tapped it down. Yeah, Zapors, I'm an Izzet player at heart, so at some point I'm rooting for Izzet, but Magnetron is just going crazy here. All right, Crackling Drake, which Proctor should stifle, and we just.
But it is a beefy boy. Like, there's how many instants and sorceries in Exile?
Oh yeah, that is true. It counts Exile.
There are 7. There's a 7/4.
7/4. So it can trade with Dromoka, which is very important. But you are staring down. You are staring down on a Lotus control player with 9 mana available. So if, for instance, if 5 Fury is here and tucks your Drake, all right, Proctor is going to eat one of these elemental tokens. They're tapped out. Tapping 4. Now we go for a Deluge. And everything they get to do is for free since Dromoka is stopping Ridiculous from using interaction, which they don't even have the mana for. Which is
sad
honestly,
having to cast the Memory Deluge into your own Rest in Peace. It never feels great, but tolerated here.
You do what you have to do. Because you have the mana where if you find 5 Fury, you probably feel great. Because then you can swing Dromoka.
Yeah, the dream draw here is probably March of Otherworldly Light, so that you don't have to farewell away your own Dromoka.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would have to be March because all of your board wipes are going to hit your own Dromoka, which you want under 0 circumstances. So March or 5 Fairy. Oh, and they're passing to end with all the mana up. So that is 6.
Remember, Dromoka doesn't turn off counter spells like Teferi 3 does, right?
Correct.
So
yeah,
if we settle the wreckage here, they can counter it.
Mm-hmm. They're going to opt, make a token. Well, now the thing is swinging for them looks pretty bad because if you swing a 1/1, Dromoka's going to chump it, and they're going to gain 5 life for your attempted 1 damage.
Yeah, the problem is if they swing with Crackling Drake and you don't block it, and they somehow spike a boatload of instants and sorceries into the bin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Drake is growing from all this shenaniganry that's happening. Another opt. they're using up their hand and their mana right now. I would assume that Magnetron has at least 1 piece of interaction or 1 type of answer in their hand. Yeah, Get Lost works here. Settle the Wreckage works here.
You're in this really uncomfortable spot if you're
Oh,
ridiculously average
alright.
because you need to spend all your mana because if the opponent doesn't do anything, you've just wasted it all. But if you spend all your mana, then it shields down and Magnetron can do whatever they want on your turn, like Settle the Wreckage.
Yeah.
So it's a fine line you have to walk.
And we did just see them pull up Mystical Dispute from that Free the Fae.
It's not doing much against Settle the Wreckage, though.
Well, it would stop.
Oh, they are attacking with the tokens.
Oh, wait, Settle the Wreckage is white, yeah. So attacking with the tokens is very interesting to me. Maybe you have multiple lightning axes. Here comes Settle the Wreckage. Maybe they have a hard counterspell in Ridiculously Average's hand.
For 1 mana, I don't think so.
Oh, and they concede. It's 1-1. Oh, yeah, Free the Fae doesn't net them the Mystical Dispute because you can't return something you've milled when you mill it to exile. Yeah, so they didn't even have...
I think it says... I think you can, actually, right? Because Free the Fae says from among them. It's like the Garuda thing. Even if the graveyards are exiled, you still get to bring it back.
Oh, I thought it was like it would look in the graveyard. I thought it would be a thing of like it changes zones mid-resolution of the ability and it would lose track. Either way...
Read the card again to be sure.
Either way, they conceded from that point. We're into game 3, which is going to be the final game. Either way, somebody's winning here, and that person is winning the $300. Boy, and
everyone's getting their money's worth.
And Ridiculous is going first here. Let's see who Yugi Moto loves more. All right, Ridiculous is doing the Superstition mulligan, I believe.
Island go. The best way to start a game of Magic.
Yeah. All right, Hollowed Fountain go. The best way to continue a game of Magic. All right, he's going for red mana early, tapping out. Oh,
we tapped
immediate
out.
Ledger Shredder. Maybe if you're Magnetron and you have the Rest in Peace, you just let them fucking have it here, since you know they can't stop it. Or he's gonna hold mana up. Just swinging face.
Yep, not even trying to grow it.
Gonna try to impulse. We'll see if that gets stopped. That would be pretty low on the priority list to use your limited counter magic on.
Doing this in combat, I think, is kind of a bait. I don't think Ridiculous Average is going to fall for it, but doing that during combat, your opponent might try to act in response to grow the Shredder and get in the extra point to punish you, but too smart for that.
And we're passing with three mana, so he's just saying, sure, I'll take the 1. Steel Masquerade, it's normally you want to stop the thing and not the dig for the thing. Because if you stop the dig, they have many other ways to just get the thing. Whereas if you stop the thing, thing's gone. There's some situations where that's not true, but we've got an Otawara for turn. Lightning axing their own Shredder, presumably because they have a way to get the Phoenix out here.
Yeah, unfortunately, even conniving here.
Spell piercing their own lightning axe. So now they're going to connive. And they're going to have 1 blue left to presumably consider opt any of their 1 mana options to get Phoenix back.
Spending a spell pierce there.
Spell piercing
is...
No, let him know.
That's tough.
That's crazy to me. Ridiculous may feel like all the games I've won by going fast. I'm going to stop trying to play carefully. Oh, but he didn't even get Phoenix's back, so he didn't have the third thing. He went
or
for
didn't want to.
maybe.
Like wants to keep Spell Pierce up.
Yeah, maybe he has
But
his
I don't know.
second Spell Pierce in hand.
Magnetron's deck is not super scary on 4, and getting the Phoenixes out of the bin plays around him finding Rest in Peace. So
Yeah, and now he
don't
has
know.
mana to Rest in Peace through a Spell Pierce. Maybe he just went for like the crazy confidence play of I need to connive into my third spell, and if I hit it, it's going to be Pog Champion, and if I don't, who cares? Okay, 3 mana. Pieces of the puzzle.
what? But that's a sorcery.
Oh, yeah.
I assume we've already taken the 2 damage and have moved on.
Presumably. Yeah, that does look like it. I think they just hadn't cleared the arrows, and we've got another impulse coming in end step. All right, untapping with 4, 15. You're still pretty healthy. If you hit a Rest in Peace here, yep.
Gross.
Oh. And you have 3 mana to stop the rest of their game plan. Hey guys, let's put Pact of Negation in Pioneer, by the way. Just to save the poor Is It Phoenix
is.
players.
Isn't
It
it?
is?
Wasn't
I
wasn't
don't know,
Pact an
dude.
Amonkhet?
You're asking the wrong guy.
I gotta look it up.
All right, so we have a Strict Proctor coming down. So now Crackling Drake, no more card draw. I'm presuming a Lotus Field is coming down next turn. Consider. So they get to surveil, but surveilling into a Rest in Peace hurts. Now they could still, like they did last game, lay down a fatty Crackling Drake. That is still very much an option here.
Yeah, unfortunately they don't get to draw off of it, and they are hurting on mana. I did look it up. Pact of Negation is not Pioneer legal.
Okay.
I was pretty sure it was, but
Young
I
Peasy
learned
is here,
something.
though. And we're going to get a Connive trigger for Ledger Shredder. Whatever it is going to exile. Looks like another Pieces of the Puzzle went to exile. I'm going to swing in.
wow.
They're throwing
We're gonna
Proctor?
throw away the Proctor.
Interesting. Maybe they have a Doomscar they want to rip off. Some sort of board clear. Or they're just going to hold up, settle the wreckage.
Farewell makes perfect sense here. Tapping
Yep.
6, yeah, there
There's
it is.
Farewell.
And at this point, I cannot imagine Phoenix is more than 10% to win.
I mean, Saheeli, right? There's 2 copies of Saheeli, and you're probably praying you draw into that or you're Crackling Drake. So you have 3
Well,
cards.
We played the pathway on blue, so even if we find the Crackling Drake, we can't play it.
Oh, yeah. Now we do have a Saheeli here. So the Saheeli dream is alive.
Yeah.
The go wide nation is still possible, but if they find Dramoka, oh, but we haven't. We're holding up that 1 blue. We're holding up that 1 blue in the faint hope. 5 Fury is here. Is the Spell Pierce here in response?
Bit of a tell to not tap the Thespian stage there. Could have bluffed
Yeah.
Mystical Dispute. Didn't.
Mm-hmm. That's, again, the aggressive play we've come to know and love from Magnetron, man. I'm going to play a Lotus Field. Fair Lotus Field sacking their lands, but they're going to get to untap it, so that's a net 1 mana to Fairy.
He's going to get tickled
Nerd
a little
Girl.
bit by a token.
Nerd Girl, this is true finals. Airball is here. Airball's very happy. Metalwork Colossus almost made it to finals. And we almost got to see Airball scream live on stream, but it did not happen. We are in the bracket reset of Grand Finals with Lotus Control versus Is It Phoenix. You still feel like 10% Airball, or do you feel like it's even worse now that 5 Fairies out?
I think it's better now that they've found Saheeli. But I don't think it's gone and up in any significant way.
Mm-hmm. Dade, this is the last match of the tournament. No other games are happening after this. Somebody's walking away with 300. Somebody's walking away with 150. No matter what occurs in this game. Now they are making servos. And they're shocking in steam vents. Those servos can chip away at the 5 Fury, which is very important.
Break here now does get to draw a card is nice if they find it.
Oh, right, yeah, because the Proctor's gone. Brazen Borrower, bouncing out, 5 Fury, yeah. Give me one more turn, bro, I swear to God, please give me one more turn. Yeah, and here the servos could start to matter. Borrower could start to matter with three power. Depends on
all of a sudden Magnetron Man is not like definitely 100% ahead.
Yeah.
Like he does need to take an action now to control the board.
Is Deluging, which again feels bad to Delusion, to your own rest in peace, as you said. Probably looking for another clear. Oh, but Average is tapping Negate.
Negating the Deluge. That does make some sense. Like the cards like Deluge get better post sideboard because the cards that you get from the deck are more likely to be good cards in the matchup rather than dead. So they do improve a little bit. But now we're tapped out.
Yeah, tapped out. Magnetron gets to do whatever they want, and Ridiculous is hellbent. So whatever they're doing after this, it's not making a ton of Saheelis. And we're going to get a mana positive 5 Fairy, presumably.
Yep, we're going to have... So if there are Teferi and Discontinuity in hand, because Ridiculously is hellbent, we're going to get to untap 2 Lotus Fields here in the upkeep, cast Discontinuity. They'll flash into Borrower on our end step, probably. And we'll probably have the game well in hand.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, this looks tough. It's still winnable. This is a great great final game. There's the Discontinuity, right as Airball called it. And we're back to Magnetron.
Yeah, so we have we get to untap with Teferi and 10 mana and 4 cards in hand. All we really need to do is find a Get Lost to deal with Saheeli and then mop up the rest of the board.
Oh, Lord. And there's basically no shot that Magnetron doesn't have something worth playing. You're on 5 cards, right? Tapping a Lotus Field, immediately untapping it. Whoa, 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 whoa. 6 mana. Farewell.
So that cleans up the board. There's still a Saheeli to deal with. I guess you can Teferi tuck the Saheeli, but then you lose it to the board being flashed.
And I believe they already upticked Teferi. Yeah, they already upticked Teferi for this turn. So we know they're happy to let them flash in the Borrower, which it looks like they didn't do.
So no Discontinuity here because they were allowed to draw their card.
Yeah. No Discontinuity.
Another Discontinuity would have locked the game up because on your turn then you would have animated the Hall, killed Saheeli, and I don't think Ridiculously Average can win here if Saheeli dies.
3 mana's coming down. What is the 3 mana? Oh, are they making another
Probably
Lotus
copy
Field?
another Lotus Field, yeah.
Yeah, oh, I know you're not doing anything this turn because you're tapped out, so I'm going to do whatever I want. And they're going to cycle an Irrigated Farmland.
Yeah, so now you get to attack with the Hall here, kill Saheeli, and I think that will end the game.
Let's see if he does it or if he has another play to do. He's going to uptick the Teferi. He can tap 2 Lotus Fields to do the Hall, which, yes, as you said, is what he's doing. And then Saheeli is going to catch this fade. And at this point, 6 cards in hand. It does look... We'll see if Average goes to the bone, because this is the last game of the tournament. There's no reason not to make them have it every step of the way. But it does look like they have it.
In comes Borrower. That'll tickle Teferi a little bit, but that will not be good enough.
Yeah, and they may just have a Get Lost. Which at this point, At this point, I think I would be comfortable get losting the borrower, because if I get that emblem, okay, they are freeing the Fae, or attempting to.
And it resolves.
Interesting, but they're probably just going to grab another free the Fae. I don't think sleight of hand is good of a pick here.
Yeah, you probably take the free the Fae because you have plenty of mana anyway, and it is another body that you can put in the board.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we know what they took or not there.
I think we can deduce from... Oh, it looks like they might have taken...
Oh, they took sleight of hand.
Yeah, they
Sure.
took sleight of hand. So really the out they're hoping for is what? Tickle Teferi, Crackling Drake is still the...
I think so. I
That's
think that's the reason you take it instead of Free the Fae, right? Because Free the Fae can't hit Crackling Drake, but Sleight of Hand can find it for you.
Oh, they sent Brazen Borrower to face.
That's probably not right, but
Yeah, I don't think they have an explosive burn turn, right? Or a way to haste the Crackling Drake. Doing
yeah,
Storm
it's kind of deck
Giants.
chairs on the Titanic at this point.
Yeah. Doing Storm Giants, doing 7, so they're going to go down to 11. All right, so both players are at 11. Teferi's at 8, so if Teferi makes it one more turn, it's pretty over for you. Strick Proctor is here.
At this point, I'm not even sure if you ultimate Teferi or not. Like, just drawing an extra card is a lot more valuable than hitting their lands.
True.
And you'll kill them well before that matters.
We have another Lotus Field that's come into play, so 4 Lotus Fields in total are with us. There's now a blocker that can prevent Borrower from hitting the 5 Fairy, but like you said, the +1 is where we're at here.
Now, if you have another Teferi in hand, go ahead and ultimate Teferi. But
True, yeah. Alt Teferi into new Teferi into draw extra card into gimme those lands.
and that's it.
And Average has conceded. So that is going to be the end of the last game. Magnetron Man wins on Lotus Control. So we are going to hop into Toxic Thunderdome 1 to begin interviewing these people. But GG's to both players. Magnetron Man going home with $300 and ridiculously Average going home with $150. So we're going to turn the announcer box camera off. I'm going to pull up their decks on screen. And we're going to make this just a talking through their decks in chat. So Airball, I will meet you in Toxic Thunderdome 1. All right, so we are here. Magnetron did it. Against the fucking odds. Well, not against Airball's odds, but against the statistical odds.
As MaldHound would say, that was entirely too much mana.
That was, in fact, that dude had buy an island mana on you with
Guess
all
what?
those Lotus Fields.
Guess what? It's 6:30 a.m. and I'm tired.
Oh, it's 6:30. All right, we will keep this.
I'm running
very
on. No.
short.
I am fueled entirely by too much Monster and children's gummy vitamins. I will be fine.
Fuck yeah. Well, first of all, great run. You were most people's favorite to win the whole thing, and you dominated the whole bracket, really, right? And even those last games were pretty tight. How did you feel about those last 2 sets?
Honestly, I would not be happier. Well, honestly, I'd probably be happier if I got my ass kicked by Iron Giant. Let's all agree on that one, man.
That's the
all
concept.
all of us wanted to see that dude win. It would have been fucking amazing, and also made Airball eat his own words.
Yeah.
Because
Luckily, I don't have to.
Airball, who are you favoring to win the tournament?
Once you won the once you were in the grand final as the winners bracket, I thought you would get there. But before that happened, I did pick Lotus Control.
Yeah, prior, myself and Arya had both picked you, and Airball had picked Lotus Control. And then he saw to your credit, what you did to Lotus Control in winners finals, and he was like, okay, Phoenix probably has it.
Albeit, really waiting for the finals kind of cut my gas. I was running already on 5 hours of sleep. After the tournament, I managed to get 3 hours, had to go deal with some family shenanigans, and then I tried to power nap. So I think that affected decision making and sequencing right at the end there. But other than that, there's no amount of like luck that can like diminish the fact that dude beat me twice in a row. That is absolutely incredible. He earned that win.
Did for sure. We did one I'll call out, not from that set. I loved seeing you go down to 0 cards in library to win with your last one.
I knew you would talk about that, man. Do you want to know what is exactly funny about that? I didn't know I had 0 cards in my library. I wasn't paying attention, dude. I was looking at like, how the fuck am I gonna out this?
I was just like, that's the purest is it gameplay, is end it all with not a single card left to touch. So in the context of finals, were there any other decks that you were worried about seeing more than Magnetron? Like, obviously Colossus would have been the, get beaten to death by Rock'em Sock'em Robots would have been the content play, but were there any decks that you didn't have to play and you thought, oh, thank God?
Honestly, Lotus Field was the one that I was the most terrified to play against, given how difficult it is to sequence against that deck. In terms of is the Phoenix matchup there, it is one of the most intense decision-making matchups you can do. You have to pick constantly. Am I keeping counter magic up? Am I running out? Am I playing aggressive? What does my opponent have in their hand? You have to be paying attention to their sequencing. It is an incredibly difficult matchup that I just knew I would not have the mental capacity for in my current state. I was honestly really hoping that Invention would make it through. I might be able to, like, because Invention's kind of a very linear matchup in most ways. It's either they have the answers, which, like, holy crap, they can have the answers, or they don't, and you just win. With Lotus Field, it's always kind of a gamble or guess.
Yeah, it did look like there was a lot of back and forth in terms of how much mana you guys were holding up, when you guys were holding it up. It's like, oh god, they have 4 instead of 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, I really loved that first game though. That was I was like, in my head, I'm just going, how is Mald keeping his stream entertained right now? I wonder.
I mean, we were luckily, I'm so bad that I'm able to make a bunch of brazen calls about what should be happening and then have to retract, and that enables me to keep talking constantly. If I had understood the matchup from the beginning, it would have been much more difficult. Is there any matchup from the tournament that was your favorite to play? Obviously, we've covered Lotus Control, very difficult.
Honestly, shoutouts to my man Brick for bringing in one of like the most unique and interesting Flare decks that I've ever seen, of like trying to just make something work. Having I really like people who go out of their way to have like an ingenious idea and just play with it. Like I personally, he was going for like a more mid-range Flare matchup of like, you know the Flare deck I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, we've followed
Flares,
it.
Yeah. I commented and said maybe you should switch this to a little bit more of a controlled delve matchup, get a little bit more answers. But I honestly love playing against that deck, and I thought it was a really brilliant thing. Outside of that, I played against Rakdos Vampire midrange, which was weird, but also beautiful. Vampires was the first deck I ever built, so that touched my heart.
Oh, that's nice.
Something from your background as well, who has a lot of experience. Would you have any advice for the people here who are still figuring out how to play Pioneer? Anything to learn?
Well, I started playing Magic in October, really, because I played back in Ixalan.
Get fucked, Arya.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
Let's fucking go.
I played back in Ixalan, just to like do some father-son bonding with my dad, because we were going a little bit distant, and I wanted to like reconnect that. And then I eventually moved out of the house, and we kind of stopped playing because I moved away. I started doing my own thing. I started being an editor, yada yada yada, adult shit. And then I realized that I was just spending too much time at my desk in my own world, and I wanted to go meet some friends. And I thought, hey, there's no better way to do that no better way to meet nerd friends than either spend I don't know, 5 grand on Warhammer, or play Magic and spend 5 grand there.
Yeah.
So I went to my local LGS and picked it up, and I was like, well, I might as well try streaming this. I came back, I put together a shitty mono red Wizard's Burn deck, like, hi there, Mr. $600 deck. I'm gonna beat you to death with a bar of soap. And I made top 1,000 in my first month back, and I was like, wow,
Nice.
I'm gonna give that a shot. Pioneer is one of, if not the easiest 60 card format to get into. You can build some of the most inventive, creative decks at such low prices. The barrier to entry is so many. Like, you could do that in Modern, you could do it in Legacy, God forbid, or Commander if you have the time. But throwing together a 60 card pile in this format is one of the most accessible things you'll ever do. And I gotta give you mad props, MaldHound, for opening a free-to-play tournament on a platform that has no barrier to entry and just saying, hey, give me content, please. I'm desperate.
Yeah, yeah. We need.
I appreciate it, man.
We need long form YouTube videos. Well, I'm very happy to have you
Yeah.
playing.
For being here.
Yeah, thanks, man. And Arya, just to also finish answering your question, because I'm not talking way too long. Tips for anyone
good.
wanting to play competitively: lose a lot. You're going to anyway, so learn from them. Take notes. I have a freaking A4 piece of paper at my side that is a sideboard guide. Don't be afraid to take notes and like relive your losses. Lose until you win.
Beautiful.
And also like and subscribe to MaldHound, dude. Cheers, guys.
Oh, thank you very much. We will be in
also,
touch.
by the way, twitch.tv/ridiculously average. Thank you, bye.
All right, we will be in touch about your prize money, Ridiculous. Thank you for participating. Congratulations on making it thus far. And everybody in chat, make sure to check out Ridiculously Average on Twitch and probably Google him on other platforms as well if you have those. We are, I think, going to get Magnetron in here next, unless you have anything else you would like to say to the people.
No, I'm going to bed now. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, sleep well. All right,
Wonderful.
let's get the Magnet Man in here.
That sure is an entertainer right there.
Mm-hmm. Amazing that he, joined in October, decided, all right, I'm going to play the crackhead stuff. And had to play the crackhead stuff into the control stuff.
Still, regardless, I mean, he didn't play during Ixalan's. He had a little bit of Magic experience, but definitely had, even for not playing since October, a little bit of experience. He still has expertise.
Mm-hmm. All right, it
100%.
looks like Bright and Magnetron are still in their own voice chat. Yeah, so maybe there's something else they need to talk about. But god damn, what a stretch.
Hello.
Welcome.
Magnetron.
Oh, that was so tense.
Yes, I was very jittery in the announcer booth. I presume Airball was very glad to see you there. You were his pick to win when we started making predictions at the very beginning of, I think, official top 8 starting.
I am flattered.
Well, you're obviously a man of taste. I think your deck selection is impeccable.
Yes,
Thank you,
Airball
thank
is
you.
Airball is also a Lotus Field enjoyer. So from Gruul Ponza in the Pauper tournament to Lotus Control this tournament, what led you to be a control player this time around?
I was just looking around on Goldfish for the metagame, and there was just a bunch of decks that didn't really interest me. So I was just looking around, and I considered a whole bunch of different decks. I considered Soulflayer, I considered Possibility Storm, and they all seemed pretty bad. And then I went like, all right, I'm just gonna go with a deck that works, and that's proven. And then I saw that there was a deck that works and is proven, but has a twist on it. So the regular blue-eye control is probably more common and more effective, maybe. But I prefer the little twist on it with Lotus Field. And also, I get to cast Dream Trawlers on turn 4, which is one of my favorite things to do.
A good time. Well, I believe Airball, we had spoken about this a while back. You said that the onus on your sequencing for Lotus control much heavier than plain blue-white control, but the payoff could be much, much greater the times when it did go right.
Yes, I found that out during the tournament in my games against Amalia combo that I lost horribly.
Oh, is
I
that?
think
Would
a
you
lot of people
say-
pick up the deck and have bad results with it because usually when you lose with this deck, it's not because you didn't have the answers. It's because you made a mistake on like turn 1 or 2 and you died on turn 15 because of it. And people just say, oh, that just means the deck is inconsistent and trash. But no, like you were. And I think that I think you played it very well.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so after the pretty quick winners finals, scale of 1 to 10, how confident did you feel going into the run back? Like, did you think
I was terrified because I got rolled over in the first match we did for winners finals.
Yeah, we were watching that and we holy
Instant-
crap.
Game 1 was just too much aggression from the Phoenixes, so much card advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And then game 2, I figure I have a pretty good sideboard plan, and then turn 2 Pyromancer, turn 3 Sahili, and I die.
Yeah, the
And
young
I was very scared that was going to happen again
Mhm.
in the finals.
Yeah, you did have a very convincing turnaround in set 1 before just back to back down to the wire games in set 2.
Yeah.
So I'm presuming did you take in Narset's reversal from your sideboard?
I did not.
Got it.
And I figured that it's very good if I get a treasure cruise with it,
Mm-hmm.
but that's about it. There's not a lot else that I really need to bounce to my opponent's hand.
Mm-hmm.
Because giving them more instants and sorceries back in their hand to cast for Phoenix is not
Right.
something I really want to do. And
Mhm.
I don't think that's worth it for the gotcha of countering a treasure cruise with it.
One of the patterns with Narcissus Reversal, though, is that you can Narcissus Reversal your own spell in response to a counter spell. So it's kind of card advantage in that way, and it plays around things like, Dovin's Veto or whatever.
I had not considered that. I played the entire tournament thinking Narcissus Reversal was mostly for the Hidden Strings matchup and
Mhm.
maybe some control mirrors, and then I never faced Hidden Strings. So I just kind of stayed in my sideboard the whole time.
Yeah, imagine you get lost something, they negate, you Narset's Reversal to get lost, you get a get lost, their negate goes away, and you kill the thing.
Okay. I
Don't do it with
should've,
Deluge, though. Deluge
No.
doesn't look any cards deep if it's a copy.
Yep.
Oh, pain.
I have cast a Deluge with Omniscience on Arena before.
Oh, that's how we all learn.
I know how Deluge works now.
Did you? Oh, one question I have: did you ever get to resolve to Fairies -8?
I did once against an Amalia combo deck
Mm-hmm.
that got to combo off, but not kill me with Amalia or Aether Flux Reservoir. So
Holy crap!
they were at 100 life with no way to kill me,
Mm-hmm.
and I had to like figure out a way to kill them fast, and eventually I got to the Teferi emblem, but I didn't win that game because we went to time. Still won the match, but the game went to time, and he died.
Oh yeah, we have Davy Jones in chat, who is the person you got that off on. Very, very excited for you.
Yeah.
Wow. What was did you have a favorite matchup that you played?
I really loved the Metalwork Colossus deck.
Yeah. That was the favorite of a lot of people.
I played against Shapey twice with
Mhm.
the deck. Once in Swiss and once in losers bracket,
Yeah.
and it's a very interesting and interactive matchup. And I don't know, it's just very fun to try and figure out ways to kill the Metalwork Colossus and have it not come back as easily, and what artifacts or creatures to counter, board wipe, whatever,
Mhm.
and which to ignore. Because a lot of cards in that deck are bad, but they also they also enable a very powerful game plan, and it's just an interesting puzzle to figure out.
Yeah, that is that is one way to put it. I believe Airball put it a little more charitably, but yeah, most of the individual cards in that deck, horseshit, right? You don't care about them
Yes.
resolving, but you care about what they enable.
Yep.
Great. Well, congratulations on your victory. Goddamn Control taking another tournament. And you have now won $300. So I will be in touch with you
Oh,
very soon.
right.
About there was in fact
Yes.
hundreds of dollars on the line there.
The big monies.
The big monies. So do you have any parting messages for the people, or any shout outs you want to do before we close things down for the day?
Lotus Field is real and based, and Dream Trawler and Dromoka are also very cool. Thank you very much.
All right.
you.
You heard it straight from the champion's mouth. Play more Dromoka, play more Dream Trawler. Lifelink is good, Bant is good, allegedly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Having 1 million mana to spend is good. All right. I'm
Yes.
going to take us out from the stream now. Thank you to everybody that watched, followed, subscribed, donated to the prize pool, and thank you again to our judges, particularly Bright, Dova, Hell, Miracle M. Araya, is there a judge that I'm missing? I feel like there is, but my brain is leaking out of my ears.
Drew also helped.
Drew Time Twister. Thank you all so much for their free labor that absolutely made this tournament possible. Thank you to our tournament organizer, Arya, and thank you to Airball MTG for joining us on the mic. And with that,
For having me.
we're going to close the stream down. Thank you all for hanging in there. I hope you had a good week. I'll be live again tomorrow, I guess. And remember to stay toxic.